player, okay, new is not a good word here, but someone whom we have not cast before is going to be featured today. Indeed, is gonna be the Muslim, hopefully. If they do actually go into a game relatively soon. So we can see Kalajar is already just kind of getting set up, which is indicative of the fact that they'll be indeed playing really quickly. Okay, new is not a good word here, but someone. So yeah, that is that. We're just kind of waiting right now for the things to get heated and for the game to get going. So yeah, they have. I think they've already gone through the picks as well, so we're just kind of going there very pronto, guys. And the very first series should be cool to watch, of course. I am really looking forward to seeing how exactly those players work on the day. We have been casting, you know, a lot of different people. We have not actually, because I did enjoy watching Kalajar quite a bit, I have to say that, but he was relatively underwhelming in those later stages of the game. I hope he did actually patch up some things, because of course his opponent, the Muslim, is someone who has to be reckoned with. You know, top 8 on the ladder. Definitely doing way better in Age of Empires 4 than he was in StarCraft 2, so that should be very interesting to see as to how exactly this particular player does indeed perform here. This being said, yeah, you can't really tell. Sometimes it's just going to be a big question mark, right, on both players once again, because I have not really seen them play a tournament other than Steel Series, right, where he was actually the winner. He ended up actually taking the entire thing. Then he managed to get up to top 1. As well. So sorry, that was actually my my Twitch apparently just kind of getting in the way. But it is going to be very cool to see that. Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing how exactly this man performs on this lovely day as well. So we shall see how that works. And we're just gonna wait for now. Like, these guys need to start with you know, the picks and bans. And then we'll of course go forward and just cast their games. The delay is really short, so it should just begin. Like, once those guys get in the game, of course, we should be able to start spectating as well. So yeah, they just need to pick. They need to ban. I mean, ban, pick, and go, right? Is basically the name of the game for the day. And I'm really hyped to see what exactly they bring to the table, of course. Leenock already in the game, but I actually do need to look at the bracket very briefly to see whom Leenock will be facing on the day. Is it just a single bracket today? Yeah, it is just a single bracket on the day. Okay, so they made like a big 64 player bracket. That makes more sense. So there's just there are 2 brackets. No, I'm being silly. Sorry, I'm being a doofus. There's 2 brackets under the action. I'm just gonna maybe share because I don't see them actually starting the game yet. So maybe might just share the bracket with you, folks. So what we're looking at here is quite a few actually good games, right? So Królu versus Simtom, very good. Probably it will be interesting to watch that. Kapok versus Nirux, Kapok whom I thought would not be playing an AoE4 tournament anymore, like he is back here. We see Leenock versus Królu. There's a Polish guy apparently, based on the name anyhow, so it's interesting to see how that goes as well. I'm a huge fan of Leenock, but and FTW Cheese is actually a very good player as well, so like I'm very interested in this. We might actually watch this second. I'd really love to see how that resolves. Mio Maikar versus Matisse, of course, they're very good as well. Both players, like Matisse coming from Age of Mythology, I think, and Age of Empires Online, and Mio Maikar being a really good StarCraft 2 player, right? It would be very cool to see how they perform. We might see Probe versus Marine Lord, though I do think Probe's matches have been relatively underwhelming, so I'm really curious, but I wouldn't put too much money on those guys. I mean, on Probes, to be more specific. Looking down this bracket, right. Don Artie versus Jean-Marie. I have no idea who this guy is. Very curious, actually, to see how it goes. Hello there, Mr. Shepard. Nice to see you here. It's going to be Kasva. Those are very good games. Like DauT versus Mixu, very good players, both of those. Of course, Kasva and Sniper. You know, Sniper, a very big caster and a player as well. Of course, like we have Beastyqt versus Hohodi. I would say that's how it's going to go. I would not put much faith in these two guys. Against Beastie and against Ho-Ho, I would just not... I don't believe they can make it through. But of course, I'm very curious. I would love to see if they do manage to make it through that side of the bracket. So that will be cool to see as well. But we're just waiting once again for Kalajur and Mr. the Muslim to get started with their game. So it's gonna be a while, I guess, or a short while, but a while nonetheless. Here we have that might be interesting because those three guys are very good, right? So 3DB, CMG IYC, and Kriazor, right? Those three players are extremely strong. I have never seen I'm Averley, so that would be a question mark for us for the day. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how that one resolves too. Yeah, those are very interesting games overall. So we're just kind of gonna probably get started with these, and from there we shall see how that how that goes. So that is what we have for the day. I hope it's like every single time people whom I pick are going to be the last ones to start their games. I swear to God, it's just so unfortunate. It is so goddamn unfortunate, really. I'm just gonna check with Demu's stream maybe to see if he is streaming at all. I don't think Demu is streaming the tournament, so I was kind of looking forward to seeing how he is setting up. Like, you can just track down the progress then. I could message Kalajur, maybe he doesn't get too annoyed with this. I know, maybe I'm not gonna bother a player like. It doesn't make sense, I think, to just bother someone. I'm not a main caster, so we're just going to let it slide for a while. We could cast some other game and then just kind of jump back to Kalajur versus Demo. I think that makes sense as well. We might just do this. Since Leenock is playing, I think Leenock is always fun to watch. You can just start the day with Leenock's cast. I do actually enjoy Leenock quite a bit, so we can just get started with Leenock once because he's like very quickly in the series already. So that's gonna be cool. How are you doing, Shepard, by the way? Okay, so it's Leenock versus Królu, so it's gonna be Korea versus Poland, first series of the day, folks. I'm just gonna very quickly change this label to, because we have to wait for demo, of course, right? So we have to wait for that to start. So it's gonna be Leenock versus Królu game 1, folks. And this being said, let's have a look at the players. So in the bottom, playing nothing else but Abbasid Dynasty, is gonna be Królu starting off in here. He's very high on the ladder because they don't accept low elo players. So it's gonna be interesting to see how exactly this lad over here does indeed perform. Already snagging a few sheep, as we can hear. Those guys are looking for those triple packs of sheep, right? That's kind of the general spawn on every map. You can get like the 3 sheep somewhere. You can see there's like a trio over here. Probably another one somewhere, like, oh, symmetrically, I think he just took it. Now in the north, also playing the Abbasid, strangely enough, it is gonna be Leenock. And it's also very cool to see that. Lovely to actually have that. Thank you, David Maynard, for the sub on YouTube. Welcome, good sir. Lovely to have you. You're not the Maynard, are you? You're not the StarCraft 2 Maynard. It'll be critical, but of course, probably not the case, guys. This being said, we see a very standard opening here. Both players just kind of slowly going towards that gold. Abbasid Mirror is not something you see every day, by the way. It's going to be very cool to see how this one unveils, of course, or unfolds. And these are, I think those are gonna, that might be either a macro game or a very rapid ending somewhere, because the Abbasids are both the masters of siege and the masters of bunkering up and just kind of staying alive and trying to, you know, go up to high eco situation. And I'm actually casting alone, by the way, Shepard, because I only realized the tournament was gonna happen like 3 or 2 hours ago. So I just managed to put up the announcement and just, you know, I messaged my brother who couldn't make it, and I messaged Sis, but I'm not really sure yet because he hasn't responded. So it's just kind of a waiting game for me right now. So we're just gonna start as you know, a solo cast, of course, and as the day unfolds, we might get some additions. Maybe my brother finishes whatever he's up to sooner, and he might just join us. That is the plan. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I'm pretty comfortable just doing this on my own. Hey there. So we see. So I assume you are a StarCraft 2 player anyway, David. That's cool. That's cool. I love SC2 so much. So I came from SC2 to Age of Empires 4, so it's my pet peeve almost. Now, this being said, we see it's actually quite early to go for wood, I think. I'm not really sure how exactly those guys are going to approach this. It seems like they're going to both go towards that second TC, because 5 villages on wood before, like right the second you start aging up is very indicative of the fact that you might just go towards the second TC. This seems to be the staple of the matchup, by the way. You can see both players doing exactly the same thing. So they start the age up process, right? Królu actually hasn't started yet, so Leenock is severely ahead of his opponent here. I'm not really sure about this then, right? Because Leenock has 5 villagers, 6 or even 7 villagers, 8 on wood right now. But what he's doing right now, it's kind of weird. Because like Leenock has gone for wood because specifically he has enough, right, to age up. Królu hasn't started the age up yet. He's really far off actually. He has 3 villagers on gold who are really mining this for no good reason, I think, because I mean, let's face it, it's like, how much gold do you need? You need 125 for the fresh food stuff, right? And then you need 400 for the age up. You don't need that much more. So 325 should be sufficient. Now he has a little bit more actually, not too much, so he should be okay. I guess this is just kind of the peculiarity of this build or this approach. I think they'll just start the second TC around the same timing. Of course, this 30 resources might kind of delay Mr. Królu on his task towards that second TC overall. Alright, we have 4 or 5 villages on stone. That's the usual number actually, because this means that if you start mining at the same time with 5, they need to just make those 6 rounds to that mining camp together, and they will have enough stone. This is very easy to track down. Then you just look at your stone numbers. Once you hit 300 and 400 wood, you are just ready to go. He's actually, I'm not really sure if he's got too much wood. I think he might have too much wood here, but he's just gonna start a mill immediately as well. I haven't really seen this matchup before. Like, I've not seen Abbasid versus Abbasid. I'm not really sure if he's gonna go towards the professional scouts. That would explain. No, he definitely isn't, because he doesn't have the gold for it. Plus, Abbasids are just gonna find off berries, right? Because if you build a mill, the berry number just kind of doubles up. So, pretty good thing overall to have. So that's why he goes towards the berries, I guess. He might have also had he might have also drawn the short end of the stick in terms of the sheep numbers, which he has not totally. He has enough sheep to actually sustain this harvesting for a while. I guess maybe he just is afraid of harassment. Just sheep are the safe source of food. By the way, you can just kind of have them near a TC, and you're basically safe, right? Essentially, you're just safe. Your villages are very unlikely to die right underneath your TC, whereas you have to walk quite a distance towards the berries, so these villages might be vulnerable to some early horsemen or archers, whatever Królu really figures out is the way to do it. Królu, you see, ages are very late, like 550 is like 2 minutes later than the normal kind of expected Abbasid age, but he's gonna drop the TC immediately. Of course, Leenock is already constructing his. In terms of stone, they're basically in the same number of stones, so 2 villages probably will go towards the gold. Right now is just going to be a lengthy-ish macro game as a result. We have 7 villages here on that TC, and right, just harvesting the food over here, and these probably are going to go, he needs to build a mill initially before he goes in towards anything else, because this is just going to waste a lot of food if he doesn't get the mill. Which is weird because he doesn't. I think Leenock might just kind of be... Oh, this is a surfing villager. Have you seen this guy? So Leenock is severely... I think in terms of just kind of this approach he took, he's severely ahead. He's just going to... I think he's just going to build another TC. It might be like triple TC build, which is very cool to say. Obviously, like, if both players are booming, there's no risk. You don't run an extra risk of, just kind of losing immediately to some weird push. I think they're just kind of keeping close tabs on each other. Both, the scout of Leenock and the scout of Królu are walking around this base. By the way, thank you for the hair compliment. I appreciate it quite a bit. My girlfriend should take it actually because she did the hair cutting. So this being said, we see 500 wood in the pockets of Leenock. So of course the fresh foodstuffs being researched by both players, I assume, is going to mean that villages of the Abbasids are relatively cheap. and 25 food per one is basically going to mean that even with triple TC, you're not spending as many resources as a normal civ would be spending on 2. You're just kind of getting, extra villager at a time, which is pretty neat. This is also, by the way, scouted, right? So Królu does know what is up. So you see that actually a deer spawn over here being taken. It's actually very convenient if you build it on top of the deer like this, because this just kind of shifts the deer. It forces them to move outside of the construction site, and this means that you can just kind of kill them all very quickly with 2 villagers just kind of walking around. There's no need to push them towards that TC, so it's very, very convenient, of course. For Leenock having that source of food, I think he's just gonna do that momentarily, just kind of get all those deer kills and just securing this very convenient source of food. Of course, there's a lot, like 7 deer is quite a bunch of food actually. It's like what the hell? It's like 2,100 plus plus a bit. It's like 2,450, right? Something like that, I think, of food. So you just secure a nice source of income here. Those villagers actually are gonna auto-rally. They never rally towards the deer. Leenock doesn't do the trick, and he's just gonna kind of have those villagers idling for a second, where he does have high APM, so he just realizes this very quickly. So we have triple TC build from Leenock, double TC build from Mr. Królu. So we might actually see some early-ish aggression, because of course if you're on 2 TC you're somewhat behind. So Królu might actually go in towards that aggressive move across the map. We see a single villager already here. We see lots of villagers actually chopping the wood. Some of them idling, by the way, because I don't think he clicked properly. He must have misclicked the wood line a little bit. And this means, double archery range, a single barracks is going to produce a relevant number of villagers. But of course, Leenock doesn't quite see this, I think. I'm not really sure. I think he must have caught the grasp of the archery range. I'm not really sure if he saw the double archery range in the barracks. So it's a lot of production actually from Królu, of course. Leenock is going to respond to this. Like, there are actually 2 scouts coming in here, so it's going to be quite annoying here to deal with this. But Leenock is going to drop double stables here and an archery range. I'm not really sure about this, because he must have not seen the barracks. Barracks can only make spearmen for Abbasid dynasty, right? So it's clear that there is going to be something that very directly counters those horses. And the horsemen are extremely squishy, and they're just not good at dealing with spears at all. I mean, knights can actually take a favorable trade if their numbers are high enough. The horsemen, they're just going to get slaughtered by, like, basically the equal number of spearmen is just going to murder this nice, lovely lineup of lads with spears. So I wouldn't be putting much money on Leenock right now in the fight, but of course, he is the person whom we expect to win, right? I do believe, like, we have Królu as the underdog here. So having that expectation, I do believe he can pull off something. But plus, we've seen a lot of players, make miracles happen with 6 or 5 horsemen. So it is, of course, up to Leenock to decide how he is going to essentially proceed in this particular game. We see actually a ram push here. So we have, of course, Abbasids who can construct siege on the field without any additional tech, which is extremely convenient. Leenock, of course, I think this was a very good foresight from him. So he just recognized, okay, I'm going to get pushed very like at some point probably. So having those sheep next to my TC just kind of save there is going to basically provide me with a nice refuge. This ram slightly out of position. Oh, that's a lovely flank from Leenock. Actually, we have horsemen coming from every single angle in the world. Those villagers are going to make short work of this ram, turning into scraps, really. So ram dies. This entire push is gonna be dismantled by 2 archers killing off the spears, and those horsemen actually massacring these archers on the back line. These have to be probably microed back, but the numbers are actually quite overwhelming. There's some archers in their field, lots of production, actually triple stable from Leenock. So this one is probably gonna go his way. Anyway, we see those horsemen those horsemen are actually not trading too well, but they're just gonna take over the fight, I think, at some point. Actually, this is not that bad for Królu, but he does lose the ram and the tail end of this, and there's of course a tower, and Leenock is gonna drop additional 3 archery ranges. He has so much eco right now because he did actually age up he did go up to triple TC way ahead of his opponent, who's just stuck on 2. So Leenock's eco is probably looking way better than his opponents. We see an iron ram, by the way, being built. We have 66 villages for Leenock to 55 for Królu, so 10 villager difference every single second that passes that doesn't cost villagers for Leenock is going to be really annoying for Królu. He probably realizes this, any player would, and it is going to mean that there is going to be some sort of aggression continuing here, because of course you cannot really make up for the difference here anymore. You just have to make some miracle happen if you are Królu, because if you don't make any miracle happen soon, you're going to be completely and utterly screwed. Now, this being said, Królu is actually quite close to Castle Age Up, so this might be just kind of a diversion, really. It might just kind of divert his opponent's attention. This ram, of course, from the real goal of Królu, which is, of course, to age up to Castle, maybe go for Knights or some more refined composition, including, you know, more powerful units like, you know, the Siege, for instance, like, you know, the Mangonels and the such. But if he's gonna go towards Castle, I'd probably expect him to maybe break this up very quickly, very soon. However, Leenock is actually very, very persistent here. Those horsemen cannot be kited. There's no spears to block this away. This ram is gonna be a sacrificial lamb here. Is actually gonna die for no actual cost incurred by Leenock. Leenock just kind of just walks up, kills it off, and just walks away happily. Those archers are turned into mince as this huge force of Leenock is going to approach the base of Królu. There is another scout here, actually just very quickly disposed of, I believe, by this archer. Still some sheep, by the way. If there should be any additional pressure put on Leenock, he is going to have that as a reserve. There's actually a third TC being constructed, by the way, by Mr. Królu, so he's going to make up for the difference, which is, of course, very cool to say. And yeah, this being said, we have just a nice setup overall. I do like it for both players. Królu probably just going to be forced to defend this push right now, but he's going to have Castle Age, so if he doesn't bleed any additional units, I think he should be okay. He just needs to re-rally those this infrastructure elsewhere. I don't think he sees this, by the way. He's not aware. So Leenock, a master of fog of war, actually, just getting this siege set up, and there's no production for Królu. This push might be lethal. So he's actually quite far off from getting up to Castle. Leenock doesn't give a damn. I don't think Leenock actually just is gonna go up at all. He's gonna mass produce units of a superior economy. Now, actually, Królu realizes the hole he dug up for himself. This age up is gonna take probably a minute more, or a minute and a half. It's a significant force for Leenock. You know, lots of archers, horsemen as well. So those horsemen not as useless as I thought they would be. This ram is just gonna make short work of this TC because there is no way to defend this for Królu. So he's just gonna have to back away. He invested into that third TC, which in retrospect is just way too late because Leenock managed to squeeze in an additional one, and then he managed to produce an army and some more. So he's just gonna absolutely obliterate this particular TC. Królu actually just kind of, you know, you can see him dropping the villagers out of the TC, quickly garrisoning them after every single shot. But this TC is dead to rights, those villagers are dead to rights as well. This ram is gonna survive. Leenock, by the way, does see this large production from his opponent. He knows, okay, like, this ram is probably not going to take too many shots more before it drops. It's actually very unfortunate. 40 HP is a very, very low number of health. It is probably just going to die as we speak, unless there is nothing done by his opponent here. By Leenock's opponent. There are lots of villagers on the wood, by the way, so I think Królu just kind of does need to start producing some barracks. He needs to build some production. He needs to get something going for himself, because yeah, he just needs to respond to this somehow, right? Of course, like those Castle Age units, like knights and men-at-arms and crossbows, they're very good, but you need to produce them from somewhere. You can see lots of this infrastructure is immediately going to get obliterated by Leenock. There is some minute number of production here, but it's just one barracks actually, so I don't think this can hold much longer. If you know, you get like some veteran spears, if you get some you can see how much food, by the way, Królu has. He's just sitting on 1,400 food, which is a lot. So you can see that this is going to be a relatively quick game, I think. Leenock is just going to absolutely dominate his opponent here. You see additional reinforcements, by the way, streaming through the map. You can see those kind of large packs of infantry and cavalry coming through. This is actually a ram down right now for Leenock, and there is a mango here, which might potentially dissuade any further aggression. Well, we shall see about this. Of course, Leenock is actually floating a ridiculous amount of resources. You can see he is actually going up to the next age. I think he might just go for fast imp. He might just kind of skip the age up altogether, just kind of, you know, keep his opponent busy and just go up to Imperial and just use that superior tech, like, you know, probably elite men-at-arms and cannons to just dismantle his opponent completely. I think that might be the play for the day. We see lots of spears, by the way, here produced and upgraded, by the way, for Królu. So here's a decent chunk of infantry. I do not believe this is enough, or even sufficiently close to being enough for his opponent to make it work. Like, Leenock is probably just gonna immediately click to imp. I think this is the play, right? He just goes, now he goes towards the preservation of knowledge. He has so many resources on his hands. I'm not really sure about this stack. I'd really like to see him just go straight to him, maybe just start researching that immediately as he hits that that tech tier number 4. Now, this is probably going to extend the game a little bit, but Leenock is very firmly in control, of course, in terms of army number and economy. Królu just is working with 80 vills and 20 military, 210 and 50 military for Leenock. I do believe that he realizes he's behind. Kind of baffled by the number of resources Leenock is floating right now, because he could both produce a large force of units and also start aging up at the same time. He has enough to sustain both. He's actually gonna go for a keep unexpectedly so, which is surprising, I would say. But he's just going to confidently build a keep in the middle of the map. But he can definitely afford the age up. I'm not really sure what he's waiting for. I mean, he could just mass build, you know, like what 3-4 barracks maybe, or a couple of stables and just get that going. Actually, those villages are idling here, so it's not fortunate for Leenock at all. Those Mongols, one more shot is just going to threaten this altogether. Leenock actually does decide that he's going to back away. By the way, he's going to also harass with horsemen here, so this is a large force of those men on horses, unarmored, but with very, very long spears, just going to harass over here, trying to put some pressure on his opponent. But Królu knows better. He's just going to very nicely defend this. Leenock still sitting on a large amount of resources, by the way. He's going to start producing crossbows of all things, which is probably a response to some of those men at arms sitting here in the back. I'm not really sure there's a good reason to be doing this. Leenock can definitely just click up, still he has so much money that he's not doing anything with. I'd really like to see him age out, because like if he doesn't want to spend on anything else, I'm really not sure what he's gonna do. He's actually gonna cancel this. No, he lost this actually. I think he lost this where actually we didn't manage to repair it. So he's gonna push forward right now. Those horsemen are gonna try to find a nice flank onto those Mongos. They're actually gonna be discovered. Now there are some archers here. Of course, archers not really that good at dealing with Mongols, and they do take a lot of damage. So even like a few shots from those are going to kind of dissuade this attack from going any further. We see also a large number of archers still being produced by Leenock. Leenock doesn't have enough gold to go up anymore. He does actually dispose of those Mongols. You can see the forces of Leenock are really strong, right? You have a lot of those archers, lots of horsemen. In terms of sheer numbers, it's just really staggering number of units. And you have lots of those kind of units surviving on very low HP, but still surviving nonetheless. And yeah, there is lots of infrastructure going up, by the way, for Królu, so he has something to respond to this aggression. I'm really not sure if he's gonna staunch it though or not. Those horsemen gonna go tier up to veteran, by the way, and Królu is actually sitting on way more resources than his opponent right now, actually floating. That's actually very unfortunate, because you can build a lot of siege with this, as Abba said, right? Just if you have units on their field, you can build lots of springles, mangonels. You have enough resources to essentially build, like, you know, triple mango or something even. He's actually gonna spend his gold on something else, buying food of all things, I guess, on the market, because he did spend all the gold he had like immediately. I think he must have just built. He must have market somewhere, or baffling. Actually, I'm not really sure what he did with all that gold, because he had a lot of it and he just kind of has zero. Maybe the blacksmith upgrades are the kind of the no, not really. So I guess it must have been the market for Królu, right? That was a culprit here. I'm not really sure where the market is, or maybe just kind of maybe a major oversight from me. But no, he built a market here. Okay, yeah. So he has actually a mining site on that side of the map. There are actually 2 or 3 springles here. They are going to put a lot of pressure on those mangonels. There are some knights, actually some lancers from Królu, sorry, from Leenock. So they're going to put pressure on this front line here. Obviously, lancers, very strong units, equivalents of knights, of course, which means they're very persistent in front line, even against spears. Very difficult to kill, of course. Leenock does bring his own springles, which means that this is the end, probably, for Królu, because he has very little left. So you lose this TC, you lose this House of Wisdom, and you're just essentially out of contention. And I do not believe that Królu has shown us too impressive of a game. Leenock, on the other hand, very consistent, you know, this triple TC, very ballsy of him to do this. And to know that he can just afford it without any bigger expenditures, of course. And he's going to just kind of murder all those poor villages, actually. Very unlucky as well for them to be walking right through this lineup of archers and crossbows. So it's kind of a small massacre, you know. War crime being committed by Leenock here. Those men-at-arms, by the way, are going to slaughter those villages as they pop out of this ruined TC that is going to just be torn into shreds as we speak. Of course, these villages probably are just going to be dead to rights. I would love to see Królu probably tap out immediately, because he doesn't seem to have any future. And I guess Leenock does better of it, by the way. I do believe that Leenock just kind of realized, okay, Imperial is not going to give me much immediately. I just want to end the game, and I just want to move into the next one, right? And obviously Królu doesn't quite stand a chance in defending this push anymore. Maybe a few Mangonels and Springles would have done the trick, but still, the numbers of Leenock, sheer numbers, are just absolutely underwhelming. So Leenock does actually take it very, very convincingly so, and we are gonna go out of this game. We're gonna try to see if Kalajur is actually playing. He's still not. I guess maybe this was a no-show from Dimu, which is very good that we have not watched if you have not waited, because again, this would have been a completely failed attempt. I'm just gonna message Kalajur actually. So it's kind of unfortunate. Again, like, I pick a game that doesn't start. That's very, very annoying. That's super annoying, actually. You know what, we might as well just, since we are following Leenock anyway, we might just kind of go all the way with Leenock today. We're just gonna go into the next series of Leenock. Essentially, I guess that's the way to do it, because Kalajur, I do not believe he's gonna be starting in his Demo, so tough luck, guys, tough luck. I really was hoping to give you that series, but apparently they're just not playing, because maybe Demo is just not going to participate at all in some of those tournaments. I guess this might be the case. We're just gonna have to wait and see. So anyhow, Leenock is going to the game number 2, and I do believe this is the way to do it. We're just gonna follow him in. So yeah, I don't think there is any better thing to do for us, right? Because the first games have all started, just kind of jumping into series midway is not going to be too productive. Doesn't seem to make much sense, therefore. And we're just gonna go into this one instead. So guys, without any further ado, it's gonna be Leenock starting in the southeastern edge of the map, playing as the French. And this being said, I'm just gonna quickly reset the camera because that was a flop. Królu actually going with the Delhi Sultanate in the northwestern edge, that is, of the map. And we're gonna look at the map called the Mountain Pass, I believe, with this very narrow passage in the middle of this mountain chain. Apparently actually also a small passage over here. That's not how this map usually is generated, by the way. You don't, generally speaking, see this. So I do believe that normally on this Mountain Pass map, I think this Mountain Pass, yeah, you have one pass, and essentially it might happen there is a secondary pass. Is this passable terrain? Minimap says no. You can see there's like, this is blocked off on the minimap, like here. But where I think that these rocks are blocking, so there is potentially a second kind of passage that can lead you through the mountains. Like there's a narrow path, right, which apparently is here. And generally is generated right next to this big passage, so it's kind of new to me to see something like this. It's not common, not a common sight at all. By the way, neither is Delhi being played, you know, on this ground map entirely. It's kind of a fresh sight too, so I'm very thrilled to see what Królu brings. Of course, his first Abbasid game was not the most overwhelming game in the world. I was not too thrilled by his gameplay there, but I do believe he can, like, obviously bring it back in series number 2. Now, this being said, Leenock, of course, a very seasoned veteran. He has been top 10 for quite a while, you know, very, very good at the game, so I do believe he does have the upper hand of all things in this particular matchup. You can obviously just kind of signalize that this is a 1-0 on the scoreboard as well. So it is going to be this thing happening right now. That's going to be a very turtly map, by the way. So if you look at basically both pass maps, like the Mountain Pass and the French Pass, both of them feature those very narrow passages, you know, that you can wall off immediately and you can secure your half of the map, essentially, right? So getting through a wall here, there are towers, is very difficult for a non-Castle Age player. Even with Rams, I think it's going to be relatively hard to break it. So if there is a wall off immediately, I think it's going to be a rather lengthy game. Now, if you think of a player who might want to wall things off, I do believe this is going to be Królu of all things. Because if you are playing the French, I think you, especially in those longer matchups, you don't want to secure your food sources, and this basically requires you to have professional scouts, right? For the French, they have like reliable food income, because the deli can sustain can sit on the berries for twice as long as a normal civ. Because if you build a mill as the Abbasid or the deli, you essentially just double up the amount of food in those berry bushes that surround the mill, which is obviously very, very good. However, his opponent here is going to have a problem. Hello there, Omnipeasant. I can't stop that. I'm so sorry. I'm not really sure why those bots are here. Have you been, have you actually encountered any issues of your own? Because I know you're streaming as well. Have you seen those problems before with the spam bots? Because I actually have not. I've not seen them at all. So it's kind of new to me to seeing those. But yeah, I'm just moderating the chat as much as I can. But that's the best I can do. What the hell? There are so many actual messages here. I'm not seeing that at all on my phone. What the fuck? Omni, can I promote you to the... That's super annoying. I'm going to make you a mod, okay? Omni and Shepherd. You guys are both mods. Can you moderate this shit if you're there? Because it's super frustrating. I cannot handle this on my own. So if you could just get rid of this garbage, that would be very much appreciated. Because I'm deleting those messages as we speak, but that's just, I don't see it on my phone. So if you could just kind of moderate this. I don't see this on my restream, it's just hidden. So if you could just, smite those assholes, it would be very much appreciated. I can. Shit. But this will exclude a lot of new viewers. I really don't want to do this. Alright, how do you do this anyway? The broadcasting tools, right? Sorry guys, I'm just gonna very quickly make the change. Because it's very frustrating, honestly, to have those spam bots, it's quite annoying. Yeah, let's continue the cast anyhow. Let's continue the cast, I'm sorry. So we have two moderators. Thank you, Shepherd and Omni, of course, for volunteering. You see, by the way, both players realizing that there is something sketchy happening over here. So there is a wall of happening. That's a very non-standard spawn, by the way. So there is actually, you have to remember that the Delhi infantry is able to construct defenses. So you can see, of course, here, that spearmen approaching this wall and obviously just walling it off all together. Very cool to see this. Very, very nice stuff, of course, to see that mechanic being used by Królu. Now, he walls off every single kind of possible passage. I think there is no way for units to cross anymore. And as we've said, the French do want to be the player, essentially, who crosses over and manages to get on top of those deer. That is not happening right now at all, and Leenock is not kind of able to reach for those deer on the other side. A single archer and a few of those scouts, I don't think they can break this sufficiently fast. So the tower is very quickly gonna go up here from the deli. I don't think this archer can even reach as far as to kind of hit those units here, the villagers. So this is just gonna be constructed. A few spearmen garrisons here can essentially just dissuade any sort of aggression going forward. So that's actually quite cool to see this being done. And yeah, it is just gonna be a nice short. This is gonna put an end to any sort of aggression here, any sort of kind of attempts made by Leenock, to get those deer. So Leenock is kind of out of his comfort zone, of course, because as the French, you'd like to kind of aggression on your opponent, right? This is what the French are made for. They are just very good on the early aggression because they're single TC can produce lots of villagers. So they are naturally getting ahead, and if you can shave off a few of the villagers of your opponent, of course, you're getting even further and further ahead. In this case, that is, of course, not happening at all. He is just going to be producing more of those than his opponent, but I do believe that we'll just probably see a fast castle from one of them. Probably Królu is going to be faster to it, since Leenock did have to spend, some extra resources on the professional scouts that he doesn't have much use of, actually, because he cannot get through the wall. And then he also had to spend some extra resources towards the knights or some sort of military production area, towards the scouts that is, who did cost, you know, like a decent chunk of food as well, probably like 300 food had to go, maybe a little bit more actually, towards producing those scouts. I'm not sure how many he has at this point. He has 6, it's 360 food that Leenock had to spend on the scout, so it's quite a decent expenditure. It's gonna keep him alive, of course, because, I mean, keep him alive, it's gonna provide him with a lot of very safe and very reliable food source. You know, the deer are the fastest to harvest from by quite a bit, so this is very efficient to actually just kind of use the deer to harvest the food from those carcasses. And Leenock is just gonna bring them all over and just kind of play a defensive macro game. I guess that's the only thing that we might see on this map, I believe. Królu actually is gonna shift 5 villagers in towards that gold, so we might see him going up and aging before Leenock by quite a bit. Actually has enough food already to age up, just a few hundred gold right now, essentially just kind of dividing him from the age up. On the other side of the map, of course, we see that Leenock is probably just gonna do the same. He's no stranger to defensive play, and he's no stranger to just kind of extending the game a little bit. I'm kind of baffled by the fact that on the map, as macro oriented as this one, you don't see a second TC. But this being said, actually, I'm also surprised there is no second. Okay, this card is actually on the other side of the map, so it's actually very convenient because he does see the number of units being produced by Leenock. And Królu probably knows that he has to either go up to very quick castle age, which I'm not really sure he's doing or where he's doing that. He does also need to kind of stop producing units because his opponent is going for the ram push. As you guys can see over here, there are 2 knights and just 6 archers shy of 7 being on the aggression over here, which of course is going to essentially just stand those palisades into splinters very quickly. Double ram probably coming up very soon as well. And this is going to mean that there is like going to be some trading at least involved in this game, which I'm very happy for, because those mountain pass games are extraordinarily long and boring to cast, because you can just see people macroing up and there's not much to talk about. There's going to be some action really soon though, because this ram is going to just make its way into the opponent's, into Leenock opponent's base. Those villagers probably just trying to chop us some extra gold as those forces approach, because later it's not going to be possible at all. We also see probably the compound of the defender here being constructed for Królu. So this is a little bit late because this means that your infantry can construct walls. You'd probably like to see an actual stone wall being produced over here, because honestly this is the only kind of line of defense for if you're playing the, then you can, not the only one, a very effective one at that. So you can actually construct a few walls with your infantry and add some stone towers as well. And this means that it's very difficult to break you, and you can obviously just garrison some archers on top of that as well, meaning that you have a lot of control in the game. So those knights are gonna go in right now, and those villagers are obviously, that's why I think Królu was harvesting this gold or gathering this gold before, because he just really needed to make sure that he doesn't end up just being completely cut off from his gold and have no actual resources in the bank. Now there's obviously a relic sitting here, there's a sacred site as well that he has been able to capture. So overall I think Królu is going to be kind of nicely set up here. I'm not exactly sure how well the elephants actually deal against cavalry. I think they have extra attack because there's the spear elephants, so they do quite well against the cav. But this is a very slow defensive unit, right? By the way, there's another relic very close, so if you just kind of take another one of those scholars, you can very quickly pick it up and just lead it back into the base. Now there are actually 2 rams, not 1 anymore, being used to push forward, and Leenock is actually spending all the resources he has to contribute to this push over here. And you have to make it work, by the way, because if you don't, it's going to be very scary for everybody. This elephant is actually going to feature a siege attack, so it's going to have a lot of extra damage, very high base damage as well against anything really. So this elephant is going to probably make short work of anything that crosses its way. There are some knights and archers, but you have to say that like archers and knights are not too good at dealing with elephants. Let's face it, like they're just, look at this knight getting absolutely shredded to pieces by both the spear attack and the actual attack of the elephant, because elephant is this kind of unique unit that has 2 attacks at once. Not only does it actually come with the regular normal attack, right? It has like the melee attack of the spearman on top, but also has the attack of the elephant. Both of them very high damage. So of course it's going to be very, like, it's going to be absolutely a huge challenge to kill it off and trade effectively against it. But elephants are very expensive units, by the way. So this is kind of the problem here. You can see that the elephant is going to cost you essentially 400 gold and 600 food, which is a lot of resources honestly being just kind of expanded here, which means that it's not going to be really too easy for any attack to actually push through them. And they're very healthy as well, so they're expensive but they're very healthy, and 2 elephants are essentially going to be enough to hold off this push, which is terrible for Leenock, because I do believe this man was really hoping to get something done. He's actually he's kind of happy with this, because he has been able to discover this nice kind of harvesting site for the villagers here who are trying to get some greedy berries. He does slaughter like 4 or 5 villagers as they try to escape towards, they run for the hills essentially. So Leenock is going to make short work of these. You have a second elephant actually being placed over here, so it's actually quite a cool situation for Leenock, you know, fighting a lot of the damage and actually just kind of dividing those elephants and just essentially cutting his opponent's base into 2 halves. Leenock now is essentially working with enough resources to go up to the next age himself, by the way. So it's actually another very important thing to notice. Leenock does have enough to go up to Kasva. He's going to have a high attack very, very quickly. He has not lost any villages, by the way. He hasn't mined any stone, but he's actually kind of fine on a single TC push. And he has good tech, so he's gonna have like this nice kind of heads-up play coming into this castle age, because he has enough to get a lot of crossbows. He has decent kind of income, right? So he can basically just make crossbows and, you know, deal with those elephants, because elephants are heavy units, so any sort of pierce attack like crossbows, and previously it was also the springles, is going to do a lot of damage to those. So the question is like, how well does that actually go? Of course, we shall say. I'm very curious actually, because Leenock is gonna have to deal with those elephants in his face right now. There are 2 elephants actually pushing through, which is of course going to be basically moving the ball into the court of Leenock. They're going to kill off a single knight very, very quick. You see how much DPS those insane units have, and they're just gonna push into this base right now. Crossbows, of course, a very good response, and arbaletiers, you know, very heavy armored crossbows, because they have the possibility to deploy shields that are resistant to ranged attacks, very difficult to kill off by anything really, and it might essentially mean that Leenock will have to we'll have enough to dispose of these elephants at some point. We see like double archer, and she's not producing anything yet. Those elephants actually just gonna march into Leenock's base, and they might start doing some damage. Of course, Leenock is responding, and there are some knights over here maybe. That I saw there's actually a single dead knight right now remaining. There's a small force of units over here. So these are going to dispose of those forces. Knights, as I said, not too good against spear elephants, because those are just going to shred the knights. You can see like 1 or 2 knights just being dropped immediately here by those ridiculously strong pierce attacks of those elephants. So at least Leenock is going to lose some knights. He's gonna probably take an unfavorable trade overall, because knights are very expensive units on their own, right? 140 to 100 is a large expenditure. So 1 elephant falls, there's actually a lancer as well coming. So Królu dash up in Leenock's base with a lancer and an elephant right now. So this is actually still looking quite good. And there's a large number of villagers, by the way, just kind of going to somehow make their best effort to plug this hole in the wall. Now, this lancer does fall, having killed 2 villagers, I think. So it's not too terrible. This elephant also is going to just back away. What I do not believe Królu knows, though, is there is a large force of Leenock in his own base. So on the other side of this pond, we see 3 knights actually and like 5 or 6 archers deploying a ram, and there's going to be some sort of aggression still continuing here. Very unfortunate, by the way, for Królu, because he built 2 of those towers. He still has 10 villagers stuck in there, by the way, so I'm not really sure what Królu is doing, essentially. He has 10 villagers stuck in those towers. He's actually sending some extra units across, just ungarrisoning them and moving them right now. But he secured this location for not much at all, because there is nothing he can do right now with it. I'm not really sure the plan of the game for Królu is, because he's actually on a very, very dire end of this trade. He has 34 villages towards 63 of Leenock. So Leenock has a very good eco. And essentially that's what we know happens in Leenock games. If he can stretch it out a little bit longer, he's just going to take over in terms of the macro play. And, you know, we have seen this against the Viper even. Leenock's macro late game is immaculate. So if he has a very nice lead here, you know, from the get-go, he's actually going to make it even better by killing off those extra villagers. He's just going to make it even more difficult for his opponent to just come back into it. That's why I'm kind of surprised, you know, that the Delhi, since they were playing on the defensive anyway, they never went for the second TC. I guess this is the way you have to play against the French, though, because they're just very good on the offense, right? So this might be the only way to do it. Królu is going to lose this nice kind of stranded island here on the left. So all those pieces of infrastructure are going to be gone. He hasn't healed this elephant either. I guess he just kind of believes he can kill all those archers a single elephant. You can see one attack is enough to just take down the entire unit here, which is ridiculous. Those spearmen become like super spearmen on the back of the Ella. You can see that, you know, a single spear actually just doing like the work that 3 or 4 would have done, plus the elephant, of course, adds a little bit of its own mojo to the play. So it's actually quite a good situation right now for Leenock, despite being at a slight kind of... I think he's in a weird place, because dealing with elephants is not something you're used to. Generally speaking, people tend not to make them, right? On those hybrid maps, there's no time, because there's like constant aggression happening. And generally speaking, the Delhi players are just playing on those maps specifically. So I'm not really sure how long Królu can hold on to this game. Like, there are 4 archers here just trying to maybe kill off some villagers. I guess that's the play for Leenock. But yeah, I'm not really sure how well it's gonna work. There's also a nice force over here of veteran knights and crossbows that is going to knock on the doors of Królu as we speak. Those villagers are pulled towards the ram. I don't think this is a good timing for the ram to come in, of course, because the villagers are just going to kill it, and there is no extra pressure being placed on Królu then. Losing the ram is of course not optimal play at all. This being said, you know, this large force of Leenock is going to probably be comfortable with building another ram. He can probably afford like 2 right now. He's essentially producing crossbows and knights, which is a very balanced composition. You know, knights extraordinarily good, anything that doesn't hold a spear in its hands, and those archers or crossbows that is are very, very strong against any armored units. So anything that comes out of the stables, even the elephants, are just gonna be very, very quickly killed off. The response from Królu is actually horsemen, which on paper isn't that terrible, because of course horsemen are very good against the archers. You can see they have extra damage against ranged units, so those archers and crossbows, they're not going to trade effectively against those unless they're in very high numbers. So it looks like this is going to be a relatively decent end of this trade for Królu if he managed to just kind of master up a large quantity of those horses. Now there is also an elephant here protecting this food source from being taken away, but there's also a large contingent of knights here. You can see like 9 of those cavalry, heavily armored cavalry, just moving around the base, just kind of trying to find a nice, comfortable angle to attack Królu. And Królu, he's just kind of let do what he wishes for, and I don't think Leenock has any extra aggression in mind at this particular second. Also, this gold camp has been actually exploited. Leenock, realizing this, is going to add an additional mining camp. I think he just kind of realized that he just had rather low gold income, so he knows now what the culprit was, and those villagers of course gonna go and gather some more. This guild hall, by the way, has been just harvested, so Leenock did actually take a lot out of it. I'm not really sure, I think it must have been 3rd, right? But he has actually got a lot. He's producing pure knight and arbalete here, and actually those knights are going to push into the base of his opponents right now. I'm not really sure what those horsemen, actually this large pack of horsemen coming from the back in towards those crossbows, which is very, very comfy. But those knights are, those are veteran knights. They're like nothing that, you know, that I don't think there's anything that can deal with this large pack of knights without spears and crossbows, right, on your hand. So this is going to be a very, very quick dive under the TC. Those arbalete is actually just doing a lot of damage over here, deploying the shields as well against the TC, so the TC is not going to have enough damage, and Królu is just forced to tap out. And Leenock is going to take this series 2-0, very convincingly, by the way. Those are good games. This was interesting, guys. What do you think? Viewers, what do you make of this series? Were you entertained? I think Leenock is a great player and just a pleasure to watch overall. So that's why I think it's just cool. So, first series behind us, guys. Tell me how you feel on the chat if you'd like to comment on something particular. I probably need to lower my webcam a bit because I just noticed that my head is just kind of cut off if I sit down comfortably. So yeah, that's that though. We see that this is just the conclusion of the very first match. And we're gonna obviously go to the next one. I'm just gonna take this second to just ask you folks, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, or if you haven't yet become followers of it on Twitch, I do encourage you to do so immediately. It costs you nothing, and of course means that you can come back and watch me play and cast games at any time you might want. So yeah, that's my encouragement here for you. I'm really hoping that you guys are indeed enjoying yourselves. And I'm just gonna very quickly look at the possibilities for us, right? I just need to examine the bracket quickly to see whom exactly might see playing in this next series. Righty. We have some winners already in the bracket, but there is nothing that has clarified yet. I was really hoping that at some point we'd actually see Demu play, but I guess that's not gonna happen. Now we see Sniper. This is still the first game actually. Let's watch Sniper. I really like Sniper so much. I'm kind of a huge fanboy of Sniper. So let's watch Kasva versus Sniper AoE. That's gonna be cool, right? Has to be, because it's a very good matchup. Oh, it's the Chinese as well. Oh my god. And I do actually, you know, appreciate Kasva as a player. So guys, without any further ado, I'm just gonna set up the frames for the stream very quickly. Without any further ado, it is going to be 2 players in this series as always. And in the north, in the blue, playing actually the Chinese is gonna be Kasva. I'm not sure how good Kasva is on Chinese, because you have to say the Chinese are a very tricky civilization to play. But Kasva is an excellent player, so I guess he knows all the ins and outs now. Because I think if you're a pro player at AoE4, you need to know how to play the Chinese. These are so versatile and they're just so good if you know how to play them, that is just probably the essential thing. And now in the south, in the red, it is nobody else but Sniper AoE, and he's playing the French. Probably going to put his foot on the pedal and never let it go, because obviously the only viable response to Chinese is this endless, almost reckless aggression. And we see 3 villages actually going towards the gold, just kind of sufficient. I guess they're gonna mine just enough to push towards the castle, towards the feudal very quickly. On the other side, of course, there is just a mill, and the imperial official just kind of supervising this. If you gather 20 gold in that mill, you can of course use that imperial official just kind of approach it, because every single production and gathering drop-off building in the game for the Chinese does generate tax gold, and you can obviously gather taxes with the imperial official for the 3 gold income. And of course Kasva is gonna rely on that gold income to go up to feudal, I believe, unless I'm missing out on something important, because he should have definitely picked up the first round of gold already. That's what is really required from the Chinese. So the Chinese, you see him actually doing this right now. So he gets what, 7 villages on food, and then only then does he pivot on towards that wood. By the way, dropping that mill and then moving the sheep here and killing the sheep at the mill is very important for the Chinese, because then you can supervise the mill and get the extra resource drop-offs, because this is 20% more resources dropped off at that building if you do actually supervise it, right? So supervise has 2 uses. By the way, we can also actually use it in order to get some extra production. It basically just makes production 200% faster, meaning that a single production building works like 3. So it's just really, really good if you want to pump out some emergency units. So yeah, Chinese, very good civ. This being said, of course, there are some quirks you have to remember about taxing. So all this infrastructure, all this kind of official micro is going to mean that you just need to have some extra APM to just handle this properly, right? If you don't have the high APM, it is going to be essentially impossible for you to take over those games. And this seems to be the case actually here, that he has enough APM to handle those nasty situations. And we might, by the way, we will also see Civs joining me very, very quickly, very soon. So I'm pretty hyped to see that Civs is going to join us. So I'm going to have a co-caster too. You can see this is the trick, right? So the Chinese, you want to bring all the sheep as close to the mill as possible and just supervise. This is kind of this nexus of your base. Like any drop of building that is not the TC can be supervised, meaning that you get extra 20% resources, which is of course really absolutely amazing. And this means that you just get some extra food from every single sheep, you get some extra gold from every single deposit, and this also means you get some extra wood from every single tree, because those villagers are gonna carry 10 wood, but when they drop it off, if this is a supervised building, because I think this was just cancelled right now, this is gonna actually mean that they're gonna bring back 12. So you can see now 12 is gonna count, and this pole ladder was only carrying 10. Very, very cool mechanic. Of course, requiring some micro, because those officials are also going to need... It is very essential that they actually do supervise and bring back the tax gold at the same time. You see, of course, this is handled quite well. We get 200 gold for Kasva. He's going to go up with the barbecue of the sun being built over here. That is the case, so I'm very, very happy to see this. And yeah, we shall see how exactly it kind of develops from here, of course. So Sniper are we going up to feudal, no surprise, France. 430 is actually somewhat late, but I guess he's gonna go for professional scouts here, so yeah. No, actually 2 knights dropping, so I was wrong. So that's what my expectation would generally speaking be, right? That is what my expectation would generally speaking be here. You'd see that, sorry, my phone was ringing for some reason. And that's a number I don't know, I don't pick those up like this. So anyhow, Kasva gonna go up to feudal, French gonna go up to feudal, and I will see what develops from here, because the Chinese actually are very well known for having several possible pathways to victory, right? There is just not one approach that you can take properly. There are probably like 3 or 4 possible paths. You can obviously go for Song Dynasty very quickly, which is going to afford you those really nice Choka crossbows. They're not too good against the knights, I don't see that happening. They will also, however, give you the possibility, at least the opening, to get that extra villager production. So even a single TC can produce 35% more, so it's almost like 2. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but it's very efficient. Now the problem here is that Sniper is actually going to go for an aggressive play. You see there's an outpost being constructed here, at least there's the blueprint for the outpost. But that is actually repelled very nicely by those few Chinese horsemen. As I said, you can just get a single of those officials onto that stable and just again mass produce units, essentially just outnumbering your opponent if they're not prepared to see this. So of course over here Kasva is going to be absolutely, yeah, on top of things. Really, Sniper is going to be completely repelled, and it is going to mean that his opponent is going to take over this game altogether. Very cool to see this, of course. I'm not really sure how that is going to develop from here, but for now it is seemingly the case that Kasva has a dominant force to defend this. Anyway, those knights, of course, quite strong, but you have gunpowder here, so this is going to actually have a very strong ranged attack that does pierce armor, because, you know, it does so much damage that this, you know, 4 or 3 armor on those knights is not going to matter. So it's just going to absolutely shred you. The TC of the Chinese also doesn't fire arrows, it fires a hand cannon. So once again, it is going to provide a lot of extra damage. You can see, of course, there are also spearmen here, so those knights not really going to stand a chance. I think this is not going to be a favorable trade. This is actually just a diversion, because there's a villager, very, very nice heads-up play from Kasva, actually realizing this push is happening on 2 fronts at once, and he does actually repel those knights. First of all, he does also dispose of this villager here trying to construct a tower. So overall, very nice play, and he does repel any sort of aggression here. Kasva definitely on top of things. And yeah, Sniper seemingly on the back foot. Very cool to see this. I do have an inkling this is gonna be a longer game from here, because I do not think that you can break this as the French, right? I do not believe either that you can break the French player in his own base without being Castle Age. Because those knights plus, you know, the TC fire, I don't think this is gonna be enough. So all in all, I think we're gonna see a Castle Age game, because I think both players will eventually just go in towards the Castle Age up right now. You see, by the way, the Chinese are going to construct a mining camp, and we also see that maybe a few of those extra officials should be built. That, as I say, this Kasva is actually getting another one here, because you need to tax all those buildings, right? Look at how much gold potentially you can get out of these. There's a lot of kind of passive gold production that can be taken from all the production buildings and all the gathering buildings. Now Kasva is actually, sorry, Sniper is actually going to respond to this by mining stones. So he's going to go up to 2nd TC, I think. But there is a small piece of aggression here actually. Those are spears and horsemen of the sniper. It is large enough a force, I think, that is going to essentially mean that this is impossible to contest this house. Kasva actually does eventually pounce on those villages. Those are just a few very short swings of a spear for those horsemen. It's actually quite a nice combo of units early on, especially if your opponent doesn't quite have any archers. So it means that there is like some kind of ground that you have to just give up right now if you're a sniper. And this is a large, nice force of Chinese, very aggressive play, but which I really do appreciate actually from Kasva. And back at home, he's just kind of chilling, you know. He doesn't have Song yet, so there's going to be a single TC play for him, and nothing really in his base. He is not going for any weird moves. He's just going to get all those taxes, you know, free generation of resources, always very welcome. And he's just going to try to aggress a little bit over here. Of course, at some point, the defender's advantage for sniper is going to be enough to kind of provide him with, you know, just sufficient number of forces to hold this position. I'm not sure if this is actually a good moment for Kasva, sorry, for sniper. I don't like this because sniper is not really out of the woods yet. I think you can keep contesting this for a while. However, Kasva decides better of it. He's just gonna back away. Hey there, sis, nice to see you. So I take it like after this game you're gonna join me, aye? So anyway, you see these spears. Would you like to join me now, by the way? Because I can just set up the Discord stream in like 5 seconds. And you can just join me as we speak. Okay, the stream is up, so if you want to start casting with me, you can start casting with me, by the way, Mr. Sis. If you'd like to start now. So anyhow, this being said, I think I was supposed to make the game a bit quieter, by the way. It's fine. 15% is good. So, now there are some knights in the base of Sniper, but just tonight, you know, they are gonna shave a single villager. I think this is something that is basically still not gonna make up for the losses, because Kasva has, you know, been able to kill off a few of the villagers of Sniper, especially those who are trying to proxy here. Also, I think one villager must have fallen here in the base. I might be wrong about this though, but a lot of kind of damage being done already, so I think it's gonna be an equally matched fight. Of course, one villager falling here doesn't matter too much to China overall. They might have enough to kind of keep going, but the Sniper is actually going up to a very weird number of resources here, like 464 stone. He must have just kind of overmined this. I don't think he wanted to have this much stone. I think he just kind of realized this too late. You know, he has had those villages there for a while. He might just go up to the second TC at some point in the future. That's a very nice macro game. 5 scouts over here just bringing back the carcasses. So actually this is going to be Kasva who goes up to professional scouts. I think he just realizes, okay, I did actually have enough resources to go up to castle. I don't have any pressure on me right now, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna get all those animals from the map right now. It's obviously a very nice source of food. I think he might have been doing this for a while, by the way, which I have not noticed at all. Because there are no pro scouts for Kasva, right? Sorry, for Sniper. Sniper has not been doing this at all. Kasva, though, he is ready, by the way, for this nice... Oh, this is very nice. So those spearmen just hidden outside of the line of sight, I think, of the knight. He just kind of emerges from the woods and gets absolutely shafted by those 5 spears. And that's very, very good, of course, for Kasva. Just shaving off every knight is going to be very important, because this means that the France cannot harass you freely anymore. Obviously, he's also going to go up to castle very quickly. So it is Sniper now, who is severely behind for now, at this point anyway. He is going to get that second TC, which is obviously not that bad. But, I'm not really sure if I like his position at this point, because of course he has the double villager production. He probably has a little bit more villagers as France. It's 45 to 39. There's actually a nice difference. He's going to kind of generate more differences as we go forward, but it's going to be Song Dynasty for the Chinese. And Song is, of course, very good for villager production as well. So you can see like those 2 buildings being constructed here, both the Castle Age landmark and the second feudal landmark. And China is going to be very strong right now, because he has basically everything, right? He has a lot of units. He has a very safe position on the map. I think that's kind of a nice nuke in which this base is located. He has nice gathering rates as well because of those Imperial officials, right? So he's gathering a lot more resources than his opponent, I think. So overall, seems like the income per minute for Kasva is just huge. Sniper is actually getting a lot of wood for some reason. I'm not really sure what the purpose of it is, but he now knows his opponent is in castle, so he might just need to kind of back up and just go up to castle himself, which is probably what he's gonna do. All the game, I think, has been taken from the map, by the way, so all those kind of deer carcasses are placed at the foot of this mill, which is currently just sitting on casual 490 tags gold. Obviously, it's gonna take a while to harvest it because for every single kind of taxation, let's say, like every single time a building is taxed, that particular building goes on cooldown. So getting this 500 gold out of it is not gonna be easy. You'd like to just kind of erase it, I think, and then just kind of, you know, get the gold back in your pocket. It doesn't work like this in the game, though. So you'd actually have to, you know, move this official from A to B a lot to get things done. Now, this being said, there's a lot of untaxed gold in those buildings overall, so that's kind of unfortunate. You'd probably like to see another official being constructed and just, you know, getting all that potential gold from those buildings overall. 172 on that mining camp, not too hot either. So I think Kasva could definitely use another official just to kind of pick up all that money. I like taking this upgrade, by the way. I'm not really sure how effective it is. I just kind of enjoy the concept of it. Because it's kind of a cool mechanic, taxation, that is in this game. But I'm not really sure whether it is actually that effective or not. There's a large force of Kasva actually moving into the base of Sniper. So it's actually going to take this entire wood line down. Those villages, I don't like this. If you're Kasva, you really want to get a surround. So if you could just actually move those priests to kind of move around to wrap around this tower, he could have essentially just killed off all those 5 villagers, which is obviously great. 5 villagers, that is huge. He could have, I think he's gonna let this slide again, so he's just gonna kill the building. He's gonna bleed some units out while doing this. He doesn't kill a single of those 5 villagers. It's terrible micro. It is absolutely goddamn atrocious. I would really love to see Kasva capitalize on this situation by just surrounding this. Of course, this doesn't happen. There's a nice skirmish though for Kasva once again. This singular nest of bees is going to essentially murder all those spearmen, right? Which is obviously great as well. Kasva, of course, still having the tier advantage over his opponent. The sniper AoE nowhere near going up to castle yet. Oh, never mind, I'm wrong. I wasn't watching. So he has actually the guild hall being dropped over here. So he will have castle age units soon. He's gonna have to relinquish this blacksmith as well, though. It's probably a few villages going down, so it's not too sweet, but obviously nothing that he cannot recover from. And obviously this is the most annoying thing for him. This nest of bees is really, really strong overall. This unit is going to have a lot of pressure on Mr. Sniper for a while, because he has nothing to deal with. Like, I don't think you can engage with knights because of the spears. You cannot shoot it down with anything until you go up to castle. Build your siege workshop as well, and also produce a spring gold, which is obviously going to take a while. It's going to be a lengthy journey. And it is going to mean that for now there's a full and complete control for Kasva on this side of the map. I would really like to see a single knight or two actually moved here, like looking for something to kill. Because this is just a lot of unrealized potential for Kasva as we speak. Of course, like, this is gonna keep keep those units, those villages at least trapped in that they see in the towers. But I would really like to see something more, right? I would really like to see more happening than this. Whether this actually happened or no, though, we shall see in the nearest future. There are actually knights trying to take care of this outpost, but this is not going to actually contain anything, so they're just completely futile. It has just been abandoned, I think. Like, Sniper just realizing that he's almost done with this, he's just gonna walk away. Actually, villagers, this is so strange. There's a lot of villagers who are just... Oh no, those are spears, I was wrong. I thought those were vills. Like, those spearmen look like peasants, man. French spears look like peasants for sure. But I was pretty certain this is just kind of a huge, ballsy villager pool. It wasn't, so I think there are 2 villagers here, though. I think these 2 corpses are villagers. But anyway, this is actually going to mean that there is no more pressure for now. And those spears just quickly dispose of that nest of bees. Probably like a small micro mistake from Kasva that allows this to happen. I'm not sure if he's producing from here. Actually, there is a single official boosting the production. He's not really accomplishing much, is he or is she? And there's a lot of extra gold still on this mill, at least 1200 now, that is not being exploited at all. Maybe it will be more optimal to build 2 mills, actually, just kind of have 2 mills and tax those 2. Maybe that would be more efficient, in fact. Anyway, there is a nice force over here. For Kasva, once again, just kind of pressuring this wood line. I don't think Sniper realizes this on time, so he's gonna probably lose a villager or two once again. I do not like that Kasva is not using any surround maneuvers here, because he would have definitely just found some surrounds here, with those spears just kind of blocking those villages, especially the 10 here. I think this was 10 villages that Sniper was just going to lose for sure, and now he doesn't, and that's quite bad, of course, because having 10 villages dead for your opponent is just a huge gain. And this push hasn't really accomplished much other than just trading units, right? It killed a few villas. I don't think this has been favorable trades for Kasva either. It's not too great, actually. I didn't like it too much. And now, of course, there are going to be man-at-arms or Imperial, Palace Guards in the mix, right? So this is obviously not going to be that great for either side. Either of the sides, actually, those are just going to duke it out in the middle. Those Palace Guards a bit faster, but they also come with a little bit less survivability, right? Having lower armor values and slightly less attack. So overall, these are going to trade quite equally, but with a small advantage to men-at-arms. They're actually very good at approaching any sort of ranged units or siege, right? So they can actually run down a lot of those. Not as good as the Delhi Force March, but still good nonetheless. There are some of those actually still in the base of Sniper, just kind of trying to get some mild harassment done. You can see there are no upgrades, by the way, for Kasva whatsoever. And there are probably full upgrades almost. I think that's another factor there. Like, there's at least +1 armor for those men-at-arms. So they are going to be way tankier. And they're going to trade very favorably. They're actually very cool. You can see how nice those units are for the France. I do love the designs, because every single civ has different knights and slightly different men-at-arms. And these are just so cool, man. Those feathers, those helmets, those kind of full plates. You know, those this plate armor is so nice to watch. Actually, I love these units. The design is just super neat. There's going to be a siege workshop dropped finally for the French, by the way. So the French are going to get that. But there's a large force of nests of bees for the Chinese. You can see there are 5 of those clock tower nests of bees who bolster additional HP, as well as a lot of HP. I think like 50% even, right? 50% health it is. That's huge. So overall, that's such a nice game so far. We had lots of aggression and lots of action. It's gonna stabilize for a second, but I do think that Kasva has a push on his mind. And obviously those siege units are very strong against infantry. So yeah, it's gonna be nice trades. It's gonna be just nice trades. You can see that there is a lot happening here actually. So in terms of the eco developing, right, we have lots of villages shifted here to get the gold from this particular mining camp. We see another mill over here being taken as well, because eventually those deer do run out, right? You do eventually exhaust this resource, which means, by the way, that I do think Kasva has to start chopping way more wood than he is. He's going towards that second TC, I think. Second 2 TC. Oh, he's actually... That's a bug. He's Song. He's Song Dynasty, right? He's gonna get lots of villages if he just gets the second TC going. You have a ton of villages actually on the map available for mining, harvesting, gathering, construction, right? Which is quite cool. Actually, there's a village also going up over here, so there's gonna be lots of infrastructure for Kasva. He's gonna also maybe get the third TC and just boom really hard. And it's actually very hard for the France to stop, because we are working with double TC, sure, that's true, right? But there's just double TC, and triple Song means like he has so many more villages than you. Yeah, this knight is in trouble, of course. There are some crossbows and palace guards here who are going to be very effective against that. Obviously some spears in the mix too, meaning that the cavalry is going to take heavy losses in every single trade. And there is obviously a third TC, as we have kind of seen coming from Kasva. He's gonna have a decent economy coming into this game. JD, if you're trying to deal with early cavalry French, so against the French knights you have a few options really. I would say build the tower early. So if you're going to go for, depending, is it just cavalry push, is it just also archers? That's the question, right? What I would, generally speaking, do is go for spears and archers of my own, if you're English. Or if you're just kind of playing a normal civ, just spears are okay, just spears and towers. If you're English, you have spears and archers. If you're anything else, I think spears and towers are going to be fine. and just obviously stay within your tower, within your base, and try to make sure that you have enough, that you react fast enough to the knights, right? Because then you can just kind of continually garrison units, and at some point you'll definitely take over. Just don't lose villagers and you're okay then, in that scenario. So having spears, just not chasing after knights, but just kind of keeping your base safe, and having enough of them so that you don't lose game immediately to a large force of knights is really important, and anything else is just fine. I think you're gonna be okay if you do this. Another possibility is just kind of going for some horsemen, so just going horsemen, spears to deal with archers if you need to. Plus horsemen are quite good against the siege drums as well, because they have lots of HP, so they can actually take them down very quickly, right? So it's quite good overall if you do that. I think there are quite a few possibilities depending on what you're playing, right? If you're of course playing that English, right, I think you're fine just with archers. A single tower maybe to get the buff, and generally speaking just kind of using those archers to target down those more vulnerable units. And the spears, of course, to just make sure that the knights don't get on top of them. I think that's enough. I've had lots of games like this. We can kind of chat because this is a chill game so far. You know, those guys are not really going to aggress each other. There's a keep, which I'm not a fan of. What is it doing here? Like, it's not... If you were to place it here, I love it, right? Because you are gonna secure this gold. You're gonna place it here. You secure the stone, you also secure the sacred site. If you put it here, you know, huge gold, a boar, lovely shit, man. Like, but if you do it here, what does it accomplish for you, right? It's just kind of getting the control of the middle of the map. And Outpost could do this, honestly, because it is just gonna be vision. There is no reason to contest this place. You can just go around. I'm not really sure. I like it. If you watch my streams, I play lots of kind of games against the French, because they're very popular now again, so that would be fun. Now we have a small incursion of men-at-arms, just 2 of those bad boys walking in. They're gonna probably turn into mins very quickly. You can see there's a significant number of palace guards just anxiously rushing towards it. 1 villager does fall. Probably the second might as well, because they are just not fast enough. Yes, right? 2 villagers dead. 2 MAAs. I think this is a good trade actually, but the Song Dynasty means that you're booming really quickly, right? So Sniper is gonna be working with 109 villagers to Kasva's 104. So this game has actually been quite stable. I'm not really sure if he has been using this Song Dynasty too well, to be frank. There's also a monastery here, so we might have some relic pickups going on very quickly, right? So very soon I know there might be like a monk picking up some relics for the Chinese. Whereas the French are actually just very nicely chilling in their base with a nice economic advantage, no less. So I'm kind of surprised to see this, but also happy for Sniper that he has been able, you know, to stabilize. By the way, this is the same matchup that we have seen on a different map, of course, that we have seen between Leenock and Viper, and Viper actually lost that with France. So I'm kind of curious to see how exactly this is gonna happen. This is gonna work for Sniper here in this match. Of course, the approach is very different. We saw lots of fire lances basically from Castle Age on. Here we don't see them at all. Castle Age is probably gonna go up to Imp and mass artillery and infantry. That's what it looks like anyway to me. Of course, pivots are possible. There is a second keep. Now this is better, right? So this keep is gonna just kind of secure this keep. And we'll see some monks probably just kind of going to capture those relics, capture those sacred sites, and just kind of go and do some... Hey there, Sis.
Just another day for Mike and Sis in paradise. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, lovely to hear you. Lovely to have you back.
Interesting one here, no? Chinese versus French.
Yeah, it's the same as we saw with Viper versus Leenock, right? Basically the same matchup. But it's playing differently, isn't it? Like the game is like way more passive, and we don't see much cavalry really in play, right? The Chinese player is on the defense at this point as well, so we'll actually see a very long game. I feel this might be a really, really long game overall.
I'm almost not against this kind of cavalry light focused army where he's focusing on these sort of early to mid game siege engines with these somewhat lower tier of melee infantry. It's quite maybe not unique, something that you could kind of say is typical of China, but in this context at least it's making for a particularly interesting game.
Yeah. The problem for those men-at-arms of Sniper, by the way, which we're seeing right now, like they're in large numbers here. The problem here is that they'll probably they're going to be shredded by those. They're going to get absolutely demolished by those nests of bees. So I think that's why Sniper's avoiding a fight right now. He's just going to force Kasva to just back away. Those are idle units, but you should really move them in because they can do a significant amount of damage.
They could be ravaging that farmland right now.
Yeah, absolutely, but
not much enemy recourse.
The problem is that Sniper has something else to deal with as well. This is a large force in his base, like on top of his production, no less. So he does need to defend this. He has 2 Springles to his name, which are going to probably at some point be attacking. They're going to be attacking these clock tower nests of bees. But for now, Sniper is going to take a lot of damage here, I think. This cavalry is kind of misplaced as well, because the French knights are not that great against crossbows, actually, right? So no knight is good against crossbow, and this is a large quantity of crossbows as well. This is eventually going to be repelled, but I think the trade was very, very good for Kasva here. Kasva took a nice army lead from this.
Without, not only just due to the fact that it's taking place within this sniper whose base that kind of dictates the pace and the momentum of the game a little bit, if you will. It keeps keeps Kasva on the back foot, nearly trying to defend him. Whereas Sniper is actually now able to kind of keep projecting forward in a more, I suppose, laissez-faire way. He's not really being interrupted by anyone, is he?
The problem is, by the way, he had lots of those men at arms, and they were probably gonna go unchecked for a while at least, because there was not enough units, I think, for Kasva to defend that. But as that fight kind of took about like a minute and a half, those are just gonna get absolutely demolished right now, because there's enough now for Kasva to defend this attack. If he had just kind of gone in once he broke that wall, you know, 2 minutes ago, he would have just absolutely caused a lot of chaos, right? He could have denied the gathering time, could kind of essentially split those men-at-arms into 3 or 4 directions, maybe kept some of them alive at the edge of the map even, to get some further harassment done. Right now, though, it's not happening.
We always find ourselves coming back to this aspect of, I suppose, the inimitable breadth of combat, this sort of ephemeral opportunity window wherein you are able to act without much counteract here. But for the Sniper, keeping this such a large force of troops simply situated outside a broken palisade already, not even deciding to push them forward the, you know, the 1 click it would be. Not much APM, what, 2? No. 2
maybe 10, because you need to split them, you need to kind of... But yeah, still, I agree with you, it wouldn't have taken much. I don't like it, but...
Far in the back here, being a little bit harangued by these individual knights, but as you see that 1 goes down, these 2 here going down as well. Could have done more if they were maybe microed a bit more, kept running around, but what do you think of that? Do you think they're good trades for the Sniper, or do you think he kind of let go some of his interesting backline?
We're gonna go into late game, I think, so any kind of villager you can kill is good for you, because this means that he's not gonna keep working for your opponent, right? So he's not gonna kind of bring that those resources back, kind of not gonna support their economy. So any kind of small amount of damage you can do is great, as long as you don't die from it, right? I think this is a large loss. I don't like what Sniper did with those MAAs, because not only did he waste the opportunity, not only did he let his opponent prepare, but then he actually ran them in anyway and lost all of them for nothing. I really hated that move. So
you could be looking at a particularly less arable farm right now if he had chosen to be more aggressive.
Yeah, and now it's just... now it's not looking good for Sniper anymore, because he's kind of not there. Sniper is like really far from... I mean, he's going up to Imp right now, but he has really not done much damage. He's sitting on a very large inflated villager count. He has 160 villages, which means he doesn't have any capacity for units. I'm not really sure.
That's nearly 85% of your total
supply. It's so much. It's so much. So Sniper does actually hit Imperial, so it's gonna be an equal footing here. But I do not think you can defend against this force of the Chinese, because I think Kasva has like, I don't know, 110 supply in villagers, maybe 120, 125. It means 75 supply of, it's like, he has twice as much army, potentially, as his opponent.
This isn't even the most oppressive or indeed terrifying force we've ever seen put field by a Chinese player, but quite frankly, when you look at the relative military levels, and simply the scale with which they have to work on, you can outnumber your opponent 2-3 to 1. Even if there are these lower tier chaff units, you are more than likely going to be able to put on some serious casualties at very minimal cost to yourself, really.
Yeah, and it's really good, because honestly, if you are put on a back foot in a game like this, I mean, this is infrastructure, like all the production is in the front, so if you lose a fight, you might not be able to even produce your units again, because you just have nothing to use. You can see there's a bombard cannon which is going to essentially obliterate those buildings. So if this is not like a very nicely handled fight for Sniper, I do not see him actually continuing this game for much longer. Very unfortunate though.
I would say we should see the French do what they do best, not too long from now, Mike. But
yeah, just run? Is that what you mean?
I mean, surrender. I think if this is something you're confident in, you're going to see the entirety of this cavalry production destroyed. And
Yeah,
anything really, that's not particularly much of a meat shield, is it? That's
No.
not like having your organs as a shield. That's not
No.
something you really want to have front-of-facing towards an opponent, especially one like Kasva, who right now is being, I'd say, somewhat suicidal in this attack, but that kind of suicidal rage with which he's committing these forces, I think
Yeah.
is probably going to come out in a benefit for him. As you see here, he's against almost no military might right now. We've seen maybe 6 or 7 units.
yeah, it's terrible. Kasva is sitting on full supply now. Sniper is working almost with full buy because this is mostly villagers though. He has 167! He never stopped making villagers, man. What the hell?
I wouldn't mind seeing a march of the proletariat here. I'd charge them directly into the Chinese forces.
Even
So-
to free up some supply, right? It's so important. Although, also, this is terrible. He has the College of Artillery, which is like the best. This produces the best artillery units in the game. 20% extra damage to every single siege engine coming out of this.
I
And
need
some
to
of
see
those.
the sniper Antoinette now say, let them eat crossbow bolts. Send
Yeah.
every single villager into these enemy crossbowmen.
He
and start
loses it!
as units as you can.
He loses the culverin. It's such an important unit for him because he needs to deal with the siege and he has nothing to do this anymore. Yeah, I know what you mean. You should just do this. You should definitely pull the historical meme here. Yeah, just throw those villagers at your opponent, free up some supply because you're just gonna lose the game otherwise. What the hell?
I'd say
Sniper
we
has.
are 30 seconds away from an unwinnable game state here. We can see Kasva's siege artillery is unbelievable damage right now, you can see. Tearing the landscape apart here from the sniper, and unfortunately, Mike, I think we're going to see the French national flag, which is indeed, as you know, white.
Oh boy, yeah, that's nasty. I hate British people. I would hate British people who are actually French, but you have a point. You have a point here indeed. I don't think this is gonna be winnable. Look at the amount of resources he has. He's not spending anything because he lost all the production. Like, that's so terrible. Like, he has so many. He could have actually kept going for probably like 40 minutes longer. No shit. He's just gonna immediately lose this game. He has no production left. He should have just reconstructed this somewhere else. Maybe here even just kind of get something, right? Going for himself. I think he just kind of got complacent with building villages. You have to stop at some point. In Age of Empires games, you have to stop building villages.
I agree. I think that the sniper was perhaps lulled into a false sense of complacency, as we saw just about when I joined the cast. We saw him pushing into Kasva's base and using these disparate knights, perhaps 10 of them, to effectively harass Kasva. But as soon as they all died, as soon as that man-at-arms force that was, as we said, sort of waylaid into the combat, as soon as that was taken off the field, the sniper really could project his military might however he saw fit. And seemingly it's in a, we could say suicidal charge, but really it doesn't look like anyone's going to be dying here apart from the sniper.
Yeah. I mean, if you lose all your landmarks, you just immediately lose the game. There's one landmark left, I think, it's just this guild hall. And obviously the cannons are just going to basically 3-shot it, I think. 3 rounds of cannonballs is going to be enough to just end the sniper's life here and now. Very disappointing ending. It was a very nice game, but he just dies.
What
Holy
a remarkably
crap.
quick turnaround. Could you believe that? This is just the idea of that one charge. If you see that opportunity window and you seize upon it, then the risk reward is pushed so incredibly in your favor that any of these charges can really just take the game for you.
So Kasva very decisively winning this, which I really didn't expect to happen in that fashion anyway. I thought this was going to be a longer game where, you know, you'd see lots of kind of back and forth, and at some point one of the players would win, but not really the case here.
Perhaps I've cursed it for us. Every time I come in, it seems to be these, what we call it, reckless and haphazard. They were the keywords of the last stream, Mike. Do you reckon that these keywords are going to be popping themselves up in the algorithm now?
I hope not. I really want to see some longer games, man. Now we see that Kasva is... This is going to be a mirror match, by the way. It's a sniper versus Kasva. We're going to see Chinese versus French again. There's going to be the reverse matchup here. So, you know, the France in the hands of Kasva now, and the sniper handling the Chinese. And I do think Kasva is a very good French player. From what I've seen anyway, he has been just very consistent on them.
I'd be very interested in looking at the layout of the map we actually see here and see if that gives any of these players perhaps an advantage that they didn't in the last game.
Yeah, especially that we might have some of those, what do you call those, hybrid maps in the mix, right? Mm-hmm. And this is obviously going to mean that some strategic differences are going to essentially just be forced upon those players, right? They'll have to, if this is a water map, the French are very strong in feudal, but they lose a lot of that strength later as they go into castle, right? However, Chinese on the other hand are kind of weak-ish on the water in feudal, but then like they get super good in those later stages of the game. So very curious actually as to how those guys develop.
So are you looking to see here perhaps a sort of mid-game tempo Hulk water push here then from Kasva if we are to see one of these hybrid style maps?
Depends on how hybrid it is, because you know we have the Boulder Bay, right? You have Nagari where there's lots of fighting in the water because there's basically 4 ships. I'm not really sure if Nagari is in the map pool right now, but Boulder Bay is, right? So if this is Boulder Bay, then yes, it's gonna be like kind of all in water fight. Plus we have seen lots of those interesting games. I think we watched Marine Lord versus someone. Vortex, was it?
It may well have been Vortex. Yeah, we've seen quite a few interesting Marine Lord matches that day.
Well, I think they were just fighting like both on ground and on water on Boulder Bay. It was a very cool game. I'm not really sure how this is gonna go though, because we don't know really. I think that kind of if you play on hybrid maps, you have to really split your attention because you have to both fight on the water and the ground. And this is something that many players just don't like because it just taxes your APM really hard. If you can't do both things at once, you're just kind of gonna die because you lose one of those.
This APM taxation as well, Mike. There's a sort of mental taxation due to the combat mechanics of when you are on water or when you're on land. If you do have to control these hulks and make these broadside starboard turns, at a lightning pace, then really it's almost like trying to play drums. Both of your hands are having to beat out different tempos and do different micro actions. And when things like that happen, you really do get to see the unique flair and talent of perhaps some of these ex-StarCraft 2 pros, for instance.
Yeah, I would say so. That's very, very likely to be the case that we'll see. If this is any kind of split scenario, I think those StarCraft 2 players will really excel because I do think StarCraft 2 is the fastest game, but AoE 4 is quite quick as well. So if you have those kind of split situations where you fight on 2 or 3 fronts at once, I think the SC2 players are going to prevail very often anyhow. So I'm curious to see what happens here. I'm very curious to see what happens here. We obviously are just speculating because we have no idea what the map is going to be like. We have no clue what exactly...
the game.
Yeah. I'm not sure what those guys picked as their map here.
You almost wouldn't feel too bad as Kasva here if you were to drop this game, because then you've almost got the 1-for-1 trade on these like-for-like mirror matchups, as you said.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kasva is just a very solid player. I would put my money on him. But do you know what the map it is?
You are going to have.
Can you guess?
Looks like some kind of French farmland.
I have no idea what it is actually. I think it's actually Mountain Pass. Or Altai. It's neither of those, right? It's Lippany. Actually, no, it's a full ground map. So I was thinking this might have been Boulder because the markets look like this. Like one of them is in the north, one of them is in the south. But this is Altai. It's kind of this nice mountainous area in the middle of the map where your base is in this kind of lowland here. Which is cool. I think both civs are going to perform quite well here. And in the bottom here, playing the French, it is going to be Kasva in the blue. And he's just going to start with the regular French macro opening, which is, or just regular French opening, which is, building houses, building mining camps, and just going towards fast feudal. Would you like to introduce the other player, Sis?
As always, brother, we have... Which one am I introducing? The sniper AoE?
The red guy!
Player in the red, befitting. Very, very fun here, and very easy for us as well to note. French are blue, and red are Chinese.
Yeah, very easy to read. It would have been difficult to read otherwise. I think it was the opposite kind of color assigned in the previous game, which was making it very difficult for me, because I kept thinking the French are blue, but which was not the case, I think. Might be wrong, though. I kind of tend to confuse players occasionally.
Blue in the face at the end of that game, Mike, you do have to admit.
Yeah. Oh, God, that was an atrocious ending. It was very, very, very poor, because imagine that. You spent 35 minutes to kind of get a shitty climax like that. It was a really, really bad game. It just was really anticlimactic.
Shitty climax. Is this something you want to tell us about, Mike?
Yeah, God, sis, I knew. When I said it, like, it didn't sound bad in my head, and when I kind of heard you say it, was like, okay, I did actually fuck up. This being said, just a very classic opening, privileges and gold, rest on foot like as things should be. One villager shifted right now towards that wood line because he cannot be harvesting anymore because there's just one sheep remaining. And you really want to get that extra sheep back home as soon as you can if you are Kasva, because otherwise you're just not going to have enough to sustain your food harvesting. Right now this one actually comes back, so this scout is going to bring some extra food to the table, and the French are just going to go up to fuel very, very quickly. 240 is actually not that early of a timing. So he was kind of... I'm not sure how this goes, by the way. But some games I get to... Like, I play French a lot, actually. Some games I kind of get to age up very quickly. I essentially do the same thing. Like, I place the sheep optimally, I produce villages nicely. But sometimes I have the... I can actually go up, like, around to 20 to 15. And sometimes you actually have those games where you just can start at 303, 305, actually, even. Like we have it over here.
Maybe at such an early stage here, we'd like to see Kasva build his empire, if you will, in a more defensively front-facing manner than the sniper did last game.
I mean, there were no walls in that game as well. You have to say that, right? This map, so it was an open, I think it was like Arabia, right? And Arabia does facilitate those open spaces, and it's very difficult to wall an open space because it's just very expensive early. And then it doesn't kind of make much sense in your head anyway to wall it off, right? Lipany, though, is, you have mountainous areas. Like, you have so many possibilities you can wall off between this tree line and the rocks, right? You have lots of kind of those areas that are just going to naturally block things off. You can wall between these trees. It's very easy to kind of at least section off some parts of the map just kind of to establish your empire. And I think this is the map... This is essentially the map in which Leenock faced the Viper. I think this is exactly the same map.
There's incredible, I suppose, opportunity for dynamic walling here, as opposed to a kind of more uniform. As we see here, the snipers start to do these dynamic double walls here on this mountain pass here. Another one there, really early on, trying to be more defensive than he was last game. Perhaps a symptom of the Chinese play.
I mean, I think he saw, I think he expects it to happen again, because what he tried to do last game, like what Sniper tried to do, was that he took a few villages to the other side of the map. He was just constructing, he was trying to kind of tower rush his opponent, right? So I think Sniper now knows that this might be used against him, because the Chinese are quite vulnerable to any sort of early aggression. So he wants to prevent those towers from going up. So I think he's just gonna wall as a means of prevention here. Now there are some scouts, by the way, from the French player here. I do think we might see some professional scouts being researched. So we might see some of those carcasses being carried back home. Actually, this is not the case, because Kasva doesn't have a mill. And you need the mill to research that, so I'm not really sure that that's actually going to be the case or not.
Perhaps like to see Kasva's propensity here, if he does do that. See if that'll kind of dictate how thievish he wants to be in this game. You can see Sniper is clearly already kind of catching on to the fact that he needs to be a bit more defensive in this game than he was in the last one.
Yeah. I mean, what you see also from Sniper is going towards a very early second TC, right? What we have not seen before, actually. In a previous game, right, we have actually seen, or we saw, in fact, Kasva just go towards late Song Dynasty, and only then did he actually build 2 TCs in a row. Now, Sniper's going to go for a greedier opening. He's going to go directly into second TC, which is great overall as kind of as a building, right? It's kind of good for you because you have some extra villages to boom from, so you have very early gains in a way. But at the very same time, you open yourself to aggression because you don't have enough military to support that construction going up. So it's going to be a very rough early game for that reason, I think, for our Chinese player here. Way rougher than Kasva had it.
I wouldn't mind seeing this kind of strategy we've seen a couple of times prior, and it's this French strategy of, as you said, forgoing the professional scouts, building a knight, and then kind of building some professional scout backline, and then into more knights. You see this kind of pyramid scheme of knights into professional scouts.
But I think that's what Kasva also knows. This loses you some tempo, right? Because you want to have the foot on the gas pedal against the Chinese, because if you let them boom like crazy, they will eventually just overtake, especially on 2TC, which is happening right here. So, it's a great algorithm. It's not cheap. I think even for the French who have cheaper than everybody else, because all the eco tech is cheaper, I think it's gonna be still around 200 food. Oh, this is actually a nice pickoff as well. A villager going down.
Do you love to see this almost synonymous with French play now, this knights used as harassment, knights used as kind of militaristic scouts, if you will.
Yeah. This is actually also a nice use of scouts. You keep the scouts over here so that you have vision of your opponent, then you just kind of run with knights. and try to look for opportunities. Like eventually, you might try like 3 or 4 times and not succeed. But since those knights do heal, like at some point you will eventually find a pick or two. Then of course, like this is going to be reflected by how well your opponent can progress their expansion.
Interestingly, do break this sort of seesaw back and forth stalemate we had earlier with the horsemen there.
Yeah.
We're now seeing Kasva really start to put on some meaningful aggression on this stable. I mean, if you don't interfere within the next perhaps 10-15 seconds, you're going to be down a stable.
Yeah, and it's actually very... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I've got nothing to say.
I don't like this placement, because that's the fault of Kasvar. Sorry, that's the fault of Sniper, because if he had just placed within the range of the Barbican... So, let me just kind of quickly switch. So if you had just placed it here, it was going to be absolutely safe from any attacks, because you don't want to throw a unit to just kill a building, right? It's not worth it, because it's just 150 wood that you have here, but... Since there is nothing that protects it, right? It's just misplaced completely. It's just not going to do anything for you at all, and you're just going to lose it immediately. He's going to rebuild elsewhere, I think, in the back of the base. But it's not fun. Losing buildings is not fun, especially if this is production buildings, right? Because then you just...
We love to see these historical role plays reenacting themselves over and over and over again. We see the Chinese play here simply being raided and going, okay, that's fine.
Nah.
Maybe in 1,000 years we'll attack back.
Yeah, Star Wars it is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But,
let's just build a great wall and hope for the best.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, he was the biggest issue for Sniper right now is that he has been trying to get to 300 stone. You can see he only has 200 right now. He really wanted to get to 300 and build second TC, but he was late to the punch. Like, he never managed to get that, so he's just gonna get pressured really hard right now. So
for a split second there, I thought the Sniper AoE might have actually surrendered.
Yeah, no, he's just kind of. I think he's just. I'm not really sure why he is so stuck in this location. I guess he has the berries here, right? He cannot just really get any free food from anywhere else. Like there's a hunt here, but is obviously easily harassed, right? So he hasn't gone for professional scouts either. I think he actually has. So he could just move these villagers. You don't want to lose villagers as the Chinese if you're on 1 TC, but you never do.
I think the directionality of those villages, yeah, as we see there, trying to push in from the kind of south towards the east into the base, did allow one of them to be picked off there. Yeah. It's interesting that Kasva actually initiated that attack by sort of feigning a two-pronged attack, sending a single horseman, a single knight down from the top, just a ping, while perhaps the sniper there was clicked away looking. Kasva rushed the rest of his force out, and that did actually allow him to, as we said, take one of those villages down, which, when you're trying to build into this early 2CC, isn't good. You really need to have exponential growth at this point. And 10 minutes in, he's really being waylaid.
And the worst part, he's never got there, actually. That is the biggest issue, right? He doesn't have the second TC, he doesn't have the military that he would have otherwise had because he committed to the 200 resources. He's not producing anything, he's sitting on 500 wood he can never use because he doesn't have the stone. He would really love to get a second TC. Now he has nothing, really. He essentially is just sitting on... a barracks is gonna go down, a stable, and a few useless villagers, right? He's definitely at a villager deficit as well. 25 villagers is terrible. It's like, this is like the, feudal age up numbers, and his opponent Kasva is sitting on comfortably on 40 vills, which is huge.
Him caught in the middle of, I suppose we can call it the worst of both worlds, really. Yeah. He doesn't have a second TC, but he also doesn't have any meaningful defensive military force outside of this, what we can almost call a kind of patrolling Reaver pack we see, just to the northeast of his TC, but they're not really doing anything. He's not even trying to bait them into the bowman in a way, which
they're just gonna die. I think that's the problem. That's brutal, man. It's just kind of sad to watch this game in a way, because I was looking forward to Sniper just showing up again, because he has been consistently just a very good player. Not the greatest one, maybe he has been just very good. And he's just gonna get rampushed here to death because he just misplaced the stable. The thing that people, generally speaking, do as well is that they go for very, very early stone, right? That's what you do against the French, because you know you're not going to have control over those resources later in the game. So what you are supposed to do is you're just going to get the stone early before they are able to shit out like a billion knights, right? And then you're just... or you build a tower here, that's the second possibility. Then you're able to just kind of garrison your units quickly and get that 300 stone and be safe.
Almost half a standing army of the sniper has just been wiped. All of it now. You see, in about 2 or 3 seconds, his entire army has been completely taken off the map.
Yeah, and he just surrenders. So the French actually don't wave the white flag here, they take over. So 2-0 for Kasva, very convincing because he won both sides of the matchup. So it has to be very frustrating for the sniper. It just feels terrible. If you win with one, if you win one side of the matchup, then you win that side of the matchup again in the next game. That's fine, because this means like you are basically, maybe the civ mismatch was the problem, but here clearly Kasva was just a superior player, winning both sides of the matchup.
We mentioned this before, that as Kasva, if you did lose that game, it wouldn't be the worst thing that's ever happened to you in tournament play, right? You've kind of won one, lost the other in the matchup. As you said, could have been a sort of civ mismatchup, but to be defeated twice there, and in the second time, almost in a bullying fashion. It's like, as a taller man, if you were trying to fight a shorter guy, you'd hold his head back. That's essentially what happened there. Just aggressed very, very early on. Didn't let Sniper kind of do anything really, Mike. That's just one of these games that is probably more frustrating than anything else, regardless of whether or not you lost the tournament match. It's frustrating the fact that you were kind of neutered and held back.
I agree, and it's just got to be very, very annoying. I think we can watch Hera versus Simtom now, by the way, because I just need to very quickly check with the main stream whether they're not casting that, because then there is no point, of course. If it is not being cast, then we'll, of course, just cast it ourselves. It is not being cast, so let's just watch Hera. Let's watch Hera, this is going to be cool. Hera is one of the best players in the entire world right now, and he has always been this kind of staple AoE 2 player, so we're going to have the honor of actually casting Hera.
It is very fun to see these people like Hera, even to a certain extent these people like Królu, should we just sort of flesh out for a second there. These names that we're really starting to see in every single tournament now perform with excellence, kind of always coming on the top spots, which is something that, at least for me and you, is very, very good. It's great to see these names keep coming back. Yeah.
And that's a new matchup for us, by the way. We have not cast any HRE the last time, I think. It's going to be the first HRE game of the day. This might be Boulder Bay, because I really haven't seen them picked anywhere else. Maybe the Mountain Pass as well. Either of the two, I think, is my bet. It's actually dry. Is it Dry Arabia? It's Dry Arabia, so it's going to be an open map with HRE being played by nobody else but Hera in the blue.
It's not often we see the Holy Roman Empire take its place in this age, is it, brother?
No, it's especially not against the Rus, because Rus is considered to be this kind of direct counter to them, simply because they do everything better. Both civilizations want to boom to Castle Age. Rus does it faster, like slightly anyway. Even if they go professional scouts, they still do it faster. And then the problem is that both civs want to go for relics. Rus, because it's just free gold income, and they have, very mobile monks, so they can just kind of harvest them from the map very quickly. And the HRE do want to go for the monks because they have the Aachen Chapel, it's gonna be Regnitz Cathedral, which essentially triples the gold income from those. It's 900 gold per minute, it's like 25 villagers, 20 villagers sitting on a gold deposit, without you actually taking gold from the map, which is crazy good, right? So it's going to be a very tough matchup for Hera, I think, because he's gonna have the tough task ahead of him to, first of all, be in castle first, or put out of pressure on his opponent early, which HRE is not the greatest at doing, or just kind of outsmarting them on the map, just, kind of maybe walling off those relics even. I have seen things done like this, you can just wall off the relics early, and then the monks just can't, break through the palisade wall easily and just take it. So either of the two things will have to happen, and yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult matchup for Hera.
Well, these relics are, as you said, indicative of the catechistic clickism we're going to see here nearly. We've got the Holy Roman Empire with their Roman Catholicistic ways backed up against Eastern Orthodoxy, Mike.
Yeah.
A tale as old as time. Would be interesting to see here to what extent the Holy Roman Empire tries to, I suppose, counterplay Russia's hunts.
Yeah, that's true.
The relics and the hunts are kind of, one's gold, one's meat. Be interesting to see if either of these are really keystones for victory in the later game. If we see one player capture both, then perhaps that player really has the right to win the whole game, for instance.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the problem is that maybe we will not see professional scouts researched at all here. Because this propagative, especially for the HRE, I think the Holy Roman Empire, they just need to kind of sit on their gold. You cannot afford it. I mean, you would like to contest the Rus, though. That's kind of the biggest issue for you. You really want to be in you want to be in castle before the Rus. the Rus is very likely, extremely likely to go for professional scouts because that's how they boom. But HRE needs a nice, sustainable source of food, and obviously having the Akin Chapel, which Beastyqt harvesting rate for all the villagers around it, you know, being able to just drop the deer carcasses here in the safe space, just harvest those is just going to be great. But then if you do not get to castle before your opponent, you essentially just lose the game because you have no pressure. So it's absolutely just the most scary thing in the world. Going against a civ that just does what you do, just better.
We're about to see a dropped scout here.
Shit, 2 HP. Oh, he gets the.
Oh,
right. He can take one more shot very quickly. He has 5 HP now. It's actually going to be the second scout who comes and finishes the job. Maybe there's actually no hunt left. Simtom is not working with the biggest amount of bounty. 255 is obviously what you have to get. If you don't get 255, you might just Alt F4 out of the game because there's nothing you can do. I mean, obviously you have sheep still, you have some boar, but not having that second tier is obviously not going to do any good to you, right? But however, having more is obviously well advised because this means that you can essentially, at some point anyway in the future, just get more. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is you can actually just get extra gold and then you don't have to spend another ticket in here to get up to castle age, right? So this is just faster advancement, even by a minute sometimes, which is obviously huge in a matchup where both civs care about getting to castles to start getting the relics of the map. So he ends up with 315, which is obviously very nice. It's quite a nice count. Those wolves could have been contested better, I guess, but overall I think that's actually quite okay. He might get a little bit more, in fact, because there are 5 sheep extra here for Simtom. It's good. I think he's actually, I was pessimistic, but he's actually doing quite well on the hunts.
Rather idyllic scene here, as the villagers all kind of do their part. Not much militaristic growth here, as obviously neither was particularly expected. Both of these players, this isn't a rush, this isn't a Zerg encounter we're going to see here. This might hopefully be one of these 30, 40, even 50-minute games that you so enjoy. You see a little bit of aggression here from Simtom, pushing dangerously close to the TC's automated defenses there.
Yep. The thing is also that they're both going for pro scouts actually. So that is kind of the, as I said, the conundrum you're facing, right? They both decided to go towards it. The Rus are faster because they just have more gold as they go up into feudal because they're just kind of getting extra gold from the hunts. And this means that, you know, they're both are gonna be very committed to kind of the scout wars now. And yeah, the problem is that you also have to build an additional building to get the scouts, right, as HRE, because you can't just produce them from your mill, because hunting cabin is essentially a full drop of building that can also produce scouts and generates gold, which is crazy good, right? But the thing is, like, he can just get them for free, and Hera doesn't have that possibility. He has to build a stable and then just start producing scouts from that. So there's additional resources sunk into this piece of infrastructure. Though, of course, Hera is getting more resources harvested overall because he does have that nice, lovely Akin Chapel with a prelate situated therein, so he has extra gathering rate. It's actually 40% faster gathering, which is really big. It's like 2 upgrades, 2 economical upgrades, like 2.5 maybe even, stacked up, which is great. It's just amazing, and he's just gonna probably make up for that small deficit in resources very quickly in that way. There's also a wooden fortress here for the Rus, so this is going to obviously bolster the income of wood for Simtom. 20% extra drop-off for buildings situated near it, so you can see that by the plus icon over here above this building. Kind of pixelated, isn't it? Is it pixelated? Yeah, it is. It's terrible. It's a bad icon. But
a bit out of place, no, but we can forgive.
Yeah.
Who made Age of Empires?
Relic Studios, I think. Relic Studios. It's a good development. I mean, they made an excellent game, so we can definitely forgive them. We see those scouts being actually ferried over to the TC, so both sides actually getting something out of the map, right? So they're both gonna get some resources. There's a wall as well. Very surprising, actually. Why? I don't really know why he's gonna get the wall here. I'm not really sure there's gonna be any early aggression happening. Maybe he's just gonna try to secure this hunt. Maybe that's the way to. That's the reason why he's doing this.
I think more so than, as you said here, a kind of ward against early aggression. Perhaps it's more a tool to dictate map control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it just maybe you just get he realized, okay, if some spare time, you have some spare presence of mind, you're just gonna do it. Hera's gonna go up to castle first though. You can see 13. No, Simtom's going up with 13. Hera's going to go up with 6. And now it's going to be, I think this is going to be the crucial, like, once they hit Kasva, both of them, it's going to be the crucial moment for, you know, the entire game, really, because they need to do something, right? They need to be able to find enough map presence, especially Hera, to get all those relics, because if you are playing as the Rus, you can just go around the map and just snipe the relics with those mags. They're very fast, like, they're essentially cavalry units, right? So they can go anywhere on the map, just get those relics and get out, right? You can probably take this one for free, so you don't worry about this, but you can probably take one from your opponent. Like, this one can be contested very, very easily. This one can be contested. But Hera is actually very, very on top here, because the nice advantage for HRE is that you can move your religious unit, you can produce your religious unit before the age up. And only when you age up can you actually produce those warrior mags as the Rus. So this gives a small timing advantage, like an opening at least to HRE to get those relics, because you can just move those prelates on the map and then start getting those relics immediately as well. And this is actually being done by Hera. He secures the first relic. Obviously, he would like to get 2 or 3, right? The second one is also going home with it. It's actually a very good opening for Hera then. I don't hate it anymore for him, because if he can just secure that extra gold income, it's going to be a super, super nice situation. I think Simtom might be going towards the relic here on the east, because there's the kind of nice opening, or towards this one here in the west, because those are both kind of, you know, distant for both players. Probably very unlikely that HRE is going to be able to contest both. But if HRE can get another relic, it's just super, super, super big stuff for them. So
I think I wouldn't put it past Hera to be able to actually get another relic. We saw just kind of running around the map there, these cavalry forces, these patrolling forces of Hera and Simtom, almost running parallel to each other. And Hera's force was particularly the more dangerous of the two. And I think if he wants to project that might early on into the game, before we really see some of the more all-out heavy aggression we're used to in a matchup like this in the later game, I think Hera really has a chance to at least capture 3 of the relics.
Yeah, I think he has, like, unless he loses this prelate somehow, which is on the cards. Let's face it, there's like large force moving there.
It's pronounced before coffee, by the way. Before coffee, pre-latte.
Oh yeah, we said that. We said yeah.
Yeah, oh,
poor pre-latte man. Oh, oh, he's gonna get this relic, isn't he? The question is, like, can he get away with his latte?
Hopefully the Starbucks police don't get him, but I really think Hera's anti-Starbucks patrol is...
Yeah. I mean,
maybe not now, actually. I think if we see there, Simtom's force there is charging directly into Hera's, and I was like, oh.
You have to keep your opponent busy, right, if you're Hera here. You can even throw away those units, I guess, if your prelate can just make a run for it in a way. I do like this kind of, he's not going to go for greedy kind of pathing through the middle of the map. He's just going to go by the bottom of it, right? He needs some units though. He needs to keep his opponent. The problem is also you cannot just kind of, you know, take this fight and lose all your units, because then you lose the game.
Simtom here is the one actually choosing to disengage, something that perhaps neither of us thought would necessarily be the case. Hera willing to win that engagement and return with the relic is not a good start for Simtom. I think
that's terrible, because you are already, like, you generate like the third of gold from the relics. Getting just 2 of those is also not good, right? So Hera is actually probably going to make it. Like, this is, you know, our lovely pre-latte here is going to just walk around.
Almost aesthetically humorous watching him waddle off like a sort of cartoon character whilst the greater engagement forces battle out in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually true. So he has that, right? We have a nice clash of units here. I do think that Hera has to stop being reckless, because losing knights is never good for those. Are very, very expensive cavalry units. All cav is expensive, but the knights, man, they're just really mental expensive. And I think he's just gonna throw them away against scouts now. That's terrible stuff. You really don't want to lose those, like, because the problem with Rus is that, yes, they are losing the relic battle right now, but they're also very good at applying pressure. Having all those, you know, losing knights before the kind of actual engagement is going to just cost you later, and every single knight counts because they're like super, super expensive. Of course, like, if you're HRE, you don't worry about gold. You can see Hera essentially has like 1,000 gold income per minute to 117 of Simtom, but still it's not great, right? It's just, you just really want to right now. I think it's Hera, you're just kind of wondering when it's gonna hit you, right? Essentially, it's just how it's gonna go for it. You'll get hit at some point in the game. So Hera is just going to kind of brace for attack. He has to just survive that one, like, and then he's gonna be fine. He just does need to survive it first, though.
I really would not mind seeing Simtom here act in a considerably more outwardly aggressive fashion. Perhaps capturing these sacred sites is a sort of introduction to that, but I really wouldn't mind seeing a much greater force being applied to Hera here.
Yeah.
At least trying to kind of control the map a little bit more now that he has 3 of the 4 relics.
Yeah, I mean, you also see this is a humongously huge gold deposit. So, and there is a sacred site here, so I think if you can get a keep here and just keep it alive, you're going to be really in a good position. So anyone who builds a keep in this middle section of the map is going to have control over for basically a large portion of the game. And I think if Hera could do this, it would be really great, because this means like he can never just... because keeps are very sturdy in Castle Age, you need trebuchets or lots of ramps to push them down. So if you can get a keep here, you're obviously going to be in a great position. Nobody's going to go stone though, because this means like you don't have any units on the map, and of course you would prefer to have units. Now Hera is kind of... I don't think he's microing properly. He's kind of leaving those knights idle and he's just bleeding them out one by one. And if you go for pure knight, you really need to have an overwhelming mass of those. You can see those once again are probably going to get triggered here to attack. They will take a nice initial engagement. You can see how fast those horse archers are at disposing of knights overall. They're really, really fast at dealing damage. And Hera, I don't think he's ready for this though. I mean, he's kind of taking a nice trade, but I'm not really sure if he can extend this trade for good.
I'm not entirely sure whether or not Hera thinks this...
Oh!
He does, however, have some forces directly in Simtom's base, really punishing these villagers.
Oh, boys.
Perhaps he's unaware.
This is actually so good, because Simtom was not watching this. Simtom was trying to micro here. He didn't think Hera would have the balls to engage. I think he never watched this army. And now he just realizes he's dead, and he leaves the game.
Can you believe that, Mike?
Holy F, man. That's insanity.
This is all not dissimilar to that one StarCraft victory where someone pretended to have an army and his opponent that remarkable. The shift of perhaps 1-2 seconds, underestimating your opponent.
What?
A massive charge from both sides while he's engaged, kind of completely focused in that one battle downstairs that he thinks is his key to victory. Look in your base, brother. You're being ransacked.
I think, no, the problem was the other way around, actually. I think Simtom forgot about his bottom army. I think he must... because the horse archers are great against knights, because you can just kite a lot. You can just use those knights as... Sorry, those scouts as a meat shield and just kind of use the archers to shoot. And they just do obliterate knights, but he was just not microing. He just kind of stood in melee with horse archers, who are relatively squishy. So, he lost them all. Because... I think he was trying to salvage the situation in his base. He just kind of forgot he had like a major army, the biggest force he had, like basically at the foot of the base of Hera, and he just drops the game to HRE.
I think that's the last thing either of us were expecting here.
No.
We thought anyone would win in this early aggression, it would definitely have been Simtom. So for Hera to not even need to leverage off those 3 captured relics is somewhat remarkable. Really. Yeah. Lets us know exactly who Hera is as a player, if we didn't already know.
It was great preparation, I think. It was just great preparation. He just knew what was gonna happen. He kind of felt which relics were takeable, I guess. He couldn't have taken everything, right? But he could take like at least 2. I think even 2 versus Rus is okay. If you can get 2 relics is already good. I think maybe Simtom's problem was that he never had any forces on the map before hitting Castle. I think he needed to produce something just to keep those relics. Like maybe if you have like a few archers, like a spearman or something, you can kind of contest those relics. You can kind of keep your opponent busy so that he cannot even steal it anyway. So, nice game from Hera. Really, it was impressive how he handled this, because this matchup doesn't favor the HRE. I know it for a fact. So it's really difficult to get the hold of it, and yeah, it was very nicely handled by Hera here. Really, really good job, man. It was excellent stuff. And I think they're gonna just get into the game number 2 now, which is cool to see. So just have to wait now and see who exactly comes out on top in the second matchup. But I do think, like, if you do actually lose that particular game, as Rus, it's gonna be very hard if you go into this kind of more meta matchup and you've already been beaten in a matchup you should have won by a lot, really, because it was also an open map, right? So dominating an open map as Rus is super easy. So I think, yeah, Simtom just must have either not practiced Rus much enough, or he just dropped the ball. I think both, maybe even. Very strange to see someone lose on that, like in that fashion, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's an interesting end of the game, really, but not something we expected anyhow. Any guesses what we see next? By the way, we have not seen a single hybrid map so far. By the way, we have not seen a single one. What do you think, Sis?
Sorry, brother, my microphone broke there.
Haha.
It would be interesting to see. I think perhaps it's not the map itself, but the interaction of the civilizations on that map. We've seen some very interesting play on this sort of rectangularly blocked off map with water in the middle.
Yeah.
Where you can do kind of dynamic walling and things like that.
Boulder Bay was it, right? I think it must have been Boulder Bay. Or Nagari, you might mean Nagari as well, which has like this huge basin in the middle, but also two smaller basins at the edges of the map. So I might have been either of those, really.
What game are we going into now, brother? Are we watching the second in that matchup?
Yeah, of course, because we started the series. Why not end there, right? I think that would be cool. It would be cool to say. I'm just trying to mess with my green screen right now because I think it's... My face is transparent somehow. I don't want that to be the case, but I really don't want it to pick up the background. I think it's not possible to reconcile that though. So, it's the best we're gonna. Oh, this is terrible. That's the worst. I think that's as good as it gets, man. We can go into the game now because they are loading in. I think we can just kind of follow in suit. It should allow us to observe momentarily. I think that's just kind of the regular loading bug where it shows as the game as if the game had started, but it hasn't. So we are going to go into Simtom versus Hera game 2. Holy F! It's going to be Delhi versus Delhi, man. Have you expected that to happen?
It's something that I don't think many people ever expect to happen. This Indian civil war. We're about to see the sultanas fighting off against each other, Mike.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think we have seen this with, it wasn't Marine Lord versus Luciferin. Well, Luciferin we expected to win, but Marine Lord just kind of took over that game. I think it was that, right? I
think that may have been one of the only times we've seen this sort of match.
Yeah, Delhi versus Delhi. It's not that often the case. I think it's going to be a water map because I don't think there's a good reason to pick Delhi outside of the water, kind of any hybrid maps really. So I'm just kind of looking forward to seeing what exactly this map is. I see mountains, man. I don't think that's a water map at all. Maybe it's Nagari. What do you think? No, it's not Nagari. It's Nagari, okay. It's just sometimes you can see it's Nagari because there's this. Okay, it's just kind of a huge lake here because usually this lake is smaller. If you look at the map without this, you can basically see where the lake is because there's like this drop off lines, right? It is Nagari though. It's gonna be Delhi Adeli versus on Nagari all in all, and in the blue it's gonna be Hera playing the Delhi.
Control will probably be the name of the game here. If we see any of these kind of games where you have an opponent walled off into their own 5% of the map while their opponent has free reign of the rest of it, I think that really will be exorbitantly punishing on a map of this style.
So you can see there's a large lake here, four deep sea fish, which is probably the deep water fish that is, which is the best sort of food deposit in the game. So you can take over this one, is of course really good for you, right? The middle one's just super abundant in fish, so if you can obviously control this one, it is going to be great for you. But contesting it is going to be a huge risk, of course, because if you lose a fight here, you're invested in fishing on this particular basin, right? You're just going to be basically dead in the game. So many players opt out of contesting this middle until they have military advantage on the ground, and they instead just kind of choose to go towards this kind of smaller lakes at the north and the south of the map, right? So this one, of course, somewhat less profitable. So if you decide to go for the bottom one, obviously, you will find fewer fish by quite a large number, actually, 4,000 less, actually, 4,000 less fish here, and it is really kind of the deep sea fish that matter, deep water fish that matter, because they are actually harvested at a way, way higher rate.
Well, not too dissimilar to one of your 35-minute climaxes, we have an overabundance of meat on this map. So really,
oh, please.
What kind of thing would you like to see either of these people do to leverage the overabundance?
I mean, what I like to do on this map, which is not being done by either of the players here, is actually like a scout war. So I tend to actually spend some of my TC villager building time to actually get the second scout out at the very least. And I tried to put on some pressure, because this means like you have 2 scouts, it's impossible to build a tower here anymore. Actually, there are 2 scouts over here right now, so those are just gonna pressure the villager. I really like to see some sort of aggression on those docks. I know it's not that great for Delhi to do this, but at the very same time, I think if you can take over the dock, if you can kill it off very quickly, then you're golden. Of course, Delhi can shoot with their ships, so things become way more complicated. I don't think actually aggression is the way to do things if the dock is finished.
We just hit a scout to die to a wolf over there, Mike. I think we might have done.
Oh shit!
We did.
What? Oh, there was. I think it was a scout war. Like it was like red versus blue scout, and actually one of those scouts was one of the scouts was just kind of beaten up by the wolf, so the wolf just finished the job. The little dog over here, the bitey infantry, as you can read in the tooltip, they provide no food to gather, only death. What the hell?
I think that was enough. I think losing that scout might have been enough.
No, please. Oh, come on.
I think losing that scout might have been enough for Simtom, Mike. I'm not even kidding. I think judging by the last game, he thought, you know what, if I fuck it, that's exactly what I think he thought, Mike.
Well, no way. It's just, whoa, why?
I think
why would you leave?
That triggering of that last game, can you imagine how frustrating that must have been to be put in that situation where you are essentially reversed and destroyed?
I think Simtom disconnected. Before you continue, I think Simtom disconnected. Look, he stopped building villagers here.
Maybe. It would be funner if he left, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. My scout is dead. Just you smash your hand on the desk and you throw your fucking keyboard out of the window and leave, right? No, I don't think that was the case. I think he must have just disconnected. I think I might message Simtom to see what happened, really.
Let's hope you don't get a wall of text in Russian back at you.
Oh, I don't think Simtom is he Russian?
I don't know, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's lots of curse, lots of swear words in Russian. That would be lovely, or in any other language, really.
Hey, sis, do you know what "puto de madre" means? Does that mean he's disconnected?
So yeah, I'm wondering. I'm actually not sure.
I like the clarification there of, or did you indeed leave the game?
Yeah. Oh. We don't know, man. We have no idea actually at this point, because sometimes it's enough to tip this case, but I think that kind of the villager production that ceased is going to be indicative of the fact that he must have just quit. I mean, he must have just DC'd. So that's my guess anyhow. We might see just a remake then. I am not really sure. I can actually check Hera's stream. I think he's streaming, and I can just see then. I'm just gonna do it quickly. I hope you don't mind. I think he just DC'd.
Less funny, but better. I think we could agree. Cosmically better, if not less humorous.
Yeah. I mean, disconnections happen not as frequently as in the past, or as they keep happening in Great Britain, but generally speaking, the DCs just happen quite frequently. So
we aren't playing Warcraft 3 Reforged here, are we?
No. Man, my experience in the UK was like really bad internet. First of all, like holy shit, that was really difficult to deal with.
For some reason, mine costs £90 a month.
It's ridiculous, right? We were trying to get one for the apartment. It was just like when I was living in Cardiff, it was just really so expensive. We decided to go for like a cheaper option. It was so shitty. It was just essentially impossible to do anything online. It was very frustrating. I had to use my phone to actually get the network of the phone. It was cheaper to use my phone network data to play games or to do anything on the internet than to actually use the ISP. I'm paying like $15 a month now in Poland.
A lot of backed up rage here, right? You're letting it all go.
Yeah.
I remember once we had almost 2 to 3 days of consistent internet outage. So we called up the supplier and they said, this kind of young Irish woman is there half an hour in the call centres. Well, unfortunately, we've just got lots of people actually on the internet right now, so you've just got no internet. There's just not enough for you. Okay. I'm not entirely sure why I'm fucking paying you £90 a month then.
Yeah, that's just atrocious. The problem is that the service is great, the quality is amazing, and the prices are just not too high at all. I can comfortably stream on like the normal kind of regular data plan that I have, the bandwidth that I have provided, for everyday users. It's just great.
Do you know much about the...
Can I interrupt you, sorry, as we go? Because I think Simtom just DC'd for good. I don't think he's coming back. So I think Hera just won by forfeit, unfortunately. I was hyped by that series. I think he just left, actually. I mean, I think he must have DC'd and he's just unable to return to the game or something. Yeah, it says 2-0 on online as well, so we can't watch it anymore.
I suppose in a week, if we see a Age of Empires 4 Rage compilation video, we'll know exactly what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be lovely to see, actually. I would be thrilled to watch it. I'm gonna add Matisse, because he might be playing next one. Shit, my game just kind of bagged out as well. So let's look at the possibilities. We can watch. We can watch Lucifer versus ZGLight. That has just started. That's a good. I think Lucifer is always entertaining. Do you think so, Sis, as well?
We saw, I think, a display of skill that you were not particularly happy with from Lucifer, or indeed his Spanish brother last game, but
Mongols make you happy, Sis.
I do not mind a Mongol mirror.
Yeah, nobody does. I mean,
in the land of the blind, the man with the slightly less pronounced epicanthal folds this game.
Yeah. Oh, man. So it's going to be a mirror. Lucifer in the west versus, in the blue, by the way, versus ZGLight in the red in the east. Both playing the Mongols on what looks like Dry Arabia. And Dry Arabia it is. First game, I think first game in every series is going to be Dry Arabia, so that's how it's going to go. Everyone's favorite. I think it's like everyone's favorite map because it's just kind of nice, open. You can do a lot, right? You have lots of flexibility. The
final destination, I believe, is the Smash Brothers meme of the kind of base template on which the most even fight is held.
Yeah, I mean this map is still kind of, it can be skewed a little bit when you look at the tree line here for ZGLight. I think it's going to be very bad if Lucifer decides to go for a towers and he succeeds, right? Because you can essentially just kind of wrap around this with towers, and then you have like nice access to your opponent's woodline. Obviously, I don't think Mongols care that much because you can just move the TC. Like maybe this back woodline is also going to hurt you because you have to stop producing villages and such. So you prefer just kind of to keep it as it is. Another problem is that I think Lucifer has like a very nice opening here because he also gets a very close gold. So the gold is right next to the wood line, which means he has like both wood and gold secured just by but just by this TC. So he doesn't really need to build any kind of gears around the map, right, or gears around the map, because he has enough just from this TC. He has access to all three basic resources just by having a single building, which is amazing, right? And obviously ZGLight here just going for spears for now, but. So he's going to open barracks, he's going to be aggressive. Spears against scouts, it seems, is going to be the name of the game. But yeah, he's just in the worst position. He's going to have to build he's going to have to build a ger over here to secure this particular gold vein.
Not exactly what you'd like to see if you are indeed ZGLight here, but having the gold almost situated away from the front line could be viewed some way as a perverse positive, because it doesn't make it so that it's not exactly the front line meat shield, if you will, that it would be for Lucifer. So almost you could toss a coin whether or not the building of that ger is kind of a blessing in disguise almost.
I mean, both of them will have to build a ger eventually, I think, so it's gonna even out. Especially that for Lucifer, actually, the problem is very different. He has a stone deposit near his base, but it's relatively distant. So in order to actually get it going, he had to build a tower, which also costs like 75 wood, right? So he spends equal amounts to secure this position, plus he also has to idle those two villages for a lot of time. So I don't think it's bad actually for either of the players. I don't mind it for either of those guys actually. They're in a decent spot. So they both had to expand resources to get this anyhow.
We are seeing ZGLight take up a lot more of the map here though, aren't we? We're seeing ZGLight kind of push directly into Lucifron's base, whereas Lucifron is still very, very contained in this kind of circumference around his TC, if you will, barely pushing even into the middle of the map.
I think Lucy is not working with good income either, because he's relatively far away. He has enough gold, but he still needs a ton of food. I think ZG actually would have to transition some villagers here to gold, because he needs 90 more. A can drops. Oh god, this is a huge miss micro from Lucifer, because this can pester your units for a long time. You can see all those kind of hull damage on the spearman. This partially must have been the tower, of course, but a lot of this must have been the can as well. Since there's like a miss micro from Lucy, that can falls because he'll respawn for free, so it's not like a huge loss. It's just 2 minutes without a scout, which in a mirror matchup, of course, can mean a world too. It can be like a very, very big difference maker.
The zero-sum game of a mirror matchup really is where kind of being punished and having things taken away from you, be it, as you've said, this 2-minute time period without a scout, or be it even one villager, has somewhat of a more distinct and actually verifiable meaning. It's kind of concretic in its loss, as opposed to in a match where you can kind of gain advantages over your opponent where you wouldn't necessarily be able to otherwise.
Yeah, so 2 scouts, I don't, why would he do this? Oh no! He could have just left with this guy, he could have just gone east. He went into the TC, loses his scout for free because he has no vision on the map right now, because he produced 2 extra scouts. He started with stable, DauT produced the scouts, and he just kind of walked across the map to harass those villagers. He killed the village, which is great, of course. Like, killing a vill, always a treat for any mirror matchup, because then you're just working with better economy. And as you said, like, this incremental gains are going to kind of pay dividends in later stages of the game. But he throws away the only kind of sources of vision that he's had. Like, of course, this can comes back in 30, but what you would like to see here probably is just a little bit more, actually. I would really like to see some more... how do you call it? I would like to see some more kind of vision. He actually reproduces this card, he gets another one. And that's actually a very new thing, by the way, that I have not seen before too often. I've seen this from another player. I thought it was like a, what I said in my head was like, what an idiot, right? What is he doing with this wood? Because he gets 2 pastures, which basically...
As a reconnoiter unit, you really don't want to be directly next to the enemy TC taking heavy fire, do you? You want to be scouting around. You don't want to run directly through the flames, which is... It's not the worst thing in the world. A villager for a scout, perhaps that's a good trade, but this early on in the game, to lose any of these kind of reconnaissance powers is particularly unfortunate, because you do want to be seeing the way your opponent's building the base, and if he is trying to perform a sort of weird Mongolian rush at you.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, look at this, so... I've seen this before. I thought it was an idiot move, honestly, because my opponent was like relatively lowish, like 1.5k or something. So I thought it was just kind of someone messing around with Mongols, because they lost the game because of those pastures. So if you build a pasture, it acts like this is the replacement for farms for the Mongols. It will produce sheep, right? It just produces sheep, like I think 1 minute or something like that. Something to the likes of this anyway. Well, minute 20 actually is the production timer here per sheep. So it takes a long time, but it's a very expensive piece of infrastructure. It's 150 to get 1 pasture down. And obviously 450 wood is essentially like half a TC. So I thought it was a bad move, but I see like apparently this is something that people are doing with Mongol versus Mongol. Like they just build triple pasture and they just kind of start producing those sheep very early into the game. Which means you have like very safe economy. It's kind of like professional scouts in a way. The cost is very similar. You don't have to spend on scouts because you just produce sheep via this infrastructure. It's kind of okay for you. So I guess it's kind of equivalent to that, right? And by the way, this is going to be matched by professional scouts of Lucifer. So Lucy goes for an alternate strategy. He's just going to get the foot from those scouts and ferry it all back home.
Would you suggest here that ZG, don't say ZG, ZG's this kind of triple pasture strategy, is that more exponentially useful to him? Will that kind of give him more advantage if we do indeed go into 20-30 minutes?
Yeah, because
professional scouts would.
You can't run out of sheep, because this is just going to persistently do this forever, right? This pasture is just going to always produce sheep. Like, it's just how it is. The problem is that, the deer run out, so at some point you will not have the benefit of this. Of course, it's kind of a very long-term investment. It's a long shot, man. So... I wouldn't really mind if he had just kind of started with getting a Jer here or Ger here, like getting some harvesting done. But I think he's just gonna go for fast castle from this. So the thing you can do, because you're not spending any gold on Pro Scout, which is an expensive aggregate, it's like kind of 275 gold, right? You will have a large amount, like large quantity of gold you can spend to age up. And I do think this is actually going to happen very quickly. Look at this, 8 minutes 40, and the Mongols are going up to castle on the side of ZGLight, and Lucifer is nowhere near that. Like, okay, he's actually nearing that. He's not. That's not terribly bad. He needs like a minute, I think, to get the food going. But yeah, other than that, he's gonna be there eventually. ZGLight will need to get something done for this, because of course, like letting all those hands go is going to be a rather expensive loss. Of like, you just funnel a lot of resources in your opponents. You really need to defend those hands, which is being done right now by those 4 spearmen by the looks of it. I'm not really sure it's...
Not particularly effectively, though. It seems that he's not sure where to micro those.
No. And also there's a scout here. There's actually a count who's going to be pestering this poor villager in the east. So that's going to be very frustrating, I think, for ZG. Also,
archers.
Yeah, so many of them. But the thing is, like, your opponent just has actually got up all the way to castle now. And you are just starting the age up, so you cannot keep pressuring them, because if they get like 2 knights, I think 2 knights will beat every single unit in this army. Like 2 lancers of the Mongols will just demolish. If you take like if you make a fight happen like this, like these units lose to 2 knights. The knights are such lancers, they're such high quality units. So I do think being kind of cognizant of that, like Lucifer just backs away. He knows he cannot take a fight for now, especially that he's aging up as well. So he just is going to, you know, attack at a later date, perhaps. I guess that's the way to do it.
It's interesting that we almost believed that ZGLight's triple pasture strategy would allow him to boom later on in the game, but would require him to be slightly more defensive early on. It indeed turns out to be a double positive for him. Not only is he pushing into this castle age earlier, but he's going to get these later exponential growth. So from Lucifer, seeing the military might he's already amassed, I would like to see them projected considerably more often. I'd like to see maybe more harassing parties sent out, or things of that nature, really to, if not slow down, at least hamper ZGLight's
growth, really, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So the problem is that the thing is that Lucifer needs equality. So he needs quality in his army, right? So he needs to get some sort of strong unit before he engages his opponent, right? He is producing crossbows, which is a very good choice because his opponent is going to go for a man-at-arms. So, you know, crossbows into heavy armor, of course, very, very effective. And it's kind of hard to catch those as well. Crossbows are maybe not the most mobile unit in the game, but, you know, for infantry, catching crossbows is not a big deal. So, sorry, for crossbows, kiting infantry is no big deal. So I think he's going to be in a very nice position, especially if he's going to be on the defense, which seems to be kind of the setup here. I think ZGLight is considering going across the map with those 6 measly men-at-arms. Not really sure how well he's going to do against this mass of ranged units.
Do you believe that Lucifer here is the one more cognizant of the strategy of ZGLight, especially in terms of this early on, this kind of rock, paper, scissors of the military force?
I mean, I think he just saw these MAAs, right? Those men-at-arms have been discovered very, very early on. Especially if your opponent has barracks, and yeah, they know you have archers, there's nothing else you can produce, because that is just gonna kill. I think you have to cancel this as well. That's very greedy placement for the Mangonel, man. I don't like it at all. Like, look at this. If he had just built those 4 or 5 MAAs in the back, he would have been fine, but right now he's gonna be kind of a... Also, Khan is gonna die. This is very bad, actually. Don't want to do this. You really hate losing Khan, because he just gives you like lots of potential, right, to fight, because you have the speed buff. You can speed up your units with the signal arrow. You can also give them additional defense. There's some extra armor, of course, right? So you name it. So many benefits from that Khan. Another thing that makes Mongols really strong, of course, right? And this is not going to be available to ZG anymore. And he would really like to engage on those crossbows and archers with his infantry. He's also...
Lucifer here, this might be a game-winning turn, to be honest. We're seeing him with very, very little meaningful military opposition here. We've said before that ZGLight has not only this early castle age, but now increasingly more powerful, more deadly the longer the game goes on. So for Lucifer here to attack such an early fashion, to build up these spring golds and start to as we said, hamper the growth, but more so than that, I think put a meaningful existential threat on board for ZGLight is very, very impactful.
I was also mismicroed. Like, he was winning the Springle battle, right? You really cannot lose any units, especially Siege in this game, because then you're just gonna die for good. Like, you cannot just kind of fall behind in Siege. And now there are 2 Springles to 0, which could have been 1 to 0 even, which is obviously not great. And you can see Springles have been nerfed. They're not as strong as they used to be, but they break the backs of villagers just as well as they kind of did in the past. So, you know, of course, he should have just transferred those villas way sooner than he did in fact. But yeah, that's just kind of going to force ZG to get some sort of get some sort of units that can dispose of the Springles. Probably like more Springles is the answer. Because the Mangonel just shreds the archers, right? If you have the Mangonel, you can basically demolish all the archers and crossbows. But you need to deal with those Springles which are directly countering your Mango overall. So you have two Springles to 3 right now. Of course, I think we'll see more of those added as well. But if you are Lucifer and you would like to get some actual siege going, like some units that can actually, you know, attack structures, will be very, very welcome here, I believe.
I wouldn't disagree with you at all.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
That's so bad. Like, I think he killed 1, so it's 1 for 1, not so bad. It's not too terrible, I think. He also saves the market. Look at this kind of burning cart with carpet just kind of driving away. It's gonna be rebuilt here. Actually, he loses another Springle for nothing, though. That's kind of bad. That's actually, you really hate to see this. I think these villagers might make short work of this one, so Springle is gonna drop, maybe the second one as well. I don't see any Mangonels here. What happened? Has he actually lost the Mangonel for nothing as well?
I believe he has, but with that, I think that is one of the best military uses of the villages we've ever seen in the game so far.
Yeah, of course. Like, if you cannot lose all of them as you push, and you actually can get rid of at least a single siege engine, is obviously huge. So he cleans up the siege. He kills every single one of the Springles, but still he has no Mangonels at all. The Mangonels are his saving grace potentially. You need to have Mangos, or you essentially just lose the game, because there is no other way you can fight those archers head on. Like, they're just gonna always catch you. The crossbows are just gonna stay away and just slowly poke you down. And crossbows are actually very, very good against infantry. They actually obliterate, like, I think like 5 or 6 crossbows. So 12 crossbows, I think, one-shot a single MAA. And there are enough crossbows here to actually do this. 22, it's huge.
More than that amount of crossbows.
Yeah. So, oh, nicely done. So he snipes that one.
These one snipings of the Springles. I think that Luciferon's he's a ram there. That's an interesting choice. I think they're going to go directly for the TC here. I think this is probably the final charge here from Luciferon. I wouldn't be surprised.
The TC can move, right? Oh, that's a huge miss micro again. I think ZG is just not on top of things, man, because he needs to be able to get at least trade equally with those Springles. He's just gonna lose another one, so that's 1 for 1. He had like an HP advantage there, so if he had just kind of used those more diligently, he could have definitely just won this one. And now he doesn't. He's actually also going to lose all his infantry to those crossbows. As I said, this is just going to be an absolute cleanup here. And there is nothing on the map for ZG. He's just going to have to, just let go. He's dead. He knows it. We know it. I think it was mostly micro battle actually that was lost for ZG, and then he just is absolutely demolished. He has no chance to win. You need to have like.
I agree with you on the fact that the kind of battle was won heavily through micro advantage, this sort of tactical advantage. But for Luciferon to have the presence of mind to be aware that he needs to make that attack so early on, I think that was probably the deciding factor in this game. It's something that we've often criticized Luciferon, at least in the prior tournament, even though he did perform quite well in it, for making these rash decisions that didn't pay off sometimes. But indeed here, it looks like these rash decisions aren't really rash anymore. They're calculated now.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, if he was kind of in control, right? He knew what he was doing. He knew what he had to do to win the game. He knew how he could lose the game as well, I think. Those are very important things for you. So if you can anticipate what can kill you and you're just going to do well against it, because losing the game for Lucifer was basically the matter of losing the Springled War and dying to Mangonels, right? Because then you can no longer push. But he knew what he had to do. He had like enough crossbows. He built a sufficient number of Springles. He was on top of the micro as well because he took all those very good trades. I think it was like 2 or 3 Springles positive in those exchanges, right? So he was just able to take over and win. And kudos to him, of course, but we'll no longer see Mongols in the series, which is, I think, kind of nice, because a single Mongol game a day is all that keeps the Doctor away. I think we're fine. So I'm just kind of curious what is going to happen now. But I do not actually have the ability to watch this for some reason. Lucifer is not. I don't think they allowed spectators, which is shitty for us. I don't think they played 2 games here now. So I think this game is not going to be available. We're not going to see the conclusion of it, I think, because they just forgot. Some players just forget about setting up the spectator mode properly. So we might not see the second game between those 2. Unfortunate as it is.
Mikefield, I've got a Polish CZ to your head right now, and I say to you, who is going to be the winner of this entire tournament? Who do you say?
Oh, cool stuff, cool stuff. I'm looking at this. I'd love to see Hera win at some point. So I kind of hyped for Hera because he's doing very well. My good old favorite has just lost, by the way, so Leenock is dead. So we cannot be watching that, sadly. So Leenock is not going to be our favorite anymore because he lost to FTW Cheese. Not sure who this guy is, but he has been performing relatively well overall. So no surprises there. He just wins and he's just going to move on. Marine Lord 1 versus Probe 2-0, so you cannot watch that either. There's Kasva versus DauT going on, but Kasva is... yeah, that's a long series already, so I'm not sure we can actually get into that too well. Let me see what we can actually watch, because there could be something cool there. We could watch Matisse versus Noob, I guess, or because Lucifer versus ZG is just gonna keep going, but we cannot watch it. We cannot continue watching that kind of angle because they just did not enable the spectator mode. So Noob versus Matisse could be cool. I have Matisse added on friend list and he accepted, so we could just watch that. What do you think?
I think that whatever decision you make will be the greatest decision you could ever make.
Okay, let's go into Matisse versus Noob then. Not sure it's gonna... Oh, my game just crashed. You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it. So we just have to wait a little bit, guys. Sorry. It just happens on this... Even on, like... This is, like, top-notch computer, but it just occasionally does happen that the game crashes. When you try to... when you're actually watching the... loading screen, like when it just kind of doesn't go into the loading screen, sometimes it just crashes instead, sadly. And the guy is literally called Noob. His nickname is Noob. So, yeah.
It is... I'm not even really sure how to describe this, but it would appear that whenever I'm casting with you, we get these games that are somewhat explosive in ways that don't necessarily lean towards a 50, 40, even an hour and a half many games we've seen before. Do you think this might actually be indicative of the kind of new balance patching, or do you think this more just a sort of cosmic joke?
I think meta is evolving constantly, and just people who have a better grasp of it just win more. I guess that's just how it is. It's very unstable of a meta because all the RTSs are extremely complex games, and it takes years sometimes for strategies to emerge or even re-emerge, right? So it's hard to tell, actually. It's very hard to tell if it is actually the issue of, the balance changing a little bit, but it hasn't been... I don't think we have a new balance patch on our hands yet, by the way. It's still kind of in the works. But yeah, we might actually see something happen, right? We might see something happen. I'm not really sure. Wait, is there a new balance patch? Maybe there is. Maybe I'm not aware of something. I just have to go to AOE Reddit quickly and say...
Have you ever played a video game called Battle for Wesnoff, Mikefield?
Yeah, I did. It feels like... It was like a kind of mini Heroes of Might and Magic, wasn't it, man? Wasn't it?
Yeah, it's... I'd like to play it with you, to be honest. I had some remarkable fun making custom maps on that, custom scenarios. It's almost Warcraft 3-esque in its modding, in that you can create basically anything with the mods.
Yeah, new civilizations, right? Like new races, new units, lots of stuff is actually there. It was a great experience. I used to play it a lot in the high school, I think, and later, maybe during my college, somewhere like something like that. Anyway,
it's a remarkable 18th century mod pack where you get to be like the ancient Holy Roman Empire. It's killer.
And we have Holy Roman Empire, by the way, on the map right now. So it's actually Matisse versus Kyo. I'm not sure if this is actually the right matchup at all.
You need to start streaming for me again, brother.
Oh, it broke the stream as well. Oh yeah, because the game broke too. Shit. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
I do not accept your apology.
So I didn't realize you were not able to watch. So I'm just I'm just obviously going to broadcast it right away. Sure.
Thank you, brother.
So yeah, this being said, I'm not really sure what we're watching. I think we might as well.
Uses the HRE, very, very early game, it would appear. Not much has gone on in these 2 minutes 20.
Yeah, no, the problem is that there is no opponent for I think it's not Noob. This guy's name is literally Noob, I would wager, and he's not there.
I definitely don't see Noob anywhere, but I do see Kyo, K-Y-O.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's not the same player who he's supposed to be actually going against. So I think we might just leave this one. I'm not certain, so we can just kind of quit this one, maybe just wait for another game to pop up. Maybe that will be the better way to do things, you know?
Agreed.
Because I'm not sure if it's worth casting a game that's just kind of maybe someone messing around with their friend or something. This might be the case, really. Because I'm not really sure who Kyo is. I've not seen this nickname before. I'm just going to quickly look it up on the ladder, of course, but... he's ranked 200, so it's, maybe he qualified somehow, but it's very kind of low elo, honestly, for a tournament game. So I'm not really sure if it's worth actually just looking at that at all. So we could just go into another game, maybe just kind of have a look at something else, like... because Luciferon is not playing anymore, right? Like, I'm not sure. Maybe they're just gonna go... I mean, Luciferon is not spectatable anyhow. Looking at the other possibilities for us, we could say...
Is Hera in a match?
Hera, no, he's actually... Because his game broke, right? His game broke versus Simtom. So the second game was, I think, maybe a Simtom just withdrew or something. But it's not gonna be possible for us to cast him because he's not playing anything right now. We could watch B, but he's in a very long game, I think, because his series has been going on for like 84 minutes, so we might just kind of spend the entire evening casting that. Hard to actually decide, isn't it?
I think, brother, it would be best just to join into when you've got a feeling for. Use that powerful Polish instinct.
Oh no, we have no instinct, man. Have you seen our history books? Lost the battle of X, right? Then we lost the battle of Y. Then we lost half of our country. Then we lost our entire country. We have no instincts in Poland, man. We just...
Poland, it was... Poland, Lithuania, that kind of giant 18th century conglomeration slowly being tick-tocked down.
Sadly.
One of the most remarkable, I suppose, historical... I wouldn't necessarily say fall from graces.
It was. We essentially got colonized, I think. That's how I would kind of call it. I would say we got colonized, in fact.
Would you say that I had interesting, not necessarily call them theories, but the heart of Poland, Lithuania was almost the sort of proto-bohemianism, if that makes any sense.
Well, can you elaborate?
Well, almost this kind of what kind of divulged into Bohemia, that kind of just like historical aspect, the way of kind of military doctrine, the things like that, that kind of led to the explosion early on of such a mighty Poland, Lithuania. It did kind of almost necessarily made it restrict back down. Yeah,
that's true. It was kind of, it must have been sad for people who are living in those times, because it was looking very optimistic, and then like everything just collapsed very quickly. And yeah, that's true.
It is always fun though, looking back at the United Provinces and
seeing how that kind of reflected into the future. Man, I cannot seem to find a good game because everyone is just like Mista is not playing his scheduled opponent right now for sure. So that's again like the very different. I mean, the very, very strange thing. We could try watching Kasva again. I think that always is a good idea. We could just watch Kasva.
Rock the.
So it's Kasva versus DauT. I think that's gonna be a good game.
DauT is a name that we haven't really seen too much of.
Yeah, DauT lost his games very quickly in the previous series. That was the problem, right? So he dropped out very, very quickly, and he really hasn't accomplished much. Whereas on the other side, Kasva, he is a consistent force. He always makes it, or maybe consistently makes it to top 16 at the very least. And yeah, he's a very solid overall player. I think I would call Kasva solid. I think we saw it as well in his previous series, right? He was actually very, very on top of things, and like those kind of two sides of the matchup with the French and Chinese. Him winning both of those was just kind of very, very telling. So Kasva in the red is gonna play the French. Would you like to introduce our other player?
In the blue corner, unfortunately, as we often get these chromatically mismatched placements, we have England and DauT in the blue.
Yeah.
Once with Kasva in the red. I think for DauT, you should probably start betting the house on Kasva, right?
Yeah, I think this matchup, first of all, doesn't quite favor the English at all. I mean, I win it with English because people are like not that great at micro in my elo. I'm like, I think like top 700 right now. But these guys are so good at micro. I think that it's impossible, essentially impossible to do. You know, to lose a knight if you're playing as the French here. So I would really bet my money on Kasva, especially that he has the civilization advantage, and he's also, I believe, quite firmly, he is also a very, very strong player. Like he has been consistently winning those tournaments. I mean, not winning, but just getting very high up in those standings. So I do think he has a very, very good chance of taking this one, because like two things just are in his favor. You have to say DauT, a seasoned Age of Empires 2 player, very, very good macro oriented player as well, playing a macro civ, which is the English. You can play the English in two ways. Of course, you can play them as this hyper aggressive ram pushing Strail Bora civ, where just kind of mass longbows, go across the map, shout at your opponent, you fire lots of arrows and you win. But against the French it's hard because they just have lots of cavalry, they can produce them very quickly as well, so difficult to deal with the knights, of course, for the archers it is. However, you can also play defensively, right? Just kind of bunker up in your base, get lots of those TCs. You can get up to 3 TC by Castle Age because you can very quickly get a second TC, of course, as you age up, as every single civilization. Against the French, it's not that punishable, I think, because they can just kind of go over and just mass lots of units very, very early on. And then you can just get the third TC of King's Palace. You can also go for the probably safer play here, if you're playing a pro game, which is going up to King's Palace, which is your Age 3 landmark, which is essentially a second town center. So I think this is what we might see from DauT over here, because he doesn't seem to have an inkling towards that stone. And obviously, if you're playing against the French, you have to get the stone before your opponent reaches field, because if they do and they produce some knights, this is going to be a very contested position. So if he doesn't go for it now, I don't think he's going to ever do it. Instead, he's just going to focus on getting some wood, so he can just produce a couple of those Strail Bora, those powerful English longbows, and just defend effectively. I think that's what he's going to look at.
Do you believe it's possible in this matchup for DauT to do something that the English are quite often renowned for in Age of Empires 4, which is this heavy skirmish-focused combat where you have a giant line of longbowmen picking away at villages, picking away at whatever they really can? Or do you think that against someone like Kasva, especially on the French, that's just not a viable tactic?
So it's difficult to execute, because if you want to pick up villagers, for both sides it's difficult, right? So for the French, we said everything in England fires arrows, apparently, and their mother too. So the problem is here that you can have a lot of hull damage taken on those knights if you go underneath the range of this TC, because the TCs fire basically double arrows, and they also buff every single archer, like ranged unit in their AoE. So it's really hard to just kind of walk into an English base and survive it. If they're paying attention, of course. Or unless you obviously have like a critical mass of units, then it doesn't quite matter, right? But generally speaking, those early knights, if they go into the base of the English without any defensive upgrades from the blacksmith, like the anti-arrow upgrade, at least one of those, right? They're just gonna drop very quickly. This dynamic shifts in Castle Age, because the overall kind of tech progression is going to mean that you will have a possibility to just kind of dive any building at all, because they have like the nice and very high armor overall. Now, we'll probably not get to Castle Age in this game, though, because as you can see, we have the barracks dropped, we have 2 Strail Bora produced already, and those Strail Bora are just going to move across the map. We have the barracks, which are going to produce the spearmen, of course. There's going to be a large force of units just kind of walks across the map and tries to do some damage. And I think also we see professional scout. I think it's a scouting mistake. You cannot do this if you are going. I mean, you can if you are confident in your defensive abilities, but this is 300, almost not 200 for the French, because their ecotech is cheaper. It's a lot of money down the drain. You also do not have anything to fight with, because your early production of the military just relies so heavily on making some units from this school of cavalry. If he's actually gonna make horsemen of all things, what the hell? You know what horsemen are terrible against?
Against archers, I'd imagine. He's a strong
everything.
yeah. What exactly do you think the idea is here then from Kasva?
So Kasva, I think he's gonna rely on his superior micro. He's just gonna hope he doesn't die to any random shit, quote unquote. Right? He doesn't like kind of get picked off. You know, his attention isn't drawn elsewhere as he's getting aggressed upon. He cannot lose villagers, that's for sure. Like he cannot afford to lose villagers.
Remarkable risk-reward setup, isn't it? He's deciding, well, you know what? If I can just out-micro my opponent, if I can keep these villagers alive for a little bit, it's not a giant military force he's up against. Let's be honest.
No, not for now. But
it is exactly not for now, but also it's enough of a military force to almost consolidate a beachhead into the enemy forces to keep them pushed back to the extent that you're allowed free reign to resupply, to bring more troops forward if you do need to.
Yeah, I mean, there is no blacksmith yet. There is no villager going across the map either, which is kind of usually the tell that there is some, you know, tower push being done. And English actually are very good at... Oh, that's very nice, by the way. So you're going to walk up and you're going to deny those villagers access to gold. Even if you only kill one, which is, I think, what's going to happen. Does look at that range, by the way. It's insanity. But if you can just deny access to this gold, the French has to move somewhere else, right? So the French player has to go maybe... maybe here, right? Maybe they have to just fortify their position.
These four horsemen pushing into the longbowmen.
I mean, you'd like it if there were no spears, but there are two. And actually, I think 2 spears plus 4 longbows win against those 4 horsemen easily, because those are kind of strong units, but overall they suck quite hard, to be honest. So if you have a large mass of those against archers, they will just obliterate the archers without any problems. But if you are gonna go against like a critical number of mass of archers, or you're gonna go against archer spears, these guys lose the fight handsomely. So it's not a really nice engagement for you if you're going to face this particular force. If you had some knights, I would be way more confident. One knight actually is gonna pop out right now out of those stables, and there's also an archery range, I think, being constructed. So this aggression will probably come to an end right now. I would wager, right?
I'm happy to see this, Mike. I think that if DauT was to put on any more of this aggression in such a fashion, Kasva would start to see really uncontrollable dips in production, because not only does he have to micro his villages away from production, while he's doing that, he necessarily loses the option to kind of do more things, to implement his own strategy for victory.
Yeah.
And for DauT here, someone who we thought perhaps isn't really up to the task of Kasva, just purely based on the fact that we've maybe not heard his name as much, I think to put on the aggression at such an early stage and try and control the game, really, right, is something that at least would be bolstering him, you know, mentally.
Yeah, but he lost a lot of those... Okay, this is not a large army, let's face it. Okay, so he's okay. I think he's still fine. He has a considerable force, actually, that was just sitting in his base. It's like 9 archers, 9 spears, so that's a large army, I think. It can actually contest a lot, like, for sure. I'm not really sure what those villagers are doing here, but I really have no idea why they are here in the first place. But if they don't move away quickly, they're just gonna all... Okay, at least 2 or 3 of them are gonna die.
Luckily, he didn't really even need to micro that. One down. I think he's going to get that second one as well.
Yeah, no, he's very good, very good. Let's go. A third one's actually okay. Misrallied, but he just does go away. I'm not really sure what this was. Actually, I have no idea why they were there. There was no lumber camp. There is no tower. It's clearly an exposed position, right? This is high view map, which has a lot of those stealth forests, so you can move unseen around your opponent's base, or you can make circles around it. So this actually, by the way, because what I thought was going to happen is Kasva was kind of accumulating resources. I thought he was clearly going up to castle very, very, very soon from now. And he cannot do this anymore. He's not allowed to do this because the English are actually going to force him to build some units as well. So Kasva, by just kind of showing up with those archers, not only does he... Sorry, DauT, by showing up with those archers, not only does he kind of kill a few villagers, which is great for him, because it counteracts this kind of innate mechanic of the French who have more villager production, like faster villager production. It also forces Kasva to build some extra forces, because if he doesn't, he's just going to immediately lose to a push. Because like seeing spears and archers, it basically screams, you know, ram ranch to you, right? It's just gonna happen. You feel anyway. You have the inkling. But it's actually kind of a conservative play, I think, because there is no ram ranch happening. He just gets the siege engineer. Sorry, he just gets the steel arrow, which is just +1 attack for archers. He's just gonna walk around the base of his opponent. Maybe look for openings, right? Maybe try to clear up those scouts here. I think that's the play here, just trying to catch some of those to prevent those professional scouts from working.
Kasva really is aware of that as well, because you've seen on the more eastern side of the map, he started to actually wall off parts of the area, really kind of paying creed to DauT's aggressive style here. But this battle from Kasva, choosing to fully commit on the kind of perfunctory archers at the side, choosing to sacrifice almost a few troops to run up to that main body. But really, this isn't a force that I think could compete with DauT's more consolidated forces.
No.
Do anything with that.
Especially the archers have such a long range, they can just basically walk around for ages, right? So they might get a scout as well, just denying that single deer carcass. No, actually not the case at all. It is going to be a very important fight. So if DauT actually micros this correctly, he doesn't lose any archers randomly, right? Because he has, like, I think a larger force of archers here. He's like a larger army. He can definitely win this, but I think that Kasva might have
damage just taking down 2, 3. I think for Kasva here, this is probably a lost skirmish.
Yeah, not a lost war, but a lost battle for sure. And those scouts are also toast. Look at this. I think he just auto-selected all his army, just moved them across those archers. He might lose 2 for this. Obviously, a single one. Of course, this is 350 for denied, which is not great. And those 2 are actually also kind of standing still, so they might die as well. So yeah, this one is probably toast. No, okay. So Kasva probably, so DauT doesn't realize what's happening. Kasva also forcing this the hand of his opponent, those archers here. So this might be cleaned up because this is a considerable number of archers here, and of course, DauT has he hasn't had any reinforcements. Can you believe it? He's still kind of winning the trades. He hasn't had the opportunity to reinforce at all throughout all those fights, and he killed a lot of knights. He has built up a nice force, I think, back at home again. He's moving that right now. Look at this. This is another kind of hit squad over here. And he's actually winning this trade still. He's going to probably snipe this knight if things go well.
Almost unbelievable here that DauT is still winning these trades. This is a loss that's worthy of perhaps even the Alamo's fame, with barely 4 units left in the field. Really rallying against the entirety of Kasva's military output currently. And considering DauT has these larger forces pushing forward, I think Kasva is in a little bit of trouble militarily.
Yeah, because this is gonna get cleaned up, but this traded super well. I think this was another knight dying, and Kasva has no upgrades here. He just has this kind of innate decarbonization, which French get for free, but he has nothing on the archers, right? He has no archer upgrades. He's relying on archers right now, mostly, not knights, because there are so many spaces, you cannot just build knights. He's also relying heavily on the defense, right, and against archers, and he has no iron undermesh, which is probably the core upgrade against any archer forces in the game. So he's actually not trading efficiently because of this. He's starting those upgrades now, but he's very late to the punch, I think. His opponent is very nicely set up to take over the game, I believe. It looks like the English might actually win. If I were to bet my money on anybody, I would definitely bet it on DauT right now. He has such a nice setup here. I love this aggressive play. He is actually because it's not oh, look at this! So many units!
Lord, Mike.
It's massive! It's such a horde of units. Look at those archers, 9 archers here, there are 8 over here. There are additional 9 spears to 5 here. It's huge forces actually. Those are scouts who are trying to ferry those carcasses back home, but I don't think they are actually going to make it through.
I think the only carcasses will be ferried back home of their own.
Yeah, they might. Anyway, they're not going to make it home, that's the important part. As long as they're just not in the base, this is still good for DauT, because he's just denying that foot from reaching the base.
Knights here in the middle, but for DauT, really, do you think this is a crushing blow here? Do you think he's trying to win the game with this strike?
He has siege engineers now, so he's gonna build rams. I think he's just gonna be the ram ranch happening right now. And I do not think the forces that, Kasva can master up are going to be sufficient to defend this. Okay, those scouts make it back home, so they get those 2 extra carcasses, right? But the English have so much.
Coming up right now.
Yeah, there's the first ram. Also, those scouts I think those archers can almost reach those villages. I like this wall. It's kind of too close to the gold, actually. I think I would love to see it kind of maybe here or something to essentially just cut off any aggression on the gold, because you really need gold as the French. And this kind of gold, this is desperation archery range. By the way, DauT behind this, he has enough to go up to Castle Age. So even though he has been putting all this aggression on,
being pushed forward here, I think DauT is really. At the beginning of this game, we mentioned kind of one of the English keys to victory is this early longbow aggression. Oh, look at this, Mike. You see Kasva fully committing to this force here, this charge.
It's not good.
Yeah, backing out now.
Look at how much damage those archers are doing to knights. Like, you have so many archers that are essentially just two-shotting knights at this point. It's crazy. And you can essentially take those trades, because as long as those knights don't reach the archers, you win every single fight. Because those... You can lose spears, no problem there. You just need to kind of take those fights just like this. You kind of walk around the archers with the spear so that the knights have no access to you. DauT just reaches Castle Age. Man, this is just back-breaking damage for Kasva. He's losing this fight for sure. He cannot fight this, and if he waits any longer, he's gonna fight against units who are at full tier up. That's terrible. That's gonna be so painful. Look at this. Those spears are just gonna turn those knights into salami. Look at this. They're just gonna get shredded.
Such an almost late time. He was so uncommittal with his attacks, pushing in and out, trying to pick off individual archers, almost at the cost of half a knight each charge. And when you're making trades like one knight for one archer.
Look at this. Like,
look at it.
DauT was able to save up 1,800 resources, and he's still winning every single fight. That's so good. Like, this was a marvelous show. Like, because English are supposed to lose hard to French. This was so nicely done by DauT. I'm really happy to see this, because I do love to kind of watch those games later and just kind of analyze them like a little bit more. You know, just kind of track down those kind of moves that those players are making. This was just an excellent show. It was so good. It was so fun to watch. And DauT actually comes out on top here. Very, very cool.
It is quite remarkable, isn't it, that we thought DauT perhaps was an underdog in this match, and that, or dominant from the start, really. Nothing was particularly answered. There was no meaningful aggression or resistance put up for him. It was almost unstoppable. So, seeing him here play the Abbasid dynasty against the Holy Roman Empire, very, a match that we don't see every day. This will be particularly interesting. Maybe DauT is, an incumbent dark horse.
Huh. He might be. I mean, the problem is, this is Hill and Dale. So all those kind of... They're basically... On Hill and Dale, this is kind of a map which has 3 narrow passages that lead to your base. So if you wall them off, like palisade wall essentially at first anyway, you get a nice control over like how your opponent can access your base. Because of course they can break a palisade, but they will not break 3. So if there is any attack, it's going to be very, very unidirectional in a way. It means that it's very difficult to be aggressive on this map unless you get to Castle Age, or unless you do research the siege engineering and just kind of amass a large number of troops. But again, even if your opponent, even if you do this, your opponent has enough time to master up some sort of forces, because breaking even a palisade wall takes a few hits. So I do think it's an interesting match, because both of those are kind of deadly civilizations. So both HRE and the Abbasids are extremely kind of defense focused, right? So they rely on lots of TCs as the Abbasids, because they have very cheap villages, so they can just kind of make a lot of them for essentially free. And here on the other side, Kasva would really like to go up to Castle very quickly, right? Because, and even Imperial Age, because that's where this civilization shines. So we might see this kind of clash of styles, where the Abbasids win against HRE if the HRE is too greedy, because the Castle Age push can be lethal still from Abbasids. And that's something that people are not really ready for, even in the top tier games. We've seen Leenock specifically, I think, just capitalize on the early strengths of the Abbasids, right? Where he was just finding those very, very good fights by just going wild in Castle Age. We might see like kind of 2 Castle Age rushes essentially from those players.
We've seen some truly unbelievable Abbasid play. Do you remember I can't remember the names of the individuals involved, but the early Ram Ranch attempt onto the docks? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. I actually don't remember the players either. We have seen so much good Abbasid play, actually, and they were considered to be the weakest civ in the game. But you can see them actually perform very well in specific matchups and very particular maps as well.
Well, this is that sort of statistical dissonance where you have a civilization that is considered so weak, only the very best play it. Mm-hmm. And due to that fact, it sometimes can have, remarkable results in tournaments. But I think realistically, on paper, if we were to ignore the last game, if we look at a player like Kasva, who we've just seen perform in an incredibly dominant fashion in his prior series, playing the Holy Roman Empire against someone like DauT, who perhaps isn't the most storied name that we have heard of so far, playing a civilization that we necessarily don't think might be the best, it would look as if Kasva has a giant advantage, but almost in reality, the fact that we think Kasva has an advantage makes DauT somewhat unstoppable in a way.
I agree. I mean, those are two very tightly slow civs, so it's not like they are going to be very aggressive early, unless, you know, we see something crazy from the Abbasid. But overall, by the way, I love the design of this house. Look at this. It's like super nice detail. Like all those little roofs and such. Like I really like this one. Like the Dark Age houses of the Abbasid are like
the sacks of grain next to it as well.
Yeah, there's something to look at. Okay, they're like really great. Now this being said, those are very slow civs, right? Both of them just kind of. Their goal early is just for the Abbasids to get like enough resources to go up to the second TC early on, which is gonna happen because you have so many villages on wood. That's just gonna be the case. And for the HRE, the goal is to actually go up to very early Castle Age, because then they can start getting the relics and they just kind of get this snowball economy going, right? Of course, they can also go for the very early Imperial Age because they have like one of these crazy landmarks called Palace of Schwabia, which does allow them to actually produce villages for 75% less at a 75 faster pace, or maybe 200% faster pace. It's just kind of, this building just kind of mass produces villagers, you know, like a factory almost. So it prints them essentially. So we have two different priorities, right? So for Kasva, it is going to be reaching Castle A SAP super pronto, whereas for DauT over here is going to be getting the second TC going probably, and just constructing that nice force in Castle A, just hitting before his opponent can reach the Imperial. Because if you let the HRE reach Imperial Age, it's going to be a very difficult ask for you to win against them in a kind of condensed map like this. Because those HRE forces are really strong. Those infantry units they have are just really strong. They have like very strong AoE with the Landsknechts. Their artillery is insanely good as well. And of course, they have very high gold income through that Regnus Cathedral, right, for the relics. So overall, facing the HRE is very difficult in the late game. However, it is kind of manageable if you force into this kind of prolonged Castle Age skirmish, which probably is going to be the case for us right now. We do not see actually the second TC build though, so is it going to be an early push in fact?
Yeah, I think not seeing the second TC is obviously indicative that he doesn't necessarily think he needs that exponential growth into the late game.
No.
So perhaps if we are to see this is something again that kind of harkens back to what I said at the start of the game. If we are to see DauT do a more aggressive kind of risk-reward push, I'd have to put my money on him winning.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, like the Abbasids have free siege engineering, so they don't need any tech at all to get those siege engines going on the field. So those units can just kind of start building a ram right now. And if he's eventually in Castle, you can build a Mangonel or a Springald as well, which is obviously very cool. But the thing is, like, I think Kasva did catch the wind of this, because it's not normal for the Abbasids for the HRE to start with 2 archery ranges. So he is probably ready to repel those attacks. Though you can see basically it's going to be evenly matched attack, because both of those players are producing from 2 archery ranges and also a barracks. That's the kind of the difference right now. There's a difference maker. There are going to be some spears on the map as well. So very curious actually.
A couple of these spearmen by DauT just kind of lobbied off to the side, almost AFKing from Kasva. You see that?
Yeah, but I think he just doesn't want to show his hand, because the units, like normal units, they have shorter line of sight than scouts. So I think Kasva knows that DauT is there, but DauT necessarily doesn't know that Kasva knows. If that makes any sense to you. So
yeah, this intelligence game, especially when you are trying to perform a rush like this, is one of the most important things in the game.
So look at this. Yeah, sorry, keep talking.
Oftentimes we kind of forget the real world strategies that we can employ in a video game like this, but in the core, when you're trying to pull off, it's a cheese tactic especially. We can consider rush somewhat of a cheese tactic. If your opponent knows what you're doing and can counter it early, then the risk reward is pushed so greatly out of your favor. You almost do want to pivot into something like attack and TC.
Yeah. So you can see how large of the line of sight the scout has. Look at this. Like, look at how far he sees compared to the regular units. It's probably like maybe 50-60% more. And archers already have very long sight. So that's, I think, what happened. He just doesn't know that his opponent knows. It's going to be an archer fight that I think DauT is going to lose if he just kind of takes it right now, because there are just way more archers here for Kasva. 11-9 if you kind of take all those forces together. So there is no freaking way that, DauT does actually win this one. He has to just run away and hope he doesn't lose too many units anyhow.
I definitely agree with the disengagement there.
Yeah, you can't take this trade. No way.
Perhaps if DauT had a more sizable spearman force, he could have formed a kind of flanking maneuver around that court. They are engaging him. What do you think about this, man?
So there is a scout who is going to absorb some damage. There are those 2 spears as well who did. So I think with decent micros, it's just gonna be like maybe Pyrrhic victory in a way. Like they're both gonna slaughter each other, like almost just nullifying any sort of advantages. Now you can see that the actually archers of Kasva are winning right now. We see what 5 of them actually just backing away, but they did take a favorable trade overall because in the end, like they had to shoot at other units. They still did in the end kind of come out not maybe on top, but they did show DauT that he has no reign over this side of the map. Now DauT is actually gonna push up now because he does actually have more archers right now, and now Kasva has to back away because he has lost like 2 or 3 archers in this kind of unfortunate engagement right now. He's just going to maybe force his opponent into his kind of perimeter, back into kind of the range of his own TC.
Would you say that this is, as you mentioned before, this term, the Pyrrhic victory, a victory where you kind of sacrifice everything, but you do win in a way? You kind of disable your opponent's military power, at least momentarily. Do you think that this necessarily might be a death knell strategically for this rush factor? We do see more attempts to being built. I think that obviously it's pushed greatly into DauT's favour because those walls aren't constructed yet, but I think Kasvar's onto it now. He's kind of caught on to the fact of what might be happening now.
Yeah, I do believe so. So, I think he had to just kill enough archers to make this a non-killing move later. Because if your opponent has like this kind of lethal mass of archers, he would just kind of keep you in check, essentially. So this is obviously not something you can allow to happen if you are being a defender here. Because if the archers get into your base, if they kind of win this kind of decisive engagement inside your base, they will massacre your villagers, right? So you don't want that to happen. So this is kind of preemptive attack from Kasva. I think he just dissuaded his opponents from kind of going too far in. This being said, DauT is going to go up to castle soon. Look at this. He has enough resources now to click up, whereas Kasva is just really far away in terms of gold. He needs so much money right now to go up to castle age. I think he's been kind of consistently denied access to gold because there's just one deposit here. He might not even know about this. There's another archer fight, by the way. Look at this. So again, I think Kasva is going to win this, but even if he wins this, I think this is actually quite good for DauT because he is forcing him out of gold here. Like, he's not allowing those villagers to mine. Maybe it was a bit too safe for Kasva. Actually, he needed to have backed away with those villagers from the gold because he desperately needs, like, 600 more or 500 more right now, which he just doesn't have.
Look at this incredible bounty of meat that Kasva is working on right now. If he would want to kind of push, if he would get a bit more gold, push a more heavy rush strategy, I think that he wouldn't be... Let's say he managed to turn around this kind of momentum stream now, because the pendulum in Kasva's favour is swinging towards DauT's base. But we've seen before, these tides can turn on the flip of a coin. So realistically, if DauT here was to kind of maneuver around this force and neutralise it, do you think that this early rush strategy is perhaps still viable in a way?
I mean, right now it is viable because you have a full age-up advantage of your opponent who does want to be in castle before you. So every single minute that is not spent in castle by HRE is going to be like a minute lost because they're not generating free gold through relics, right? So if you can just kind of keep them from aging, and if you manage to somehow age up yourself, it's just huge for you. And you can see him making actually 2 barracks, so it's going to be very heavy like infantry, I think infantry archers siege game from now on. And you're playing against pure archer, against a player who doesn't have enough to go up yet. So it's going to be kind of a nice opening to a push, I think, because if you are playing the HRE here, the Holy Roman Empire, of course, you do need to get more, because you actually are kind of missing one step, which is getting the siege workshop going, of course, and you're also like a full age up behind. So I think if there's a kind of a nice push coming in from DauT within the next minute, I think it's going to be very hard to stop, because once those units start constructing mangonels in the field, this is going to be a very, very hard task for Kasva to trade in a positive fashion there. Now, this is kind of a nice moment for Kasva to attack, because he has still like there is no tech disadvantage yet.
Remarkably favourable trades there for Kasva in terms of just pushing back the tides here. We've got seemingly 2 different rush offences happening at the same time, now choosing to back out against DauT. I mean, I think... Would you like to see a second TC here from DauT?
No, I think he has to just keep pushing now. I'd love to have seen this, like, a minute or 2 or 5 ago, but, like, we're 15 minutes in the game almost, right? But 13, let's say it. So I don't think it's time to build the second TC right now. You just want to play off the back of 1 TC, You just want to be aggressive, you want to find some openings now with the siege that you'll have, that your opponent has no counter against directly for now. And you might just kind of eke out a victory, or even just kind of take a few favorable trades and maybe just kind of put your opponent on the back foot. Because, yeah, you just need to have a mangonel or two, you need to have some sort of siege engines placed on the field. The problem for DauT is he has no resources to do that. He has no gold, he has like 190 gold. He has no wood at all. I'm not sure what he's doing with those. Like, he's gonna get a mango. No, he's gonna get a ram. Oh, that's terrible, because you're playing as like a full force of archers, and you really want to have something that isn't a ram here. You want to have something that just crushes those archers down, prevents them from kind of attacking your units. Because
I think that right now you don't necessarily want to focus on siege engines that can destroy structures, even though that wall is pretty terrifying for a rush strategy. You do want to see something that can heavily counter these archers, because that in reality is the military force of your opponent. These walls are static. You know, they're essentially time. All a wall is time, but an enemy archer is destruction. That'll really wreak havoc. If they were to engage right now, you know, DauT's force probably might not be victorious.
Yeah, I do think so as well. So that does need. I mean, he has upgrades as well. So he has the veteran archers versus normal ones. So that's actually okay. If he can just actually take this part of them of the kind of the base from Kasva, I think he's going to be in a nice position overall. You have to remember though, Kasva is actually getting relics at the same time. So he has 2 relics in his base now. Like, he basically snagged them away from his opponent, like right under their nose. So
very interesting strategy from Kasva. He's almost utilized a hybrid rush 1TC to leverage this kind of disadvantaging your opponent, kind of leveraging map control to gain the kind of benefits of a second TC in terms of an economic advantage.
Yeah.
But without actually doing it. It's very interesting here to see this kind of emergent Abbasid gameplay.
Yeah, but at the same time, DauT is actually, I think, behind right now, because he has no response to the relics. I think he's just super committed to the push. He tunneled into the push right now. Which he probably needn't have done, because if you're just, I think, if you're playing the Abbasids, you can just go 2TC and just have like a very strong economy coming into castle that you just kind of overwhelm the HRE player with. Now, both players just kind of, you know, call it a day for now. There's a truce between those forces, but I do think like the longer you allow the HRE to stay alive, like the stronger they get, objectively speaking. There are like 2 relics now. There's going to be a 3rd one somewhere. Like, I think there's a pre-latte or a prelate walking with this one over here, and there's probably going to be like 4 or 5 even of those relics, because let's face it, DauT is not paying attention to the map at all.
Why do you think DauT is allowing this to happen? He could quite easily kind of dictate map control right now simply based on his military power, but he's letting these before coffees take every single relic available.
Yeah, before coffees, I love it. Poor before coffees, man. Oh shit. Oh, so yeah, it's kind of tough, and now I think DauT has less, actually. Those mangoes are great units, but they're not going to work too well if they're just destroyed by those knights.
Towards the archers.
Oh shit, that's a huge shot though. Oh good lord, so that's not terrible at all. That's another 2 shots actually doing a nice job, but those are done. I think it's just gonna be a full cleanup, man. Like, you lose archers, of course, that's definitely terrible. Like, look at this. It's kind of a pile of corpses, but at the very same time, you just win the fight. I think that's fine. You paid the price, but you win. I don't know what this pre-coffee was doing here. The pre-latte is just gonna walk up to this wall and die. Maybe it's just gonna BMing or something. I'm not really sure. There's another pre-latte dead over here. So
trying to come to terms with who is the victor of this engagement is almost inquantifiable task.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird because, like, actually, it seems like Kasva somehow held on. I'm not really sure how he managed to do this, but he wins the fight. Now, this is the Pyrrhic victory. Like, he lost everything, but you won.
Could not agree with you more, but seeing here, DauT is still pushing. I believe that's a mangonel he's creating. While we do see these before coffees trying to take the sacred sites, pushing out maybe to gain some of those relics that they lost. I think 1 relic dropped just north there, which will be very, very difficult for Kasva to get, considering it's in.
He does have 3 because of this. I think he brought this one from here. He just never actually brought it back because he must have selected all units, and it selects your priests, your prelates, that is, or prelates. And it just kind of he moved all those units, he moved every single unit into this fight, so he lost a lot here by mismicro, I think. Which is not great, because he doesn't have the advantage he could have had, right? Those are actually just kind of lots of gold that he's wasting. And, yeah, look at this, like, he's gonna actually be sieged upon right now, so he kind of lost that fight. And he's actually gonna be forced to, yeah, just kind of concede the grounds. He has to stop mining here, or harvesting resources anyway. He's just gonna be forced to kind of fight this large army of the Abbasids. Like, there are some crossbows here in the mix now, so they're a very big threat. They're a huge threat, actually.
Really, you have to begrudge Kasva rather, for not pushing forward more when that force was a lot smaller, for not taking out the 3 or 4 troops before they could create that mangonel. I think really...
But the knights are actually doing fine here, aren't they? They do clean up the archers, because there's no kind of tank in front, right? So this Mango is gonna get I think this is actually a very bad situation for DauT all of a sudden, because he lost so much here.
Really are kind of exorbitantly powerful here, pushing perhaps an advantage that they shouldn't necessarily be able to, based on... I would like to see them pushing now, no? Maybe they're just idling to regenerate some health?
No, they can't, because it's just the French knights. It's just the French knights who can, so... those crossbows are gonna kill a single knight. I really don't like this, because he had like... Okay, so DauT had a huge force of crossbows. He needed something in the front to tank. He needed to have something that would just kind of absorb the damage and take the first few blows. And the crossbow just kind of they can explode knights, but they need like a large number. You need kind of a decent number of those crossbows, and you also need to have something that, you know, just saves them from dying, because they are very squishy units. They're essentially archers with this kind of insanely powerful weapon, right? You see 80 HP is not much. That's basically like, you know, a third of the HP of a knight. But they have so much potential firepower, really, that if you can protect them, they're just going to be very, very strong for you. Now, the nice spirit that we see, by the way, from DauT is... I told you it's going to be a long castle game, by the way, but DauT is actually working with some spearmen right now, which is very nice, because he's able to actually just extend this knight fight, right? Because the knights can no longer just kind of recklessly run into you if there are spearmen in the field. And essentially, there's also going to be a keep build. And there's not that much gold in those bases, actually. I mean, there's 8,000 here. I'm kind of wrong.
I am very glad to see DauT here starting to actually control the map a bit more. You see, we take these sacred sites, although you could say a little bit too late, just due to the fact that the relics are already on board for Kasva. But really, even now, to see this keep being built so close to DauT's base really is... How even would you describe it? It's sort of anchor to victory.
I don't think this is... Okay, so I'm a greedy piece of shit, okay? If I were to do this, I would just have built it here. Because then you deny the only gold that your opponent has in their base. And you essentially just kind of make a nice foothold in their base as well. Like, you kind of create this nice piece of infrastructure that's just going to keep you alive later. Just going to allow you to, you know, save your units. It's going to keep shooting. It's going to be super frustrating to deal with. So I think if you take a fight like... Oh, this is such a bad micro, though. You don't want to be doing this. But if you take a fight like this, if you force your opponent to fight you here, you can absolutely build a keep behind this, I think. So if you kind of go deep and you build a keep, you start a keep right now here, you can probably just do it. Unless you lose this fight handsomely. I'm not sure
I think the idea for Kasva is you wanted this as a sort of rallying backup point rather than a focal point of combat.
You can see he's winning, though.
Well, you say he's winning, but these are almost Pyrrhic victories, as we keep saying. Just constant skirmishes in which neither player really has any sort of dominant force left over.
Yeah, but
with that backing up now, look at this force. That's a big force, I'd say now, Mike, especially relative to the military force on the field.
But can you imagine a keep being here now? You know, this is GG. If they keep it, I know this is a greedy mindset from me, but if you get a keep immediately over here, there is no way your opponent can ever take over your forces, because you have eked out right now. DauT has eked out a military advantage. He has more units than his opponent for sure, and he's trading favorably all the time. You can see actually he's probably just gonna get the... he bought stone. Look, he bought stone. He's just gonna do it now. So I do think that fight we had before was a better distraction, though. I think that fight that we had, like we have seen before in this, you know, engagement, that was the correct point in time where you could have built it, because your opponent can no longer afford to attack the villagers, right? I think at this point DauT can actually just still lose some of those villas. He was kind of safe here. I do think sacrificing villagers here is okay, because you're obviously just you know, building a piece of infrastructure that's gonna win you the game in the end, in the long run. But it's still kind of not the optimal play, I believe. But still, I think you can see these guys are pushing in. There's a keep going up basically inside of the base of Kasva, denying him the fields as well. So it is a nasty situation to be in for sure. It's not a good position for our HRE player actually, and that might. Oh no! Look at this! Look at the balls on this man. He's gonna get another keep. Oh, Kasva just says, oh, I'm done with this shit. I'm not doing this anymore. He taps out.
I think if we can agree on something, it's that having 3 keeps built in your own base is perhaps an insurmountable obstacle to
it. Holy, I love this game so much, man. That was so good. This is so good.
Constant aggression, these constant Pyrrhic victories, Pyrrhic skirmishes, but essentially this kind of slight advantage DauT out really let him build a foothold into 3 keeps, Mike. 3 keeps into the enemy base. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Yes. In my base. It happened to me. Someone did this to me. It's exactly the same thing. It's very painful, very hard to deal with, but it was a fun game. It was a very good game, and I really like those, because it was just kind of tense, lots of trading, lots of fighting. And you know what? DauT wins the series with this, I think. Reggie's just going to move on.
I put a bit of a marker on DauT's name here, man. I think if you say anything, it's I don't doubt him anymore.
I don't doubt the DauT, yeah. And you know what? We can watch DauT versus Beastyqt. Yeah, Beastyqt right now, which is going to be a fun series. I'm wondering what else we could watch, but I think there's going to be like a very nice series to follow.
I wouldn't mind following the story of DauT almost, because we've seen from those games, it's especially just the juxtaposition of the series we watched of his opponent prior, when he was so dominant, he made his opponent kind of force rage quit.
Yeah, absolutely.
The reverse happen is, I think, an interesting story to follow if you're so inclined. Yeah,
I'd love to see that, actually. So we're just going to have to wait for that to start now, so those guys are getting ready probably for the next game, I think. I do believe that the DauT does deserve some breathing room, guys, so I'm just going to quickly self-advertise. Please remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow me on Twitch, depending on the medium we're using, of course. If you're on Twitch, by the way, I have lots of cast games like these over here. On my YouTube channel, you can access my YouTube by just kind of clicking the button below the stream. It will take you directly to my YouTube page, and you can just subscribe from there. I highly encourage you to do this, of course, because this supports me and obviously just kind of is a tell to me that, you know, I should be casting more and what I'm doing is the right thing. So very much appreciate it if you guys do decide to actually drop a few follows or subs. If I don't call out the sub, by the way, because I sometimes don't get the notification on YouTube, please inform me that you have subbed on the chat and I will know it that way. This being said, we can just kind of settle. I think we have like actually 2 new subs right now. We went from 2,752 to 2,754. Man, those 2,000s are hard.
Like, literally, just take a second, step back in time a bit, and think about that number.
Yeah, I used to be on the 100. Like, there was a day when I was on the 100, and it was then the next day I was like on 900 something because Darkest Dungeon happened. Do you remember that? It's just basically.
Like, it was yesterday, brother. These 3,000 people didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was essentially giving up on YouTube because, you know, the growth was just so slow. It's like I was getting like a subscriber every 2 weeks or so. And then it just kind of, you know, became 800 overnight. It was crazy. And then it just kind of kept growing to 2,700 over multiple games. That was cool. Like, you know, we streamed Darkest Dungeon, you know, we streamed World of Warcraft. Lots of WoW content was actually made. And there was a large following from WoW. And now we are working with this, of course, Rage of Empires 4. And it's also kind of good. It's kind of nice growth as well. You have nice views, and it's just, I'm very happy with the community here.
Those early Darkest Dungeon games were some of the most unique, I'd say. The particular way. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! The way you get angry was uniquely humorous.
Yeah, those was fun days, man. Those are fun days. But it's equally as fun right now, I think. Both like those games are very competitive. I love casting more than... I think I like casting more than playing. So... yeah, it's just really fun. It's really fun to kind of be here right now to see how those guys are doing, how their storylines develop and such. It's just really cool to see this. Now we just wait.
Especially one of these kind of newer names to watch. One of the best things about this EGC tournament is EGC.
Yeah, EGC. Elite Gaming Channel, I believe, is their full name.
The Elite Gaming Channel is that these elite gamers have kind of built a name for themselves so early on. Names like Vortex, even Kaposh, Marine Lord, Kasva, Beastyqt, Luciferon. We've already started to see some rivalries come forth. We see Vortex and Marine Lord often coming to blows in this top spot. And it's things like that really drive, I suppose, the soul of a game forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's just kind of fascinating, especially to see some of the newer names emerge. Like if you look at the ladder right now, there's a guy called BudgetTT or Budget, who has never been in top 16 before. He is there right now. There's a guy called Papi Poses. There are some new faces actually being, kind of appearing here. FTW Cheese also, moving over Leenock is a surprise. I think it's going to be interesting to see how exactly that unveils later on down the line. So lots of those kind of cool names, other than obviously the staple of the tournament, right? We're seeing a lot of those kind of newer people coming in, just kind of consistently bringing us entertainment, which is absolutely amazing. We could watch a shorter game if you'd like, because I don't think like Beastyqt is like those guys are ready yet. Essentially, I don't think this is the case. We can check. I can actually check BC's stream to see how far into kind of picking and doing their draft they are, but I think Beasty is just still waiting for his opponent. He's not in the lobby with DauT yet, so we might actually just kind of maybe go into shorter game or something. Maybe just essentially take a short break with like 5 minutes, and then once we're back, we'll obviously just go back and see how exactly these players are indeed getting great. Actually, no, DauT is there. DauT is in the lobby.
I wouldn't mind a very quick look at the brackets for this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Because we have like a few minutes. They have like 3 minutes timer before they can actually go into a game. Before we can start spectating a game, and we can actually see the brackets. So you see Lucifer winning versus ZGLight. So that's the game we couldn't watch. Now he's playing against CMG IOIC. Hera is playing against iMagic. Vortex is playing Kapok. FTW Cheese is gonna play the winner of Noob versus Matiz. So there's the game we kind of didn't watch because he was playing somebody else apparently. Then if you look at the other side of bracket, we have Marine Lord versus Papi Paul. So there's a new guy on the block. We have Budget versus Zerton. Zerton, very prominent name again, playing against a completely new name. DauT advancing as well.
Kaposh, can you see that? Are we able to join Vortex versus Kaposh right now? That would be quite an interesting game.
Yeah, but we're just essentially on the verge of going into our game that we wanted to watch so much, into Beastyqt versus DauT. I think they're almost ready, actually. They're like essentially like on the verge of being ready.
To see Marine Lord's growth in the north of this bracket, he's almost been against sort of names that we don't necessarily know too much. So it's not too unbelievable to see, especially Lucifron, Marine Lord, Hera, Vortex, and even Kaposh here. It's quite fun to see Kaposh versus Vortex in this sort of quarterfinals stage almost of the first day. Yeah,
absolutely. So that will be very good. I think that will be an excellent series to watch, but I'd really love to. I think DauT has created a nice storyline for today. So I don't think DauT should be someone you abandon in the hour of need. Essentially, I think I'd really like to see more DauT. I think they're almost ready because I'm watching Beastyqt stream, and they're essentially I'm kind of just looking in there, and they're just setting up for the game now. So if we just kind of wait a little bit longer, I believe we should have access to Beastyqt's game, and then it will of course be really kind of interesting to see how that is developing. My stream is doing something weird. Oh, I know why, because I'm just kind of in the loop here. I just kind of, like my stream is streaming my stream that is streaming my stream. It kind of got like into this infinite loop right now. Funny stuff. Now we're just going to look at, of course, the bracket a bit more. DauT advancing again, which is very cool to see. I like DauT. He had a monster performance during the previous series. And he might actually be playing, if obviously he wins versus the winner of TheMista versus Gornath. He's going to be playing against the winner of Beasty versus DauT as well. So it's going to be exciting to see that one unveil. So that's going to probably be on the menu for us later, potentially, too. So there are lots of good games, actually. Lots of good games actually on the menu today.
An overabundance of wealth here, no? We get to see unbelievable games. Particularly interested here, though, in DauT's storyline.
So yeah, DauT is gonna definitely have, like, if he wins against Beasty, of course, it's gonna be a very tough matchup, by the way, because let's face it, Beasty is like top 8 on the ladder still, I think. I just need to double check it. DauT, however, is ranked 29, so not really too far apart. So Beastyqt is currently rank 16 versus rank 29. It's actually good. I think it's gonna be a fair matchup. And of course, Beasty has been rank 1 for a while as well. He used to be rank 1 for a while.
See the bottom of those rankings, it's almost the kind of the bracket of death, if you will. Sometimes you see in football tournaments or the like. We've seen the likes of the Sniper, Kasva, and DauT somehow managed to come on top to face Beastyqt. So really, I think whoever wins this kind of bottom of the bracket matchup is probably the #1 seed to take the whole thing, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like this because those guys are definitely going through a lot of challenges. Let's face it. So we have like names such as Give You Anxiety, you know, Ho DFX, obviously Sniper. I think this is a nice kind of sieve in a way, right? It's just gonna kind of allow us to decide who is really one of the strongest players in the tournament. Because whoever makes it out through those kind of, you know, group finals, essentially, this is what it is, right? Because those are like small groups in a way. So whoever makes it through this kind of grinder of death, I think is going to have a very nice shot at winning the whole thing, because those are just really expert names right now, expert players just going through. They're looking at the possibility of DauT, TheMista, Beastyqt, Kasva, or DauT at the top 4 right now is going to be really nice to see who exactly comes out on top of those games, because they're just really nice.
We're either looking at potentially Beastyqt versus Marine Lord or DauT versus Marine Lord, I think.
Yeah. Beastyqt has, as far as I remember from StarCraft 2, anyway, he has been a very, very good player for years, actually, in SC2. But he never managed to win like a big tournament because I think he has a huge stage fright. So I'm kind of wondering if this is kind of going to contribute to his performances in tournaments. Because he was like an undisputable rank 1 on the ladder for a while. He was like super, super, super strong. Like beating people left, right, and center, really.
Could we consider him almost a kind of ladder lord?
Yeah, in a way. I guess so you could call him that. But I really have not seen him play in many tournaments yet. So he only played one and he lost. Not a terrible loss it was either. It was just kind of a normal, kind of, you know, fair and square loss against another very experienced player. I think it was Voltix he lost to when he was playing there. So I do think that it's going to be interesting to see like how he does. I think he's a very strong player. He has a chance of winning the entire thing for sure. I think everyone here from this bracket does though. Like DauT for sure. You know, Mista almost made it in the first tournament. Of course, he was like the runner-up, and then we have Ho DFX who lost already, and then we have DauT as well, who of course is, as we have seen, on in a very good shape today. So yeah, it's going to be cool to see how exactly those matches unveil.
DauT versus DauT would be a very interesting sort of almost underdog matchup. I remember in our previous tournaments, we saw DauT face off against the likes of Marine Lord, Vortex, these kind of incredibly powerful and potent names.
Yeah.
And sometimes come out on top. So I think this sort of underdog battle would be very, very interesting. I think we see lots of sort of emerging or indeed innovative gameplay from the two of them. Perhaps some sort of interesting Abbasid matchup.
Yeah. By the way, I think both DauT and Beastie are from they have to be from the Balkans, because I just kind of watching the Beastie stream, and Beastie has been chatting in the same language to DauT. So I think Beastie is Serbian. So I'm not really sure about DauT, because you know they speak a very similar language really. So he could be from anywhere from Croatia to Bosnia almost. He's Serbian as well, actually. So both the Serbians.
Bros AoE 4 conquering. Can you believe it?
The Duel of Serbians, man. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, rise up.
Yeah. Almost the Siege of Sarajevo, right? The forbidden, historically forbidden event, man. Can you believe that siege lasted for like several years on end? They just kind of kept fighting and living in the city for like half a decade, essentially, right? It's insanity.
I think probably the siege of Vienna was my favorite. The siege of Austria, just in general, by the Turks, was probably the best.
But like the siege of Sarajevo was, you know, the most contemporary siege we've had in a way, in Europe anyway, right? I think this is the latest one, because it ended like in 1995 or 1997 even.
I think any discussion of the kind of Bosnia, Serbia, Croatia thing is almost mired in just griminess, you know?
Yeah, it was
kind of touched with this backdrop of genocidal cleansing, which is something that what was it? I can't. It wasn't Slobodan Milosevic. It was the other one when he was sentenced by the War Crime Tribunal and he glugged the poison and said something like, "Everything I did was for my country. I die an innocent man."
Yeah.
particularly almost fictional if you consider it that way. It seems like someone would write a book about this, you know, like kind of Eastern European countries with vague names doing genocidal things and a sort of explosive ending.
Yeah. I mean, this was the reality that Poland was living in, essentially, right? Because we were very close. We're kind of close neighbors to all these kind of warring countries in the south, in the Balkans, right? So we're just kind of witnessing this on the news. I was a child back then. I think it started like 1992 or something, right? And I was like 2 years old, but it just kind of lasted over years. I just remember the images from the TV, right? Just kind of this constant stream of news from the region. It was something that, you know, was very scary for someone who lives like maybe not next door, but like nearly next door, really, you know. That must have been very scary for the Czech, because they were like essentially almost in the thick of things, just not being involved there.
Poland's almost always been the kind of bastion of European civilization in a way. If Poland ever falls or is taken, it's kind of indicative that
things are going batshit crazy in Europe in a way, right? And the thing is, like, we're between the rock and the hard place here, right, in Poland, because we're like between Germany and Russia in a sense, right? So any kind of,
like, literally the kind of, you are the watershed between like France, Germany, what people consider to be like central kind of civilized Europe, and the sort of Ural masses, the sort of Mongolian hordes of Russia.
Yeah.
Not only that, it's the kind of ex-Turkish. I think it's when the kind of the Turkish Empire really took it all over. Poland was the sort of the touchstone for who is currently winning, you know?
Yeah, I know. It was very nasty for the Poles, because we were just consistently under siege in a way, right? Because if any kind of, especially both Russia and Germany, Russia has been, but Germany was a very kind of expansive country, right? They were like both very aggressively kind of trying to expand their borders and just kind of build the military live. It was really scary, because like Poland was just kind of always the nearest neighbor that they could aggress first, right? So
we can go so much earlier than that, though. Even if we go to, you know, near the 1670s to 1730s, we have Western East Prussia, and they're literally separated by Poland and Lithuania.
Yeah.
So kind of the natural thing to do would be to reclaim that land. So kind
and
of
reclaim they did.
Exactly.
Eventually.
It's almost, I don't know. Poland-Lithuania is perhaps one of the most almost mythical and fabled of those kind of great empires that's fallen now. You know, the winged hussars, things like that are almost, you know, almost legendary in nature. And to realize that, you know, that was a real thing is somewhat not unbelievable, but fantastical.
You can claim in a way the UK is in the, maybe not on the same boat, but UK did actually lose a lot of its influences, right? All around the world over the course of the past 2 or 3 centuries.
But that's more, we still have, like, I wouldn't say necessarily soft influence, but things like Anzac. We have the best, like, the light infantry, things like sort of, you know, forward-facing light infantry, things like, you know, it's like the SAS, for instance, is unbelievably better than almost any of the elite squads even America could put out right now. So I think in terms of just like military doctrine and history, and we have like some unbelievably hard people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. But the thing is, like, in terms of the, you know, the events on the map, I think the UK must have lost way more than Poland did, or, you know, historically speaking overall. Because he had so many influences, like, you know, the India, the States especially, right? It's just, all the colonies really just fell as well. So you're just kind of, it's kind of must have been very weird in a way, because
it was literally even as close as, you know, 1980 we gave back Hong Kong, and that's less of things like losing America. I mean, I've spent 2 or 3 years studying the War of Independence, and it's not a war that England wanted to win. Almost there were many opportunities to win a war against yourself. You can't massacre everyone. There were many opportunities where very, very early on in the war, I think we could have like pincered New York in the first year or 2 of the war and completely taken out the army. But we had a considerable amount of, they weren't even considered like different people by a lot of people in Parliament. They were considered, you know, they are our people. We can't just go and kill them all, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So
I don't really cry about, obviously, but it's something interesting to look back on in time and understand the real importance of newspapers, encyclicals, and to really understand that if you're going to tax anyone, don't tax the people who make everyone else angry, you know?
Yeah, that's true, absolutely. Yeah, I think that, yeah, that's actually very weird that the war over the US must have been like really rough on the soldiers, because they're essentially fighting their almost brothers, right? Like,
well, quite literally, sometimes.
it was like kind of a civil war in a way before the actual American Civil War.
I think the only thing about it that kind of still almost peeves me is just that Americans don't really understand what happened. Like, they think that they kind of just fought a war because they weren't being represented, when in reality, per person, the colonies, especially in America, had more representatives in the House of Commons than anyone in England outside of, I think, London. Not only that, we were spending considerably more money on the frontier protection defences than we were getting anything back in taxes. Yeah. The second we say, okay, we're introducing a stamp tax, so the stamp tax necessarily is on encyclicals, newspapers, things like that. So the people of influence say, oh, we don't want this. We don't want to spend more money on putting out these encyclicals. So they say, okay, this is terrible. We should never do this. And it's this sort of, it was just needless. Like, I'm happy that it's independent. I don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, it was a lot of needless bloodshed and almost harbouring resentment that's just completely unnecessary. It's just the French being the French, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Everything bad comes down to the French.
Yeah, that's what the French say about you. I have a very close French friend, and yeah, I think that
it wasn't even England versus America. It was England versus France.
Yeah, it's essentially in the jokes right now, but I get it. Yeah, I get it.
It's always fun, you know.
Yeah, making fun of the French. I think we're gonna go into the game because Beasty is just starting his lobby. So there's gonna be that. So we will see DauT versus Beastyqt in about a minute, I think. So those guys are just getting ready and set up, and we shall get going very, very soon, guys. Just a quick reminder: if you haven't yet subscribed or follow me on Twitch, please do so. It obviously helps a ton to, you know, for me, it helps me a ton to grow the stream and keep kind of expanding, right, and keep making content. So please do so. If you do enjoy yourselves immensely, you can also buy a membership for just shy of $3, and it also is going to, of course, allow me to keep growing, keep improving my content, and so on and so forth. You can do it on YouTube by clicking the join button below the stream. Let's get going. I think the game is ready. It plays the loading, so we can also try loading in to their game. I'm sorry, sis.
Mikefield is probably the best independent Age of Empires for stream broadcast you could ever hope for. So giving him any of your, you know, at least free things, subscribing, liking, it'll be more of a service to yourself than to him in the long run.
Yeah, and you're supporting a poor British man as well, you know. Helping his ego.
I'm supporting you.
Yeah, that's true. That's lovely, by the way. I very much appreciate you. I know I haven't said this before, but like, I really do appreciate you just kind of being around for the streams, just kind of co-casting. It's really just always so much fun with you, sis. It's just great stuff.
Exactly, brother. We're all here for fun, no?
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of the pinnacle of why we're watching this DauT game. This storyline of DauT is it's just fun. It's fun to see him do things that we didn't think so. It's fun to see these weird victories, these weird games.
Oh man, the spectator mode isn't on. Are you kidding me? We're not gonna. I think maybe they have not loaded yet. DauT is taking like an hour to load, so maybe I'm wrong. I think that's the problem. Yeah, okay. They're just DauT has a potato PC like I used to. I got scared for a second, but it was just them loading for an hour and a half. So it's okay.
Serb PC.
Yeah, they're both on Serbian PCs, so that's that. I mean, they have lovely food, man. I love like my visit to the Balkans every single time. Their PCs might not be the strongest, but you know their food is just
a particular affinity for root vegetables.
Oh man, no, for meat. They have the best. Like I really love the cevapcici from Bosnia, and they have like cevapcici everywhere around there. Like their pastries are amazing. You know I don't know if you ever had burek, which is basically like this kind of sourdough pastry that has like some filling in it. It's just amazing stuff as well.
The Eastern Europeans are like pastries, things like soups, root vegetables, and sort of hunted or barely farmable meat is like always on the top.
Yeah, we're kind of gamey, aren't we? Huh? So, anyhow, without any further ado, guys, having a look at the base of Beastyqt, who is coming from Serbia. He's playing the French, and he is in the blue. Would you like to do second introduction, sis?
GL DauT, the English in the red. We are color-coded perfectly this time, so no silly mistakes from either of us. The French in the blue, the English in the red.
You would prefer them in the white, though, right?
Red.
The French, that is, of course.
The French. Oh, I don't prefer them in anything, brother.
Anyhow, we're ready to start the series, guys. Let's get started. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, that's going to be probably a classic opening. We have seen this matchup before today, by the way. This is essentially the repeat of the story we've had with DauT and his opponent, who was
Kasva, I think.
Kasva, yeah, Kasva indeed. And this is a matchup that essentially should favor the French player, but we have seen this, I think, quite a few times already, that, the English have enough persistence to win if they push. We have not, I don't really think, that's something that we can actually establish, I think, as a fact almost. I don't believe that you stand a chance if you go double TC against the French. Unless you have like some godlike insane macro and micro and you can just predict every single knight placement on the map, and you have some extremely secret strategy that you're using, I don't think you can survive the onslaught of the French if you just kind of decide to go towards that second TC immediately.
Well,
so,
I'd suggest for DauT, this is a very not the same map as before when he was against Kasva. The map before was kind of very locked off. There were key choke points that when you take would kind of disable your opponent. In this map, obviously, it's considerably more open-ended. These dynamic walls, these dynamic palisades aren't as effective. Neither necessarily might be a kind of keep rush that we saw before.
Yeah.
But I really wouldn't mind DauT putting on this early longbow aggression, this early skirmish aggression that he did before against the French. And I think if he does that, then necessarily Beastyqt is kind of locked out of so many different paths to victory, Mike.
Yep. I mean, then, of course, you have to remember that this map is being very open. It also means that the French will have to expose a lot of their... kind of gathering sites, right? So those 3 villages on gold, of course, being one of those kind of examples here, right? Here, I'm looking at the base of the English. Shit. It's even worse for the French. Look at this. So this wood line is kind of exposed as you kind of dig into it. There is a mill here that you have to build because you want to go professional scouts. And gathering from those berries, again, archers can reach you from here. This gold is terribly placed. I think it's even worse than this one over here because there is actually a wood line here that you can kind of maybe use to wall like this, right? So that the archers cannot just reach you immediately. Or maybe you can even wall like this if there is lots of aggression kind of that you anticipate. Anyhow, this is really kind of nice open base. Yes, the French can exploit it as much, but the English actually don't care because they build farms. Like, the English farms are the best in the game. And this means that if you are actually Beastyqt here, you will be kind of having difficulties engaging into this base at all. Right? Because I think DauT is going to build this kind of nice compact infrastructure. And he'll use this infrastructure as an anchor for attacks. I don't believe he's going to be playing a slow game here. I don't think he's going to go towards 2cc. He has a lot of villages on food and on wood. So I think the normal kind of expected result with 6 to 6. Because if you go 1 to 1 on wood and food, just like DauT is doing right here, you will eventually just end up attacking your opponent. You can see actually very early barracks. This is the same build that he used before. Early barracks, just spamming out spearmen and archers the second you can go up to the next age.
As you said, this ability to have the presence of mind to know when the geography favors you and how to build, even in terms of how to build offensively. Like, it's very simple to say, let's not build our villages in the front, but to understand how to build your base in a fashion that is giving you a more increased propensity for assault is very, very effective from DauT here. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see at least some sort of early skirmishing forces coming out of DauT here, right?
You have to also say that DauT was doing something that people generally speaking don't do. So, well, normally you just kind of rally your units across the board like every single time. So all units just kind of are rally. DauT was sending them in large waves. So like if you're Beast, you'd never know if the assault has ended or if there's just going to be another attack just following in suit, right? So it is a very scary proposition, especially that Beast. I don't think Beast had the opportunity to watch DauT play. And that is really scary because that strategy looked very scary for me as a French player, as an English player too. I really love to do this myself as the English player, but if I were the French player, I would just get almost insane from this kind of continued onslaught of your opponent.
Super important you mentioned that, the fact that we often see reinforcements come in this kind of rallying trickle as they come out of production.
Yeah.
But we have seen from DauT these waves of troops. We see one wave go in, especially we saw in a prior game, this kind of Eastern battle where we thought a wave was dead, a long time before it was dead, and it was still able to initiate really great trades. And then boom, another big wave's come forward. And it's this thing of your opponent never knows, as you said, when the fight is over. You think you've done with it, the battle entirely, but there's another wave, which is something that really we don't see often. Usually when a wave is defeated, it's a giant pendulum swing.
Yeah, and here is just kind of continued attacks, and what it means that if you stop producing units between the attacks, you're just kind of caught off guard. And I think this is what essentially was the end of Kasva, right? Kasva probably lost because he was just, one of those attacks just broke his back. Because he was just thinking, okay, we're gonna go macro now, and there was no macro to be had, it was just consistent aggression. And very beautifully done at that. So we see actually, as I said, there's gonna be a wall off here, to some extent as well, just securing some of the position. I'm not really sure about this wall. What is it doing?
Yeah, it's an interesting, I think maybe it's to, as you said, block off archers from the gold, but as we can see here, you can just run around it with these spells.
Maybe just
the beginning of, you see that kind of outpost tower they've got there, maybe that's the proxy of walls. Maybe
so it's just preventing units from moving through here, so it's impossible to move them from here to here, because this is outside. I think this is outside of the range of the TC. The TC should reach around here. It does, so that is exactly, so you force units to move inside of the range here.
So we see that's exactly something from DauT that is was that from DauT or Beastyqt rather?
Beastyqt. That's brilliant.
That's exactly. This is a brilliant play. Beastyqt and DauT are both plays that we've considered sort of innovative underdogs in a way.
Yeah.
To see a play like that is something that confused us for maybe a second, but when we look into it, very impactful and actually very, very smart. Really dynamic placement of boards there.
This puts a smile on my face, man. That's just such a nice wall off. Holy shit, I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this, just for the thumbnail later for the video, because we're definitely making a thumbnail out of this series. So yeah.
You do love to see these innovative kind of brainwave plays, especially so early on in a game's life cycle.
Yeah, that's cool. And it's just kind of Beastyqt, who's an RTS genius, I think. He's one of those prodigious players almost. I know he doesn't do well in tournaments, but when you watch him play, you see that he's just kind of sometimes miles ahead of his opponents, just kind of tactically. Because generally speaking, RTSs, people say that often anyway, RTSs are about following builds and just executing build orders properly and just having proper micro. If you watch Beasty play...
Beastyqt almost has that maestro essence, no?
Yeah.
It's almost, he does things that... he's kind of engaged by a divine breath of will, if you will. He does things that confuse us firstly, but then when we look into it, we go, wow, that's really, really... That's something that you wouldn't see in a sort of a macro build, right?
Yeah.
Someone like Marine Lord, perhaps, wouldn't have thought to do that.
Yeah, I think so, exactly. I think it's gonna be kind of... We might laugh in a second, because I think we call Beastyqt a genius. I think he might just die here if he messes up too hard, so it'll be very unfortunate timing for us as casters.
We've often seen geniuses make a stroke of genius and then trip over their own laces. So.
Yeah, I know. It's I think this might be the case. Okay, so there's the scout. He sees how many archers there are. Generally speaking, the trick against the English is that you have to trim them down a little bit. So you have to trim down those archer numbers, cut off those fingers a bit, and then you might be fine. But this being said, you see so many archers here, at some point, you get enough archers to basically one-shot knights. And that is not good. That is the
you don't see an engagement here with Beastyqt's knights, a commitment.
Yeah, this is bad. Okay, so there was, I think, a scout somewhere that spotted those knights immediately. You see the archers are not sufficiently numbered now to just kill those knights immediately, right? They cannot do it just right away. But yeah, there's a dent in the armor here, but what Beasty knows now, he actually is probably going to force his opponent to go across now, because stopping 5 knights...
Beastyqt is trying to harass the enemy base while he's being harassed as well. Yeah. Noticing that the entirety of DauT's military force is being kind of projected here. Maybe he thinks if I can snip these knights away, I can force a general retreat to base to defend. Look at this now. You see how close he is. He can maybe... Oh, dearie me. DauT, though, is amassing such a force. I'm not sure this will matter too much.
Yeah, there's the question, like, how well can you do, you know, just kind of the dance over here while defending against a large force of the English over here? And, of course, you can kill a few villagers even here, that's fine. But, as long as you just... I think you need to do significant economic damage here, or just kind of force a lot of villages of resources. If you don't do this, you'll push yourself at a severe disadvantage in here. Because look at this force, like, this is so many archers and spears. If they just kind of walk up to your wood line right now, we just lose several villages. I think that's exactly what DauT does.
I would like to see them being aggressive used against infantry, villagers, even those cavalrymen pushing forward now.
Yeah, I mean, those are simple scouts, so they're just gonna get one-shot by the archer. Look at the knight. The knight is gonna melt here, look at this. Actually, DauT does target those...
Take out the enemy archer, I do agree with that. I think,
yeah, that's better because you just do more damage overall. There's actually this kind of... Oh, holy shit! DauT defended this with a few spearmen as well. So everything that Beasty threw there... Like
that was almost Beastyqt's kind of Hail Mary. You remember we saw a previous game where Kasva did that pincer movement?
Yeah.
I almost expected to see that again, but just not necessarily executed.
No, it's not done at all. Like, he loses all knights. I don't think he kills many villagers either. It's just kind of a very bad... It's kind of a very bad place to be in for Beasty right now. He has, like, you know, 12 of archers, like, knocking at his front door. He has some spears that there's, like, legitimately a ram ranch just being set up, like, at, you know, at the precipice of his base. It's not going to be a nice fight to take. Once this ram breaks in, it just starts attacking your production infrastructure, because there's obviously, like, an archery range, a blacksmith, you know, a stable here. It's not good to lose those buildings. You don't, generally speaking, don't want to have them, you know, just going down. And BC has very little going for himself.
An engagement soon. I think we really need to see an engagement soon. Somewhere, because they're attacking the underbelly. They push through the walls and they're attacking the productive underbelly of Beastyqt's empire. And
yeah, and BC just...
The villagers are far away. They need to do something about this right now.
Yeah. And you see how much damage a single knight takes, like almost half of it HP in a single volley. And it's really just powerful shots from those archers. It's not gonna get any easier, because obviously, like, the more archers there are, the more damage they do, you know. It's just not necessarily advanced mathematics. So as you kind of go into this engagement, you really want to kind of... I think you need to see those archer numbers being thinned down significantly if you're Beastyqt. You need to kind of make sure that they die in large numbers. Because if you don't eliminate a lot of those archers, they'll just kind of come back.
He needs to be careful of over-aggressing. I think if Beastyqt gets too pushed forward, he'll be in the range of DauT's, these sort of wave enforcements that we've talked about before. And you see now, it's starting to kind of change the tides here. There's only 2 knights left.
Yeah, but actually lots of archers are going to fall for DauT as well. So that's actually trading, maybe... Now he's trading favorably, because, like, if your regular archers are faster than the longbows, but longbows are actually relatively... they have very high range, very high damage. So if you kind of engage the longbows, you have superior numbers, you win the fight. You can see right here that DauT's micro is actually very solid. He manages to kind of get the hold on those archers. He does actually manage to eventually just kind of dissuade those knights from engaging. He managed to kind of clean up a lot of those archer forces as well. And he just essentially comes up with 21 archers, whereas he had like 18 before. So
DauT, I think, is one of these guys that he doesn't care what happens during the fight. He only cares what happens at the end of the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And at the end of the fight, he always seems to be not completely destroyed. He always seems to be able to mount a really meaningful offensive, as we see here. We thought he kind of lost that first assault, but now he's almost attacking again with, you know, an equally powerful force.
Yeah. That's a lot of Strelbora, man. That's so many archers. But on the other side, BC is actually going to go up to Castle with this. So it might be actually quite... Because you have to remember, Kasva never made it to Castle Age, right? Kasva never was in Castle. And it's actually a significant number of knights here. He has like 8 knights in here. It's decent. And if you can get those guys to Castle, you can upgrade to veteran knights. Maybe get an archer defense upgrade too going for yourself. I think you're in a nice position to win. But if you are actually forced to fight here, if, of course, this is a nice kind of educated fight from DauT, you are going to be like in a really bad spot. I think DauT is not really kind of willing to commit here too hard, though. You can see that he's actually thinning out the archer numbers now because he does want to engage with the spears. He's not allowed to do this yet because, of course, those archers will eliminate those spears immediately. So now he's going to be forced to kite out a little bit. He does kill a single knight and probably trades favorably against the archers as a result, but he's going to get eventually kind of chased down by those knights. And I do not think that DauT is ready for this. Like, DauT is not ready for the Castle Age up at the same time, because this is actually like a full cleanup. And I'm not really sure how much DauT has left in his base. like those two knights are probably gonna also die, and they do not accomplish much. But again, like there is a single villager dropping, I think maybe 2, and this archer force is just gonna get cleaned up absolutely in full, right? I don't think there's any archer. Maybe actually those 6 with high HP are going to escape the certain death, but other than that, is actually not too hot for DauT. He's gonna eliminate a single knight, but he's actually super far away from getting the age up himself. Right, he's nowhere near. He needs like 800 food now to go up to castle age, and he probably needs to do this because veteran archers win against regular longbows. You need to go up to this kind of next tier upgrades too, which only aging up does actually facilitate. So it's actually quite a scary situation over. I think civs is gone for a second. Yeah, he's BRB. I was just kind of thinking, where exactly did my British guy go when France is winning against the English, right? So he just kind of went to cry in a corner. And yeah, there's probably not going to be.
I'm not crying, Mike. I'm not crying.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at this poor English villagers just getting ruthlessly murdered by the knights. The second one also follows in suit. This is not looking good for DauT, man. Actually, like. This is a nice opening to this game, but he's actually bleeding villagers like left, right, and center. He has probably inferior economy at this point. 37 villages to probably like 50 or something for 58 for Beastyqt. So Beastyqt hasn't really lost much in this engagement. Maybe this is actually a nice engagement over here. He needs to kill his villagers immediately. He needs to kind of start firing. But look at how fast Beastyqt is at reacting. He's gonna kill 2, which is not nowhere. It's not even remotely close to enough for the damage that he has been dealt himself.
Like, it's almost fallen prey to kind of his own strategy. Yeah. This character that likes to keep pushing forward, keep having these waves of assault, but it seems as if he almost faltered having his own base come under attack. And if you're DauT, I don't think we've ever seen DauT in a position where he's being really heavily kind of pressured on his own base, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is kind of a mistake from DauT as well, because what he needed to do was deny the golds. So maybe if he just kind of tried to go into this kind of passage here. Maybe if you were to build a tower or 2 here, just because archers of the English just get extra attacks with near their towers. I think he would have been able to win the game. But right now he's just gonna get massacred here, because veteran knights, as I said, they don't care about like regular spears. Those veteran archers are gonna absolutely shred anything in their way. And also there's actually a large number of knights in the base of DauT, so he's actually going to get attacked on multiple fronts and probably lose the game off the back of this particular play. So not enough pressure. I think he needed to do more with those archers and spears. He kind of built a ram and just didn't accomplish much.
I agree.
That he did repel that attack in his own base. That was actually quite a good move. He managed to defend those 5-6 knights who were used to aggress on him. So that was actually a very, very nice thing to do. But over that, like, except that he's actually not... He hasn't accomplished anything in this game, right? So far he killed like a few villagers. He took a few unfavorable trades, in fact, and he's just gonna get like completely obliterated here.
Well, I think what we've seen here is DauT's entire kind of strategy break down just due to a tactical inequity between him and Beastyqt. Beastyqt here was more than capable of these heavy, multiple front, micro APM kind of battles.
Yeah.
And it seems here that he's just kind of outclassed him at every single one of them at this point. You know, DauT's on his last legs, really. He doesn't have much to do. He's got barely any forces left. He's defending his base with. And for DauT, this isn't a position we've ever seen him in. So, pardon me, it's difficult to tell whether or not he can flourish in this position.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's gonna lose like additional 10 villagers. He's committing to building this Castle Age landmark. He's never gonna even finish it, so I think he just has to tap out. Like, he has so many units of his opponent, like, right in his base. And he just taps out. The English do wave the white flag this time around, and the French emerge victorious.
Feet in ancient lands walk upon England's mountains green, Mike Field, that would appear today. They did not.
No.
DauT here versus Beastyqt. Do you think this will be indicative of the entire series? Do you think DauT here has basically faced, you know, a more evolved version of himself? Because both of these players are kind of out there, a little bit underdog, a little bit innovative. But we clearly saw there, I think, a giant micro advantage from Beastyqt here.
Yeah, I think maybe not even micro. I think like maybe not even preparation, but the ability to adjust to the map that they're given. I think that's kind of one of the Beastyqt's biggest strengths. Like, he made things that we thought were just kind of weird, but he made them work surprisingly enough. And this means that he was just essentially ahead all the time. Like he just had he had that perfect read on what he needed to do to just secure his base against the French aggression, sorry, the English aggression, and win in the end.
Could we maybe consider Beastyqt and a person like Marine Lord, someone who we've thought to be very kind of macro focused, very almost by the books, by the doctrine? Do you think they could be kind of the reverse of the same coin almost? A matchup between them two would perhaps be macro versus innovation, maybe?
Yeah, but I think like the thing about Beasty specifically is he's extremely consistent at the same time. So he is innovative, but he when he uses his strategy, he must have either tested it multiple times or he's just so smart that he just kind of does it, out of the blue, just kind of he takes it out of thin air and just kind of throws it at you, and you have nothing that you can do. Like he's really, really good. I think he's like maybe the best or one of the best AoE4 players right now. If you get ranked mode, it's kind of the proper ladder. I think he might just flourish there. And I would really like to see him win a tournament on this, because I do think he has lots of potential that has not been realized in SC2. Because he was just kind of this entertaining streamer to watch. You have to say this, he was doing all of those kind of making weird units into Grandmaster series, and now he is just he's just super good.
There is always that aspect of when you have a person who likes to do things like that, has these kind of perhaps weaker pet civilizations or does kind of odd challenges to get to Grandmaster, there's always this kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride syndrome behind it, the kind of people that you would think, if you're this good, why aren't you winning tournaments almost? And whenever things like that kind of emerge, you always have to wonder whether or not, as you've said before, maybe Beastyqt does have some kind of element of stage fright to his game.
Possible. By the way, thank you so much for the follow, Male Plays. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying yourself, man. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting right now. We're just kind of waiting for this to get started. I think the game is actually initiated on the side of Beasty. I saw him just kind of go into the game. Yeah, we can start observing now, so we'll see what the next matchup is very, very soon. But honestly, from what Beasty has shown us today, I do believe he's going to maybe not dominate the series, but he really is working with the upper hand here. Though this matchup in no favor does favor the Abbasids. So
and with Beasty on the Abbasids as well, Abbasids, we've talked about them a lot. They're kind of, I think we could just have them an interesting civ, really. And I think when you have someone like Beastyqt playing them, especially against France, France is one of the more stable civilizations we've seen. It has kind of the more stable strategies. It doesn't necessarily have the propensity to do outrageous things or incredible cheese. And I think that perhaps that indeed would favour Beastyqt, let alone the fact that if Beasty is able to leverage this into an incredibly late game, then he can just kind of dominate that entirely by economics.
Yeah, and Beastyqt on the Abbasid in the blue, actually. Starting on something that looks like High View, and High View it is. So it's this kind of nice map where you have lots of those stealthy zones, right? You have lots of those kind of inaccessible patches, accessible but kind of low visibility patches, right? They kind of limit your vision severely. So walking through those forests is obviously very risky for any party involved. And then in the... Would you like to do the red introduction?
In the red corner, weighing in at 1 age, it is indeed DauT as the Frenchman. I think really interesting to see here will be whether or not DauT tries to push this. We've seen a one knight into professional scouts and then building scouts into more knights. We've mentioned that kind of pyramid of cavalry before.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see on such a low visibility map whether the French knights will really have a giant skirmishing advantage, because realistically, if we were to consider these kind of infinitely regenerative scouts, especially in a map where they are so quickly able to hide, really the French, you could think, would have a giant skirmishing advantage here.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Abbasids are known for their castle age pushes, and this is a very short distance map. So, because you can just kind of move your infantry through the map, just build the siege on the side, like here. Especially that you might actually manage to sneak around and just never be seen by your opponent. You can actually just go here, build a significant number of siege engines, just kind of demolish your opponent's single fight. I've seen this happen a lot. So we actually have seen this, maybe not in the single fight, but the fight, I think, between... It was Kasva and DauT again, right? where they were
yeah.
the HRE versus the Abbasid, where like 1 TC Abbasid just kind of made the miraculous push and won. So now it's going to be Beastyqt actually who will probably have to do the same. Because I don't believe he's going to go up to 2 TC against the French. It's basically suicidal at this point, historically speaking.
We're seeing no stone building, so I think perhaps that would be indicative of maybe... I mean, I wouldn't put it past Beastyqt to do something like a late game TC almost.
Yeah.
He's quite a unique and innovative player, but again, I think DauT here, especially in this early game, perhaps, what do you really think he needs to focus on to win this? Because you've got to imagine the back of his mind, he's thinking, I lose this, I'm out. I'm done against Beastyqt, right?
Yeah. So, well, what I'd probably guess here is what worked for him before is what he assumed is going to work again. So he did against Kasva with the English was very, very similar, right? Strikingly similar almost to what he did against Beastyqt in game 1. So I would probably say that he might do the same. Like he might just kind of go for this kind of death push, you know, like where he amasses siege and slowly ekes out an advantage. But obviously it's going to be way harder against the French, who have this very aggressive play style. HRE are passive, right? So getting through all those kind of ages up to castle is going to take significantly more effort. Actually, like Beastyqt is going to go... Beastyqt is going to go towards the stone, so Beastyqt is going to go to 2 TC. So it's going to be kind of a nice opening for the French to really put their foot down. And yeah, I think DauT is kind of aware of how he can pounce. So I completely mistook, by the way, Beastyqt for DauT in that kind of speech that I gave. So right now, obviously, DauT is going to be forced on the offensive. I really want to see how well he does, because that's kind of going to be the tell. Right? Because I'm not really sure how easy for a pro player it is to kill a double TC. I think it's relatively easy, because it's not that hard for me. Like, I'm not the greatest player in the world. So I do think that if DauT just sees this, and he does see it now because there's a scout who's just kind of walking past those 5 villages getting the stone, I think he just is going to understand what he needs to do to win this game. I think like archers, knights are going to be in order, and I don't even think you go for professional scouts here in that case. I think you just go towards a more kind of harassment-oriented play style. Maybe though, maybe we'll see like, you know, DauT just kind of accepting that and just, you know, going for professional scout, just kind of going for a single powerful attack later on down the line. Maybe that's going to be the play of the day. I'm not really sure. We don't see Emil yet though, so actually never mind. We do see Emil, so it's gonna be pro scouts he's gonna take. You can see this actually is immediately started, so he's just gonna research professional scouts, and this means there's gonna be a slightly delayed aggression on the side of DauT. So he's gonna go for this kind of safer, more economy focused play. Which I don't blame him for, of course. Pro Scouts are very good, especially against the Abbasids, because the Abbasids are not known for going for that path. Yeah, it's just going to be a nice macro opener for both players in a way. Because the Abbasids just don't kind of... I don't really know. I think just having enough villagers to harvest resources is enough, and you don't need to have professional scouts to kind of play defensively here as the Abbasids. You don't need that too much. People have not been doing this historically anyway. People have not really... I've never seen an Abbasid player go for Pro Scouts.
It's interesting, we can say. Beastyqt is always interesting, so I think DauT here, he always has this kind of want, this need to do these wave style attacks, constant aggression, eke out an attritional advantage. And I think against Beastyqt, especially as the Abbasids, these kind of late game boomers, especially as you can see he's building a second TC, you'd want to be aggressive now, right? You'd really want to keep pushing now.
Yeah, you'd like to have a knight around for this, but oh, that's actually very... I don't mind this from DauT, because look what he's doing, because this TC goes down to secure the deer. And before that, it actually goes up, I think the deer are all going to be gone. Look, he steals 3 already, he's going to take the 4th. Very likely this scout dies in the process, so he's just going to go around, maybe go for this kind of Hail Mary escape here. He actually doesn't. So 4 out of the 7 deer here are just going to be ferried away by those scouts. It's very frustrating, because Beastyqt, I think he plays this TC specifically to get the deer. Right, because he was like next to the hunt and also next to the wood line, so it's kind of been like very nice for the Abbasid player. Now he doesn't get the deer at all, so he's gonna be short on food. I think he was relying on getting that. So of course, is the danger of not going pro scouts yourself. You will always kind of lose some of potential food that you have, you know, just kind of presented to you by the map. So it's actually quite nice. I like this move from DauT. He's actually kind of, you know, you can say heads up play, right? He's just kind of ahead of the game a little bit. He must have... Go.
I almost a bit interested in the fact that it's 7 minutes in and we're not really seeing these kind of giant pushes. We've seen both players be somewhat defensive in their play, somewhat kind of ramping up in style, and I would suggest by 15 minutes we are going to see an incredible explosion here, Mike.
So yeah, there's I think maybe even a 10, because we see there is an archery range and there's also, of course, the School of Cavalry. So it goes without saying that this is not going to be a passive game from DauT. He needs to go and do something now, because every minute that passes where he doesn't kill villagers is a bad minute for him, because he does actually need to do some damage to basically stem the flow of villagers from those 2 TCs. So he needs to kind of figure out the way of just maybe cutting down the numbers.
Exposed villagers as well, aren't they? They're kind of towards the front line, towards the kind of west slightly. I think if you were to summon a couple knights, push in, push out, they could realistically do quite a lot of damage there. The fact that we aren't even seeing any skirmish or any harassing forces at all is a bit worrying, just simply based on the fact that Beastyqt doesn't have any real military force. There we go. We see 1 Royal Knight here. This is, if we saw 3 Royal Knights, perhaps they could put an almost existential threat to the entire economical system of Beastyqt.
Yeah. But BC is actually kind of nicely building. He's building his base in a smart way, right? He has this TC gets vision all over here. So if he's just watching the map, he sees there's not going to be a knight coming from this direction that he doesn't kind of anticipate. He sees basically the entire perimeter over here. This mill doesn't kind of have any uses practically right now, because I don't know why he actually built it there. I think he was trying to kind of go for those berries, but he eventually decided just to expose. He would never kind of manage to make it work, so he just kind of decided against it. And he just went for the deer hunt over here instead. So this is safe. Like, obviously there are 2 knights over here attacking the gold. That is something that BC doesn't have coverage. He's gonna lose a few villagers here. At least 2 right now do fall, actually. And that's not a nice start for Beasty, obviously, to this aggression that he would like to have. He would like to just kind of escape unscathed. And actually this is very good from that, because that just, I think he realizes where there's a gap in the vision. He just kind of exploits it beautifully as well. And yeah, it's just kind of nice. You have to say that, DauT just kind of found the hole in the armor, just kind of exploited it very, very well. And obviously losing 2 villagers... Sorry, go.
DauT versus Beastyqt is one of these games, these kind of individual holes, these kind of small windows of opportunity can really, really be pushed. And especially based on the last game, DauT is under a considerable amount of pressure now. And I think he wants to kind of impose that pressure upon Beastyqt almost there.
Yeah.
You see a considerable skirmishing force pushing in here, Mike.
Yeah.
But honestly, do you think this is enough? Or do you think this is just slowly pushing towards Beastyqt's favour?
I mean, Beasty is safe within the confines of his own base. So as long as he doesn't have to leave it, so as long as he doesn't go for like greedy berries over here, I think he's going to be okay. Obviously, it's quite a large commitment for the French. Like they have very good economy just from the get-go. Just naturally, the French eco is very, very strong. So it's not like he's gonna be falling behind consistently, but he needs to do some damage with this. Like it's not the force that ends the game. It's the force that kind of does this. Like he kind of emerges from the darkness. He kills a few villagers and he just kind of runs away. I'd really like to see Beastyqt, who was very kind of adept at building defensive infrastructure before. I would really like to see him actually get a tower here, like a tower maybe even here at the bottom, like maybe here. Something just kind of tells you, okay, there are knights coming from the south, because it's the second time that, those knights charge in and actually do damage. However, you can see this time this doesn't go unpunished, and actually lots of those archers are going to be traded away unfavorably at that, so that's not too great. Now, I thought this was actually Beastyqt who was found. He went for the greedy berries, by the way, so he actually does decide...
I'm happy with those berries. I think for Beastyqt, as you said there, building some sort of defensive infrastructure just to the south there would probably be invaluable. He doesn't have a giant military force right now, so to build some kind of static, non-pop capped buildings to really at least hold back the enemy tides for a minute and a half would really, really be invaluable. We see some palisades being built up here from Beasty, and that's something that we really do like to see, but we are seeing DauT here just keep pushing forward, kind of controlling the sacred site here. Perhaps not the most aggressive projection of force we've ever seen, but Beastyqt still is on the defensive side here.
Yeah, he also does realize there are knights coming. Look at this. So he has a knight. Sorry, he has a scout. He keeps sending scouts across the map. He's actually just... Normal players have just absolutely been destroyed here. He could have lost like 6-7 villages in the effort to escape this. Because this is a greedy proxy, right? This is super greedy. But since there are scouts here, like BC just knows this is coming. So he knows it like exactly on time to be able to just kind of absolutely get away unscathed, and he's probably going to lose maybe a villager or... No, actually not, those knights are just forced away. So he does get those greedy berries, he gets like maybe 200, 300 food out of this. It's obviously not perfect, but those villagers would have died, they're just completely safe here though. So it's actually quite a nice position for Beasty. He's playing defensive game very well. So he lost a few villagers, sure, but he's actually kind of staying alive. We have seen the Abbasid player just consistently bleed out units, right? So they've been bleeding villagers, archers, just kind of taking bad trades and so on and so forth. Here, Beastyqt with double TC play, he's just kind of making this immaculate almost. Like he's just... You see, actually, he's walling. Normal players don't wall.
This is a giant Great Wall of the Abbasids. I mean, very rarely do we see such an incredible palisade set up from the Abbasids.
Oh, whoa. Hello there. So that's actually quite nasty. So, of course, this is yeah, there's a large force.
Look at these camels. Very, very useful against the knights. Yeah. It's going to be... DauT really needs to micro properly, or else he's going to get giant debuffs off those camels.
Yeah. So he can just get in, like he can just, if he engages like this, he's gonna obviously get those debuffs. You can see Camel and Ease debuff, 20% less damage, means that those are obviously not as effective, but actually those knights are doing quite a good job. There's a considerable force here for DauT. He's actually shredding this attack. We're praising Beasty, but like we said, immaculate defense and such. He doesn't have enough units at this point, I think. He's actually just gonna bleed out a lot of his forces, and those are not good trades by any means. Look at this, like he's losing a lot of units for free now.
We can see a lot of blue on the floor, almost as if it were a sea here. We see a couple of, maybe 5, 2 cavalrymen, 3 archers here. So the fact that this tower didn't go down is a bit upsetting if you are DauT.
But Beasty just pulled for villagers to repair it, so he knows what's happening. He really just... If he loses this tower, he's actually just going to fall significantly behind. Plus, he has a lot of villagers hidden here, so 5 villagers actually in the tower right now. He loses the tower, he loses those villagers most likely, or just a few of them anyway. But Beasty has to withdraw from here. He probably has to just kind of find a nicer place. By the way, DauT actually does hit Castle Age, and I don't believe Beasty is anywhere near that mark yet. So DauT is actually kind of... Yeah, DauT is giving Beasty what Beasty gave to him as the French. So he's actually finding a nice opening. He's actually attacking here. He is, you know, just kind of tacking up properly. And he does actually, I think, equalize the villager count with this. So Beasty is on 60, I think. Yeah, DauT's on 50. So it's not that bad anyway. It's not a big disadvantage. With this actually going down, I think DauT is reasonable in you know, just backing away now, because he knows he has an advantage.
Definitely, that was a... You know, DauT is one of these people that we've seen. He makes a push, we think he's lost that, and he keeps pushing forward, and somehow he kind of wins the victory.
Yeah.
And I think this is another one of those scenarios where Beastyqt isn't able to actually defeat this army. He's being put under pressure. But I think Beastyqt is probably, if anyone, used to this. You can see his giant sort of eastern wall here, if you will. And this kind of defense will really, I suppose, if anything, leverage him to 20 minutes maybe if he starts building military forces here. But
yeah, I mean, he clicks Age up right now. He's gonna go up to Castle, but he's gonna be late because the Abbasids cannot use multiple villagers to build. It's gonna be 2 minutes. He has to hold them for 2 minutes, and then like 30 seconds longer for the upgrades to kick in, whereas his opponent is just kind of ready to fight. So he just can't... I think he's gonna be fine as long as he doesn't bleed too many villagers and units. And of course, DauT has had a small problem there, because I think he stopped both mining gold and gathering wood for some reason. He was really not producing much military. Now he's actually resuming production. You see like 5 units in the queue, comparably to DauT, to Beastyqt is none, by the way. But yeah, he has kind of not produced much over the course of the last minute or so. So only now does he actually start producing more. There's obviously a stream of red going through the map right now, this kind of streak here of additional archers and knights. But right now I think Beasty is fine as long as he cannot take a fight now, that's for sure. He has to hold on.
He's got a defensive force, but not an offensive force, we can agree with that. But I think the longer DauT has to kind of attack with these 2 rams, push with these archers, the more he gets these additional reinforcements. And I think really Beastyqt has to, as you've said, start producing a considerably large amount of military force.
You can see he's actually getting the tech here. So he's going to go up to several barracks, he's going to get... nice infrastructure. So once he hits Castle, he's gonna start producing men-at-arms who are very good against archers, right? He's gonna start producing crossbows maybe against the knights, right? So he's gonna have a nice force once he gets there, but as long as he doesn't, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Look at this, those are 3 rams. So if they are allowed to actually just attack the TC for too long, it's gonna be just kind of, you know, curtains closed. And you cannot fight this. Like, you have to wait. You have to be super patient. Of course, this is not good for you, but you have to be super patient as QT, because if you go in too soon, like, you're just gonna lose the fight handsomely. I think he's good. I don't like this at all. Maybe he just realized he's gonna lose the game anyway if he doesn't do anything. But at this point, I mean, you may... Okay, there is a salami fight here, so those spears are just gonna make some bratwurst out of those knights. That's true.
Well, this is exactly what DauT wanted to do, right? This is DauT's strategy. He tried to implement last game, it didn't work, but now he's keeping this aggression up, pushing Beastyqt.
But this is not going well at all. Those are veteran knights who are losing to spears.
They're losing to spearmen. These aren't favourable traits, but what is happening here is he's able to project this force while constantly recruiting. We can see kind of a couple dots of red pushing forward. And even this, really, because Beastyqt here, the Abbasids, is pushing to a late game exponential economic victory, right? And then you leverage that into military victory. So by doing this, DauT is almost just kind of economically trading for him right now.
Yeah, but the supply is even. So the supply is even. Those he's gonna lose some villagers, but he's double producing, so I don't think he minds it. If he kills this ram, then garrisons those villagers. I think he has defended the push. Actually, that's actually a huge success for Beastyqt, because
villagers pushing up, throwing torches on that ram really made an awful lot of work, didn't they?
The problem here is that he is idling a lot of villagers. So even though he has like a nice number, like 60 is healthy count, 64 is a healthy count of villagers, he has not been really kind of having them do their job. They have not been gathering at all. That's kind of the attacker's advantage in the game, right? So if you are attacking, your villagers are working all the time, unless there's like some sort of additional harassment going on, of course, right? Right here, of course, this was not the case. For Beasty, he has a lot of idle villagers. I think he lost like 20 in this exchange total, maybe like 15. And he has had like 8 or 9 idle at the same time throughout all this fighting. Whereas, of course, DauT, he's just kind of, you know, producing safely. He has not been threatened at all. He's like the safest economy of them all. He can be greedy on the map as well, because there's nothing stopping him from that. So... And he can keep pushing, because obviously Beasty doesn't have the tech. DauT has the tech right now. Beasty needs an extra, like a minute actually, for the Abbasid tech to kick in right now. It's obviously going to bolster those forces a little bit. There's a mangonel though on the field, so this is probably going to be just repelled immediately, because I do not believe those archers can actually fight a mangonel. So we might actually have a very long game in our hands. No shit, man. We might have a very, very long game here.
We are seeing this sort of attritional warfare that has been kind of dictated by DauT in most of his prior games here, and I think Beastyqt right now is perhaps not on the positive side of it, but he's dealing with it a lot better than other opponents are, and I think this is based on the fact that Beastyqt is Beastyqt, right?
You have to wait for 10 seconds, your Beasty. Look at this damage, like he basically obliterated every single archer in this lineup. Like he took like 50% of the forces of DauT out of contention. If there is one more mangonel shot now that hits, it is obviously going to just take out a lot of those units. By the way, look at this. Beasty has a scout here. He has always had him. So this scout just sees everything that happens. Like, he sees the production of his opponent, and he has been here.
DauT doesn't realize he's there. Do you think DauT can't see him?
Yeah, because he's hidden. He's hidden in the woods. Look, like those units are passing by. Like, this one sees that, but that's insanity. Beasty has full intel in this game. He has full intel on his opponent. 66 villagers, 50
like DauT as well. Something like that reconnaissance there, that full information is perhaps way more important than it would be against someone else, because DauT is one of these players that, you know, attacks in kind of perhaps unsymptomatic ways of a normal AoE 4 play, you know, these kind of...
BC also knows there is a seed workshop here, which is very important information, because this means there are going to be sprinkles coming out, and that he needs to prepare for those. So he needs to build like a sprinkle of his own. It's also like you can see how much of this is actually just prediction and planning and strategy and just observing. It's just so cool to see. May plays, by the way. This game is 2 months old, I think, maybe 2.5, and it's great. You can get it for $4 on X, or for $1 if you are a subscriber of Xbox Live. So you can try it out anyway before you buy it for a month. So it's quite cool. You can test it and see if you like it this way.
It's quite a force amassed here from Beastyqt.
Yeah.
But again, here we see from DauT, every single time DauT's opponents amass any sort of military force, he is always ready there with a sort of commensurate force to kind of waylay any push. Again, we've never seen DauT really under pressure.
No.
With that last game.
No, not at all.
To the golden age.
So Golden Age is the tier that you get from the House of Wisdom. So if you have like lots of buildings next to one another, you essentially just get a small economic bonus. It's like 5% increased food income, I think, and some extra research time and some extra research cost reduction as well. So the bonuses are 10% gather. I was actually for all resources, so it's like plus 10% for all resources. It's kind of a free econ upgrade, really. Then the second Golden Age is 15, and research speed goes up, and then in the third tier, it's actually production that goes up. I actually haven't played the Abbasid for a while, so I forgot about the bonus values.
It's really fun to look at just the manner in which Beastyqt has walled off this map to kind of determine map control. Neither of these players are... You know, DauT, you've even mentioned before, isn't renowned for his map control. He's more renowned for just pushing forward in a straight line, kind of abandoning everything, especially against that HRE player. He let him take all of the relics, but against a player like Beastyqt, he's more than willing to map off parts of the map, kind of delineate what is his and what isn't his. I think that might actually be kind of quite a war for DauT to get through, really.
I think Beasty's in a pickle though, because I was not watching the resources for a while, but now that I started to, you can see that actually DauT is in Imperial Age, so he has managed to get the fourth tier of tech. So it's going to be very scary few minutes again for Beasty, because once again, Abbas is not the best at aging up, and I think you would like to fight right now if you could. So that's kind of the problem, right? Because if you go into a longer game against, you know, the opponent who has like a significant tech advantage, I'm not really sure why. He hasn't. This is too far, right? I think just this card is too precious. But you know, you'll face against cannons. You'll face against like those elite royal knights. You'll face against elite archers. Those are not fights that you want to be taking. So, in essence, right now, you really do want to take a fight. At least a fight that kind of gives you a chance to prolong the game. So if you can take the Pyrrhic victory right now, if you are Beasty, you really want to take it, because this means that you can make this game go for a longer period of time. And as a result of that, of course, you can just, at some point, age up and just equalize things. Of course, if you are looking at the forces, you have lots of spearmen. Like, those are very efficient units, especially for the Abbasid, because they do have this special tech in their barracks, which has probably been researched by Beasty, and this gives them additional spear range. So those are the best spearmen in the game. They're actually quite good against any other unit, except for the archers, right? Which does actually mean that they're going to have a nice kind of fighting chance against those units, but at the very same time...
I'm happy without pushing forward. You really don't want to let Beastyqt build up such an incredible defensive force, especially with a keep there. This is...
That's actually DauT's keep. That's DauT's keep. Yeah, he's gonna...
This is one of the largest kind of just army attacks we've ever seen before. Can you believe this, Mike?
Yeah, but there's a veteran knight, so actually this is not a bad fight for Beasty if he just manages to micro correctly. You can see how many Mongols are. Look at those shots, man. They're like, this is obliteration for those forces. Actually, Beasty is ready. Beasty is ready. Look at it. So he's actually sniping all the Springles as well. So there is no anti-siege at all for DauT right now.
In the back though with his cavalry trying to take out this Mongol, but being pushed up by the spearmen. Like.
He did everything so well. Look at this. He denies the keep. He kills all the anti-siege. He gets a massive mangonel shot on this lineup of archers. He denies every single advantage from DauT. DauT is Imperial Age. He has massive force. He has massive tech advantage, and he still just doesn't do anything here.
I would guess, Mike, that is one of the worst kind of tactical defeats we have ever seen in the game so far here from DauT.
Beasty is so freaking good at this game, man. Seriously, look at this. Like, this is insanity. He has enough resources, by the way. He has not been producing at all. He has a military advantage, an economic advantage.
This is the pendulum swing. We've seen here that DauT has always been on the correct side of the pendulum swing here.
Yeah.
But I think Beastyqt has understood exactly what's going on right now. He's going to push directly into DauT's base.
I don't think he needs to push. I think what he can do right now, because he has an advantage in all possible dimensions almost. He wants to go for this kind of more passive play. I think he just wants to go up to Imperial. He's starting right now. He's starting to do that, right? He's going up to Imp with the military wing. He's gonna get lots of nice infantry upgrades with this. All infantry gets plus 15% HP. Camels give the nearby infantry additional armor, as well as actually a lot of good buffs. So it is gonna be a really powerful kind of age up. If you can just deny the siege workshop as well from DauT, I think he doesn't want to fight here even. He just wants to kind of just look for an opportunity to maybe do some small amount of damage. Just gonna force his opponent to do something uncomfortable, and then just kind of back away. See, he's not committing to anything, because he knows, in 2 minutes, I think, from now, because it's going to be a 3-minute H4 upgrade for Abbasid, isn't it? Yeah. So
I really wouldn't mind seeing Beastyqt just wait for those upgrades, as you said, because this is such a numerous army. This is such a powerful army that realistically,
yeah.
I think it could pose perhaps that kind of pressuristic threat that DauT usually does.
Look how he has sectioned off the map of the walls as well. Like,
unbelievable.
That's
right?
ridiculous.
Something that we rarely see, but mentioned before. This map control is unparalleled, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. I really love watching Beasty play. Oh, look at this! Those archers are all gonna die. Look, it's like 10 bodies. Poor freaking French archers just, you know, pushing up the daisies. Oh my goodness.
Micro here, and I think against DauT is just. We have to really outmatch it. He's just outmatched in terms of.
Yeah, he just pounces like crazy. It's like, this is the StarCraft 2 play. Look at this. He aimed those mango shots as well ahead of the forces of DauT. He gets so much done here. That's crazy. Like, you can stop this with a keep for a second or two, but then, you know, Beasty is like 10 seconds away from Imperial Age up. He's just gonna come at you with cannons with. Oh jeez, all those archers are dead, aren't they?
We're seeing Beastyqt do what he always does on ladder, I suppose. One of the best players in the world that sometimes has stage fright. We're seeing these micro pushes. I mean, can you believe that? That microing of the Mangalels into the archers, just destroying all of the opponent's force with essentially no effort whatsoever.
Look at this, he's taken all, like, a lot of the relics in the meantime. He's taken the sacred side, like at the back of those massive attacks. And those crazy micro plays, he's just doing everything so well. There's some nights that are just gonna go for the
aggressive bonus as well. If when you're being aggressive, you get to control them up, you're gonna take all of these relics, but now, what do you think about this force from DauT here?
And they're gonna all die. It's like, those are very hard, like, those are not full HP knights. Those could have done damage, effectively. Those are like, you know, 15, 20 HP knights each. And by the way, there's a huge force of Beasty just kind of getting the upgrades now, because the Beasty is almost capped. DauT is working like, I think, 120 population, 100, yeah. I'm actually good at guessing, I'm good at reading the pop numbers. See, 120 is exactly the number here for DauT, so he's like essentially dead. He's like a dead man walking at this point. He just needs to realize he's dead, and then he's just gonna, just die. I don't think he has a chance here. He had a cannon somewhere as well that he lost, which is really unfortunate, because the cannon is worth more than a keep in this game. Like, a cannon is 1,000 resources, a lot of that is gold, whereas keep is just 100 stone. So actually keep is very, very important. Sorry, a cannon is like one of the most important pieces on the board, essentially, that you want to just keep alive at all times. You can see here, of course, there are lots of forces of Beasty just kind of trying to clean up those knights who managed to make their way into the base. But this is going to be a full wall of them, so there are going to be very few possible attacks, like avenues for attack anyway. And also, this keep has got...
Look at this, Mike. This is perhaps one of the best games we've ever seen, I think.
Yeah.
Look at these two, these being built so close to each other, this constant aggression. Micro at 5, 6 fronts at once. And now we see another aggressive attack here from Beastyqt, pushing with these archers, trying to cause... Look at that, though, 2 keeps built up, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is,
kind of magical game almost.
This turns the game more passive, but DauT has like 80 supply disadvantage at this point. This is not a small number in any way or form. I'm not really sure what those guys are doing here. I think they were supposed to find some sort of an opening, and Beasty just kind of, you know, F2A moved them. So he just kind of selected all the army units and just moved them across the enemy ranks. But it's going to be a very cool... I thought this was over, essentially, but I guess like DauT has some potential if he managed to build up a force large enough. You have to remember, though, every single resource that Beasty builds up right now is just going to go into his pockets. And every single resource that DauT gains is going to just be placed on the field, is going to be deployed. So,
have you ever seen someone with 3,000 stone before, Mike?
Yeah, no, actually, I'm not really sure what DauT is going to do with this.
Stone.
And actually, Beasty is working with 7... I mean, if you run out of gold on the map, that's kind of the secondary resource. You can just kind of collect the stone. I think that's what they're doing in a way. And you can just essentially use that stone to sell it on the market to get gold, because stone just kind of usually trades well at first anyway. So I think that's what he's doing right now, right here. This being said, is like that's just kind of a I think a halt, like small truce. But the thing is, Beasty is accumulating resources, so unless he just kind of loses the entire, like his entire force for nothing, even if he loses a fight, like to some extent, he can take an unfavorable trade and still come out on top, because his opponent is building up forces, and he's just essentially just, you know, pocketing all that money. So if I were Beasty, I would actually just try to find a nice opening. He's actually going to get a cannon here, which is obviously the right thing to do.
I think I almost wouldn't mind watching Beasty take the part of DauT here and impose these attritional warfare kind of stance here. You necessarily don't want to jump into 2 keeps. That's not really a fight that you want to take control of.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what those archers are doing. If you are DauT, you don't want to be throwing any units away, by the way, because if you lose a single unit here, like, this is not something you can just replace. So you're just kind of making the hole deeper, you're just digging yourself a grave, and that's kind of not what you want to be doing in an RTS game, is it? So there's a first cannon actually just coming up over here. I'm not really sure what those knights and archers. I really have. What are you doing, DauT? You are at 130 supply against a 200 supply guy who is just building up a bank. You cannot lose units like this. That's illegal. That's just that's terrible for him. Actually, like that is it. I think DauT is not reading his element right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think DauT is. We've seen him before. He doesn't really get pushed. He doesn't really get pressured. But in a fight like this is something I don't think we've ever really seen before.
No, it's kind of
3 keeps facing off against each other with such massive armies. 30 minutes, and I think DauT here. Overwhelmed might be the key.
But that's actually getting the relic with this prelate or monk. That's the French units is going to be the monk, right? So he's going to go for, he has 2 relics right now. He's actually kind of handling this deficit as well as he can, I think. And BC actually lost a cannon here. So again, you shouldn't be losing cannons. Like they're more expensive than keeps. So that's the most important unit for him. If he's kept in check for long enough, right? I don't think his advantage is going to matter too much at the kind of a very late stage in the game. Of course, he's going to get the university upgrades, and of course, the English here, the French, they don't have any uni upgrades. I'm not really sure if DauT has a university built. Yeah, he does. He got the whole. As I was speaking, he actually must have got the cavalry HP upgrade. So no, he doesn't. He still needs to get it. So he's starting the incendiary arrows, which is obviously quite good. In terms of the tech, he has all the attack upgrades. He's missing 2. Final defensive upgrades in those terms. Like Beasty, on the other hand, he has like very many gaps to fill. Look at this. He has the university. He has only researched the infantry tech so far, so that's gonna obviously bolster those spears. He is actually getting chemistries on which is gonna improve those gunpowder units. So he's gonna get some cannons. I think that's kind of important, of course. I would really like to see those incendiary arrows done as well, because this improves the ranged unit fighting capacity. He has some archers here at least, but maybe he's just gonna ditch the archers altogether. Then that upgrade obviously doesn't make much sense. So BC does kind of expand his keep line over here. She's gonna have this one kind of hold the line over here on this side. He's also gonna build the stone wall. Okay, so it's gonna be a long game. Because
it's so unique, you know. Beastyqt here is building into such a late game with the Abbasid, something that we often talk about the Abbasid late game, but we very, very rarely see here. And DauT, as you've said, kind of out of his element here. Do you think that Beastyqt is almost playing with his prey?
No, I think DauT is actually doing reasonably well for the kind of for the hand he has been given. So he has been, you know, building up the army numbers. He threw away some units there before. Like, well, he would have been at 200 now if he hadn't done that. But he's actually trying to look for openings. Now he's gonna see that stone, he's gonna say, okay, oh shit, I'm not gonna do this, I'm not throwing away units at this point anyway, I cannot trade. So that's the thing, Beasty cannot trade, so DauT cannot trade at all, and as French you would kind of be pushing and just expanding your lead. He has no lead whatsoever, he's gonna be just kind of barely able to hold to the skin on his teeth, and he's just gonna be able to survive and build up the military numbers, right? That's the only thing he can do right now. And obviously he's doing this quite well, so he's been very good at stalling the game, but the question is like, how long can you stall it for? And the answer might be like, not for much longer, because this keep is bound to fall. Of course there's, that's actually very, if Beasty doesn't repair this, he's gonna lose this bombard. No, actually he micros this on time, and DauT is the one who loses the bombard cannon. It's not good. If you are working at, you know, very low resource counts, you don't want to be losing bombards. That's definitely a given, right? So another problem for DauT is that he's working with mostly trash units. He has some archers. He has obviously a few knights on the side, on the kind of back side of the map. But essentially, he's just working with a large force of archers, and those are not.
Walls being consistently built are so just oppressive right now. Beastyqt almost doesn't need to do them based on the fact that this game is going such a way, but he's every single time he attacks, he's also kind of molding off the opponent's keys for victory. It's very, very interesting game here.
Yeah.
You see camels build up with the spears in the back of the giant bombards there. I think you see DauT And this is probably one of the last pushes he can make, right? Trying to just break his way in.
But he can do this because the Mangonels are actually very strong in large numbers, even against cavalry. You can see how much damage he took on the kind of backside of this. Those knights can heal, so it's not the end of the world, right? It's not kind of the final engagement or anything like that. But he did actually not find anything with those knights. He lost some as well. So this is the opposite of what he wants to be doing, right? He wants to actually have... Oh shit, there's another wall coming. Look at this. It's just beautiful, man. It's just some next level play. He's just gonna be pushing with walls almost. Look at this. He's just gonna kind of build this. I think he's just gonna follow another layer of walls later. It's just gonna be kind of this continued push with walls.
I agree with you. I think this is this kind of a traditional wall fight we've mentioned that's just we've never ever really seen before in a game like this. We see giant armies, 50, 60 strong, simply waiting. And there isn't really a place for skirmishing right now outside of like cannons, bombards, incredible siege artillery.
Yeah. I mean, you have to say, DauT has been actually holding onto this keep for a while, which is great. So he's still alive. It's
surprising how good DauT is in this position right now. We've seen him put in positions that we never thought we'd see him in before. And somehow he hasn't lost yet to, I think, someone you could make a stake for him being the best AoE4 player right now, Beastyqt.
Yeah. And obviously this is actually a nice defense, right, for DauT. He's actually building up a back now. He is capped as well, but he's too afraid to approach any sort of trading it, because he knows there are Mangonels there, right, which are going to make short work of those archers. He doesn't have any kind of solid knights yet. Those are not yet upgraded fully as well. He hasn't got the cavalry upgrade at the university that makes those French knights so unique, because you have that plus 30%, I think, or 35 even % upgrade at the uni for the French boys. So that hasn't got it yet. He's actually kind of far away for it, like 490. Gold is not much, so he could... No, wait, I'm wrong. What is happening here? I think we're looking at the wrong university here for... because I'm not really sure. I think he must have got that upgrade now. Yeah, he has that 300 HP on the... No, he doesn't. So he is still kind of far away from getting that done. And those knights, again, are not going to trade favorably here at all. So he's going to lose some units. He's just going to be forced to back away here. And you can see those walls closing in, right? So I'm not sure he can do much right now without particularly strong siege forces as DauT. You need to actually kind of build up a nice siege. If you don't do this, like, you're never going to be able to find anything. And BC is just kind of relentless, slow. He's so slow, but he's so relentless in this push. And he's going to build another keep, so he's just going to keep going.
Inexorable push here from Beastyqt. These keeps, these walls here, inching bit by bit into DauT's base. I think for DauT, what do you even need? Do you need to just create an incredible strike force and push in where you're unexpected? How do you ever win this?
I would say cannons, like many cannons, because like you cannot. I think we know it for sure right now. We cannot stop this by just throwing your normal units at this force. Like you need to actually have something that disarms this artillery force. You need to have something that just overwhelms the keeps, that just kind of removes them from the play. If you don't get that very, very soon, you're probably going to be in a losing position, because DauT is not doing that poorly. He has been able to accumulate some food bank. He's surviving for now anyway. He has like a sacred site. He has 3 relics to 2, I think, so it's not terrible. Now, obviously his units are cheaper, because if you have the keep, any archery range or stable in the range of that keep is going to produce units at a relatively relatively lower cost. So that's obviously great. But this being said, you need to have, you need to have something that breaks this push. You cannot just allow BC to, keep building keeps in your face, because eventually they're just going to be here in the middle of the map, which is not desirable at all for any player in the world. And that is kind of going to be the thing, right? There's a keep going up here. I do think that BC is just going to build another one. You see this kind of, he's just going to grind his opponent down with, just superior infrastructure.
10,000 meat, Mike.
Yeah, 10,000. Yeah, crazy. So much food, indeed, and like that's just crazy game. Because generally speaking, you want to be doing something, but I think Beastyqt realizes his best chance for victory is just kind of to just stay there and just keep pushing with cannons. Like, what can happen then? I mean, what you could
probably one of the most incredible perversions of risk versus reward we've ever seen.
Yeah.
We're seeing someone try to operate on a 99% reward, 1% risk manner. But indeed, it'll take him an hour and a half to get the victory.
I would like to see something done by Beasty, because he has so many resources, he can definitely throw some units away. I don't mean like, just take your whole army and just let it die. I mean, like, take 10 units, move them here, because there's a trade going, and you have to know this because your opponent has gold somehow still. There is, you know, villagers gathering the wood here, of course, right? There is something that you can find. So you can find some damage, and every single piece of damage that you do, of course, is going to benefit you because you're ahead in terms of the bank. So
I really would like to see him take on DauT's wave approach right now, because you really do have resources to spare, if not throw away, as you've said. So I really think I would like to see these kind of wave attacks, constant harassment, because you really do want to close the game out sooner rather than later.
Yeah. He's gonna get elite camel archers. I've not seen this unit in a pro game before, like, you know, being upgraded to elite at all. So those are very steady camels right now. Of course, there are some spearmen as well over here. There's going to be a large fight actually taken by those players. I'm not really sure how exactly those Mongols are doing. For now, they're actually just dying to Calver in the back. So Royal Corvin, very strong unit to deal with the artillery. And actually, Beasty is getting sniped down. I'm actually not favoring Beasty in this fight anymore. I think he's going to lose this to some extent. He might actually have to reconcile. So he might have just kind of reconcile and just, you know, give up on some ground here. This cannon is absolutely mismicroed here, I think. It might actually kill the Calver, which is going to be great. So that Calvin anti-artillery, the best anti-artillery unit in the game, the French Calverin, is going to go down, of course. There are some additional cannons from Beasty. Beasty is actually going to, as I said, have a lot of possibilities to spend those pockets. Like, he has super deep pockets, and he's not going to lose this fight altogether. So he's just going to find a nice situation for himself right here. So we see that this is just going to be shut down. And yeah, Beasty just remakes the army, DauT just remakes the army, and I think Beasty is just gonna gain quality because he has produced several cannons and he has killed the Calverin, which is obviously great.
I really am quite a big fan here of Beastyqt's sort of pivot into a more offensive, kind of like just a brutal attack where he's just sending wave after wave in currently.
Yeah.
As we said, with this kind of abundance of resources, what else really should you do?
And the problem is, right now Beasty has the cannons. He kind of was capped on population before. And I think that's kind of how the game might end. Like, Beasty is just gonna trade, like, every single trade that Beasty takes right now is gonna be favorable, I believe. So, he just kind of has to keep fighting, and he has such deep pockets that unless he makes a critical mistake, like, he gets, like, as I said, completely cleaned up or something, he loses all his artillery, which is about to, by the way.
Like it might happen.
Yeah, but he's also trading against the artillery of the French, so he's not gonna lose too badly here. Like, if you can just delete the artillery of your opponent and just kind of, you know, take a fight, it's gonna be okay. DauT has a lot of keeps though here, so he's gonna have like a lot of security in his own base. He has a keep over here as well, so it's gonna be very difficult to actually find an avenue to do damage to his opponent. Now, it is actually happening though. He's doing significant amounts of damage here. He's actually defending here. With those forces producing a lot of military, you can see there are also villagers idle here, but there's actually a nice contingent of units that is going to find an opening maybe into this kind of eastern side of DauT's base. And DauT is out of gold. Like, Beasty has 5,000-6,000 gold to spend. DauT has essentially nothing right now. You cannot even build a single cannon. So it is gonna kind of rely on the prowess of DauT right now to kind of do the damage control. Really. That's what we're doing here. It's just damage control. And if he can snipe some of those cannons, of course, it's gonna be amazing, because every single cannon that dies means that, you know, less damage is being done to the base of DauT itself. But Beasty is kind of relentless. You can see DauT dropping to 172 supply. Beasty must be on 200 still, and he indeed is. So he can just keep producing units, and even if because he got rid of the keeps right now, he's not going to be trading like super poorly. So even if he's just kind of not trading too favorably, he's still trading rather well. And DauT is just kind of, you know, basically on the brink of defeat because he's losing resources. He's not really making anything happen for himself. You can see those keeps are still standing, by the way. It's kind of the indicator here, of course.
As Beasty, you don't even really, as you said, you don't really need to trade favorably. The only reason why you need to trade is kind of for time, really.
Yeah, you need to remove resources from your opponent. You just, yeah. And
so realistically, for Beastyqt here, this is probably one of the most well-contained, technical, straightforward victories I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's almost akin to a boxer taking it to 12 rounds, kind of piecing his opponent up on points, not getting touched once. This is a remarkable gameplay though.
You have to say though,
the Beastyqt versus DauT would be like an incredible game, right? Something we really need to watch. And I think this is why. I think we see that DauT is almost like kind of a proto Beastyqt, if you will.
Yeah.
He doesn't quite have the micro or the macro right now. But realistically, this is kind of almost a decider for who's in the finals, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Beasty's gonna go far with this. Like, I think though, like, we saw some insecurity, because I do believe that Beastyqt has had the advantage for the past like 15-20 minutes, and he never extended it. So I think he was playing way too safe here. I think he was. I guess like this is a very important game in the tournament, right? Because you can just, you know, you're gonna win. I think Beastyqt just knew, if I play this safe, I am just 100% going to, and there's no freaking way in the world that I lose this game if I play it safe and slow, because I just have an advantage, I have deep pockets, and this means I'm just gonna hold this advantage forever. The problem, of course, is for Beastyqt that if it was like a more even game, like if you get an advantage and you don't push it, you might eventually lose it, right? So Beastyqt, of course.
I think the crux of what you're saying here is that for Beastyqt, he tried to play it so safe and so secure that against perhaps someone who had the want to, could have made a push, perhaps through a wall, kind of unnoticed, and really leveraged an opportunity that wouldn't be there, just based on how long Beastyqt took to win, right?
Yeah, and he took a long time to win, no shit.
If you take 20 minutes to win, your opponent only has 20 minutes of opportunity.
Yeah.
If you take 50 minutes, your opponent has another 30 minutes of opportunity to try and do something weird to beat you. And that really, especially on a level like this, against someone like DauT, even though he was kind of... This was almost like a handy, realistic kind of world push, right? We sort of slow aggression forward until it was just completely conquered.
Yeah.
And that's something that we really don't see often in this.
Yeah, it was a very... I think this is a nice kind of thing to see, because we have had those very rampant, you know, crazy, violent, volatile games. Now it's actually been a steady, nice series. I like both games in the series, actually, for that. It was kind of nicely handled in both cases by Beastyqt, of course, because yeah, Beastyqt is just Beastyqt, just being himself. But that has shown us that he can play nice macro game. He is very consistent. Like, he has maybe some work to do, but
it's
yeah.
like he put him in a pressure cooker and started preheating it, no? And slowly over time, DauT,
yeah,
a bit warmer, until at the end he can't breathe. He's being pushed in by so many forces. I mean, he even had the keep advantage on the western front there, but really didn't mean anything because he couldn't leverage that into an offensive or indeed any kind of economical advantage here. And we just see just destruction, right? Just rampant destruction. It's almost as if DauT just refuses to surrender.
He does.
I don't think he has any chance of winning this.
By the way, Omnipresent is banning bots in the chat as we speak, so he's just doing this kind of smiting on the other side of the screen in Ukraine. So thank you so much, Omni, by the way. I'm very glad you're doing this. So yeah, Beastyqt is cleansing DauT and Omni is cleansing bots. Lovely stuff. It's a smiting time indeed. And yeah, I don't think there is anything that you can do, because if you lose a grasp of a game like this, your opponent has all the economy in the world still to just keep producing it. You're just kind of slowly losing the kind of parts of your base. It's actually great. So
one of these battles is something that could almost be studied for Age of Empires 4 doctrine, right? This is one of these things that you could consider replicatable, no?
yeah,
Because there's a kind of core strategy of building these walls, pushing forward and forward and forward. And while it may sound simple enough, like, oh, all he did was gain a giant economic advantage and wall forward, these things are something that we've not necessarily seen at all before, and something that really, I think, could take place in almost a meta, like an Abbasid meta, no?
yeah. So especially that he was able to hold on. That's kind of the impressive part for me. Like, he was able to go up to 2 TCs, hold against the French, defend the assaults, build up an economic advantage, win a massive fight when his opponent had the tech advantage like twice in a row, because he defended the castle attack with a feudal defense, and then he defended the imperial attack with a castle defense. And I do think it's not even Abbasid guidance that you're gonna get from this. I think it's gonna be essentially he's just playing almost optimally, I think, in this game. Like, this is just very clean game overall, except for the ending that was kind of rough, you have to say, but he's just playing very, very cleanly.
I think we've always talked about this aspect of the kind of clean, let's call it clinical, really, because it's by the numbers, it's exactly how it should be in a way. It's a slow, attritional push forward. But as you've said before, inherent in that is the time. Do you think that maybe if DauT, I don't want to say if DauT was someone else, but if DauT had a different strategy here, he could have made some kind of incredible push hits. I really think that Beastyqt, whilst this is quite clearly a dominant display of power,
yeah,
against someone else it might not have gone such a way. He makes it look easy here, but against someone else they might have just made him look like a fool.
Yeah, I agree with him. The problem is right now that, yeah, I think DauT just kind of did mess up a few times. This is something that your opponent, if you're playing the Avas, can obviously clean up a little bit. So taking those terrible fights at the kind of breaking points from one age to another, right? This was kind of what really sealed the deal for us. And I do not think that, I mean, you can see DauT is kind of trying to defend, but like he just has to give up eventually. I think, yeah, he just gives up. He realized, okay, I'm done with this. The tournament is over for me. Good luck, Beastyqt. I'd imagine he says, you know, one Serbian brother to another, of course. They're not brothers, essentially, but they are...
this is one of these games where after it, the first thing you do is press enter as fast as you can and just start spamming.
Yeah.
A bunch of really GGF, you are the, you know, this was one of the funnest FFF, blah, blah. This is a very unique game for both players, and indeed for us watching.
Yeah.
This is perhaps that unicorn you're always looking for, Mike.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I loved this game.
Yeah.
It was so fun. And this means that we're just gonna go in towards the next part of the bracket if there's anything to watch, because let's face it, we took a terrible amount of time just kind of following these two guys around. And actually, this is not the only long game of the day, because we see, by the way, that there is a DauT versus TheMista taking 80 minutes. That's the same kind of length as this series was. And there's also a 125-minute long series between Baguette and Zertin. So those are very, very crazy games. We cannot probably watch those. I'm kind of looking for a possibility. We can watch Lucifer versus Hera, maybe. I just need to see where the main cast is. Main cast was actually watching the same as we were. So I'm actually trying to figure out where exactly we're going to go next. So there's Lucifer versus Hera. It hasn't quite been concluded yet. Good night, Omnipeasant. Thank you so much for assisting us over here. That's very, very helpful, of course.
I love you, Omni. I wish we could do a Darkest Dungeon tournament. I'm in this Discord right now. I'm atting everyone under the kind of tournament elite, tournament top 8, and I'm going to ask if anyone wants to do a Darkest Dungeon tournament. I think that could be quite fun.
Yeah.
See if anybody wants to.
I mean, I would love to cast that if we had like an organization of that. I'm teaching. I think I could do this in February. I think that would be a nice opening. But right now, I definitely can't. I can't just kind of have that. So we have to wait for. If you want me, of course, on board, this would actually have to wait a little bit. I need to kind of change the settings because I think there's a way for me to stop the bots. Although I might have actually just. I don't think I can do this from this level. I would have to stop streaming, which is obviously not on the cards because restarting the stream is a bad idea. So we're just gonna have to wait. Guys, I'm just gonna remind you once again to drop me a follow, subscribe, and so on and so forth. If you do enjoy yourselves here, of course, you will get more content from me coming into the future. I will be streaming a lot of Age of Empires 4. And I have been streaming it for a while, so you also have a lot of cool content on my channel. We've been casting lots of tournaments with Mr. Sis. And I think this is going to be very, very cool. We can go to TheMista versus Beastyqt, I think, because that's going to be another legendary series, I believe.
I agree with you 100%, brother. I think for me, Marine Lord and maybe Vortex, Hera, and Beastyqt are the 4 people that I really think would be kind of fantastic in these finals or semi-final positions. And even to get down to that amount of people when we're looking at people like the Sniper, TheMista, DauT, and even the person who we just saw face up against an inimitable winner in the last game, I think really we've just got a kind of a wealth of talent right now to look at, Mike. It's particularly fantastic for us right now at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. So the possibilities for us are we just wait for TheMista versus Beasty. I think that will be the last cast of the day as well, because we are just kind of running down towards this kind of final part of the bracket anyhow. So I think that'd be interesting to see the conclusion of how exactly does Beasty perform against TheMista, who has actually not gone undefeated. He dropped a single game to a guy called Gornath, But outside of that, he has been almost impeccable the entire day. So I would really love to see how he performs against Beastyqt, because I actually haven't seen TheMista play for a while too. That's one of the possibilities. The other is actually Lucifer versus Hera is still ongoing, so is already ongoing. So I don't think this makes much sense.
Should we jump into that really quickly? Have a little look at it.
Yeah, we could, because those two guys are gonna. Yeah, we can just see how it's going. Actually, Hera is actually in the lobby right now, so we cannot watch anything at all.
Fair enough.
So we just have to wait. I think we have to wait for Beastyqt, because I don't have any other tournament player in a game right now on my friend list somehow. I think they're all like either in between games or they're just waiting for their opponents, right? So this means that we just have to wait, unfortunately.
I am going to put 73 Polish zloty on Marine Lord versus Beastyqt being in the finals, Mike. I think that would perhaps be one of the most interesting matchups we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's likely.
In these finals, we've seen kind of the more macro technical players up against each other, and I think quite early on in the game like this, if you have people who've mastered that macro, you can kind of have just a clear advantage over people who perhaps haven't yet.
Yeah.
But I think we're probably far enough in now for someone like Beastyqt, you know, a ladder lord, someone who maybe has a bit of stage fright, as you said. Maybe this is his time to shine, Mike.
Yeah, I hope so, because I'd really love to see him win something. He's always just kind of very happy if he does win a tournament or win a even a small one, right? So obviously I would really like to see Beasty take over from here. But then again, yeah, Marino did win the previous Winter Series, right? Quite convincingly so. So that is not going to be an easy ask for him, I believe. I think we should take a very short break because I do need to use the restroom now. So I think we're gonna take like a 5-minute recess because those guys are not ready either. I think Beasty just has gone to take a short break himself. Like we both deserve it, guys. So we're gonna be back in around 5 minutes before so that we can actually just go and cast a proper game. I'm going to just very quickly play something for you guys on YouTube so that you're not too bored. I'm gonna play like another match that I think was very, very cool to see, and yeah, we're gonna wait for the next kind of interesting game to kind of go into. So we're gonna take, guys, a 5 to 10 minute break. Okay, it's gonna be that. So stay tuned because we're gonna obviously be displaying a very cool cast from before. I think it's one of my favorites actually. That's one of my favorite casts of all time. So. I'm just going to set the details, I'm going to set it up, and we're going to take like a 10-minute break. And this game is going to be very, very cool to watch, I promise you. So, BRB. So guys, without any further ado, it is going to be 3DB in the bottom part of the map. And he's a Chinese main playing the English right now in this map. In the blue. And in the western side, it is going to be Jordan AoE, coming from Age of Empires 2, playing the Rus of all things. So you're going to have another pesky matchup, Rus versus English.
Age of Empires 2 is obviously, you could say, the closest game to Age of Empires 4 in terms of strategy, you know, this medieval essence. So
yeah,
perhaps I'll give him a slight advantage, but obviously if his opponent has been adhering to the meta, like we saw from Lucifer, it should really be no contest.
Yeah, we shall see, honestly, right? Of course, this comes down to early scouting, because we have seen, you know, the Rus defending against the English aggression quite efficiently. With Królu versus DauT, I'm gonna lose this. They're actually like for a while. Now that's not the case at all. He's going to once again be exposed. He can. So guys, without any further ado.
Adhering to the meta, like we saw from Lucifer, it should really be no contest.
Yeah, we shall see, honestly, right? Of course, this comes down to early scouting, because we have seen, you know, the Rus defending against the English aggression quite efficiently with Królu versus DauT, right? So that was an interesting game that showcased that you can defend a ramp push you just recognize it's coming soon enough, and it's kind of something that you can predict against the English.
I think the axiomatic point of that is not only the defense but the counter push. You need to be very, very keen on pulling the trigger whenever you get the opportunity, and that's something that comes with experience, really.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. So that is actually going to be a very good kind of point in this discussion, I believe, seeing how exactly Jordan does in this context. Yeah, I think B is a less known SC2 player, so we have this kind of clash of you know, RTS pros really. We'll see how exactly those guys fare in this scenario. So yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Already beginning in the aggression here, these sheep.
Yeah, it's actually contested, so Jordan's able to kill one of those sheep and get the bounty, and we see contests actually on those deer as well, and it's actually one of them is denied, so there's kind of a small micro battle here coming from a 3DB, and this is answered because like if you stand still, your sheep just stays away, and 3 melee hits are going to be enough to kill a sheep. So what Jordan is doing actually is he's gonna deny those sheep from his opponent. Of course, that's quite good, and actually that is countered by Jordan. By 3DB killing off another deer. So it's impossible actually, I think, for Jordan to contest this, which is very unfortunate. He would like to have a second scout together here, kind of following the scout of the English, which is obviously not possible anymore. But this being said, Jordan is going to be kind of happy with taking those 2 hunts in the eastern side of the map. I don't think this can be stopped in any way or form. So that is definitely the case here. 3DB is obviously going to be very happy. But because he was able to deny at least 1 hunt, but he had to pay with 2 sheep for this. There's obviously quite a lot of food, 500 food that he's not going to be able to harvest easily. And with this being said, he's going to also be going up towards that feudal, right? So 3DB going with 5 villages towards that feudal age. You have to say that's kind of the correct thing to do. However, you have to also note no freaking villages on wood yet. So even if he's going to go very fast up towards the feudal, he needs some extra wood to actually produce something out of this structure. So this might be pointing us to 2 things. He's either going to go very aggressive, just kind of moving a lot of villagers towards the wood, or he's just going to go very slow, perhaps mining stone soon.
An incredible tempo shift between these 2 games as well. The last game very, very slow and deliberate, like almost no man-on-man action, spear-on-spear action until nearly 10 minutes in, but here we've seen 1 minute and these scouts really starting to go back and forth, which is probably indicative of how this game is going to go. I think whoever gets the harassment advantage here really will be in the situation where the game is his to lose. You always need to be very careful for this counter push, but as the harasser, you obviously get to deny things like villagers, economy, so really that is the position you want to be in.
Yeah, but Rus cannot harass the English. I think that just is a widely accepted fact, because like the French knights regenerate, so you can actually afford to take some whole damage on those knights, right? Because they are just going to regenerate easily. The Rus knights do not regen, so taking any damage is kind of permanent. You can hit with monks, right? But it's going to be relatively late into the game. So Rus have to play defensively, whereas the English are naturally kind of geared towards attacking, I believe, right? That's the kind of the problem here. For our Rus players, they are basically forced towards just defending. But you can see there's also this wooden fortress immediately being built here. This wood line is kind of favorable for 3D because he has this kind of nice nuke over here that he can abuse almost, right, to play safe. And there's a golden gate being built, of course, as the only kind of viable landmark if you're playing the Rus on a high level, because it allows you to just trade very nicely without any loss. Actually, every single trade that you take is going to generate 50 resources for free for you. So you're actually trading, but you're gaining resources, and also kind of, you know, are more flexible than your opponents. In terms of hunting, though, I do think Rus could have done better on the 245 bounty bonus for now, which is not too much. And I think if you just kill a single sheep, which Jordan should definitely do, you're going to boost your villager food harvest rate by 5%, which is obviously something that you might want to consider.
We did see in the early skirmish there a couple of sheep go down as they were chasing a scout into combat. That obviously, while it doesn't have too much of an impact in the minute or the 2 minutes, the loss of that continual economical resource is really quite punishing.
Yeah,
so we'll need to see some form of acknowledgement of that, some kind of decision of how am I going to get that back? How will I recapture this value? Which we've not entirely seen yet, but I think when the harassment starts, when this kind of greater scale skirmishing begins, we'll start to see a lot of opportunities for that.
I absolutely agree with you. We see that, again, I think that's a given at this point. Professional scouts, we will see lots of those kind of deer carrying scouts soon on the map. But what might kind of stop this, of course, this kind of stream of archers coming through. Yeah, like 4 or 5 already. There's 6th and 7th, and some villagers as well coming forward. I think that's kind of the mistake that many players have been making. If you're willing to commit to an early push with archers, if you're willing to kind of risk building towers, bringing 2 villagers is actually going to give you a way higher success rate than just bringing 1. Because you can snipe 1 very easily, but sniping 2 is going to require significant effort. By the way, 2 archery ranges kind of built as a response, so you have some archers at least on the side of Jordan here. So Jordan will have some defenses available to himself if he really wants to.
It's interesting to see that he took maybe 10 to 20 seconds to start harassing with those archers after they rallied together.
Yeah.
As you said here, these 2 villagers push in, and another archer coming in here in the reserve.
Oh, that's a different play. Look what he's doing. So, what you can just... okay, question mark? He's gonna go for the stonewall play. So that's kind of a Chinese thing, generally speaking. Chinese tend to do this quite often. That's why I think that's where he got the idea from. The stonewalls give your archers basically 75% damage reduction. It also increase their range. If you build a wall segment and then you build a stonewall gate, you can basically just move those archers up this wall. You can use that to harass the villagers. You can actually use this to basically abuse this wood line completely. And those archers are going to be very difficult to take down because you're going to have an extra 75% damage reduction from ranged attacks. The only thing that can dispel this, that kind of manage against those stone walls, are, you know, siege engines of sorts, right? So a trebuchet would do quite well, a cannon would do quite well.
That is a remarkable build. So close. You saw these archers pouring to the top now and free firing onto villagers. One beautiful. Down, 2 down.
So 1 villager, I think only 1 went down. There's also a lot of pressure on this tower right now. And obviously this forces the Rus to move their economy towards the left. Though this is actually a very safe position for this wall. So I think you'd like to see an additional one being built somewhere else. Maybe like a slightly... That's a tower rush almost, right? Because you can actually build a stone wall tower as well to further fortify this position if you want to. So
not doing too much right now though. It's obviously exerting control over the map, but it's not sniping villagers. It's slowly kind of knocking away at that building there.
But it's going to be significantly harder to stop than the rushes that we have seen from the English before. Because that is, I'm actually going to use this in my games, man. I'm actually probably just going to do Strelbora with the English and just kind of go full all in with those. I love this so much because this is just going to mean that this position is just never going to be removed from you. You can obviously just, there is nothing stopping you from rotating those archers around right now. You can even keep some over here and pressure over here as well. That's actually a very good game sense from Jordan. Jordan just immediately senses this. You guys see how good 3DB's micro is. He just immediately moves those archers, sorry, those villagers away. So he's not going to lose them. He's going to keep them alive. This is obviously like a small stone. You can just cancel it. This is a small stone investment that's just going.
And it's interesting that he was clearly outnumbered. 3DB here outnumbered with these archers, but it's Jordan that backs off. Yeah, allowing these 2 villagers that he saved with his micro to start pushing back in now, start harassing those villagers, going back and forth there, and really controlling this kind of micro engagement.
I'm not sure. He's going for siege engineering of all things. I think he just kind of realizes he has to get rid of the stone walls ASAP. If he doesn't kind of deal with those pronto, with those towers as well, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, in the world of trouble, really. What I'd like to probably see him do right now is actually going towards the second wood line, because I do believe there's... Oh wait, I was muted. Sorry. Hey guys. So, first of all, I encourage you to subscribe and follow. We are back. The game is about to start, and we are just gonna load into it. We're gonna see how exactly does Beastyqt fare against TheMista, the legend himself. Sis, are you still there, or are you there yet?
Forever, brother.
Awesome stuff, man. Awesome. So we're gonna go to the cast. We're going to remove this atrocious kind of writing from the top, so it is not in the way anymore. I think we're set to go. Crazy shit. I think we're just set to go. So let me just very quickly verify something. Okay, let's watch. My game is muted. I'll have to very quickly just pause it once it loads so that we actually get the sound from it as well, because I had to mute it for the video to play. If you guys are interested in the video, by the way, you can find it in my channel. And without any further ado, let's just see our competitors. But before we do this, actually, I need to change the settings real quick. Okay, we're gonna get started with the final series of the day, guys. There's gonna be the cast of Beastyqt versus TheMista. And this being said, without any further ado, let's introduce our competitors. So, in the bottom, from Greece, no, it's actually from Serbia because it's Beasty. It's gonna be Beastyqt playing the Rus. In the blue, of course.
It's such a fun matchup, though. Beastyqt against TheMista. TheMista is perhaps an Italian player, I believe.
No, Greek. I think he's Greek.
A Greek player, but someone that we have seen quite a lot of before. So this is one of these games, again, of two very well-known names pushing directly into the finals here.
Yeah, one of them goes into the final kind of round of 8, I believe, and the loser of this one is, of course, just going to be eliminated. Or, yeah, it's going to be round of 4, I think. It's just going to be the round of 4 tomorrow, so this is the round of 8. Which means that this is a very important match for both of them.
Some quite early little scout skirmishes, if you will, picking up some days, picking up some hunt. Not a particularly indicative matchup, though, not necessarily attacking each other here.
No, because they're trying to get the Beastie is playing the Rus, so he has to get the deer. He's actually somehow managing. I don't know how he's doing this actually, because he managed to actually damage that deer and fight his opponent's scout, so that I think he just took like 4 out of 4 deer from this. Well, his opponent was contesting them. It's not supposed to happen. So Mista definitely not focusing well enough. Of course, like losing a single deer doesn't matter too much, but if you can obviously just kind of deny some. Look at this. So Beastie is here. He's gonna get this hand. Okay, Beastie is gonna probably find this hand very soon because he was already there. He might get like a lot of money from this map. Seriously, he might just kind of bleed this map dry almost with the amount of kind of the contesting of the hands that he's doing, to be frank. He's doing so much actually in here. He's gonna get... maybe Mista doesn't care about the hands. Maybe he's just gonna let that slide for some reason. But honestly, like, if you're playing the Rus, and you're allowed to get so many hands just for free, you're just gonna have so much money in the end of the game that I mean, in the end of this kind of engagement in a way, right? That you'll eventually just kind of take over completely. Because you can get to castle like even faster than you're supposed to, and you just have like a lot of advantages, right? Just kind of timing and resources and comfort as well. It's just kind of a snowball effect of sorts, you know. So you see the tool being denied, but so Mista is doing something right. At least he's gonna get the tool, but you know Beastyqt is gonna get the 3 over here. So there's gonna be a lot of possible like potential resources going into his pocket. So I think he has contested most of the hands. Just very nice. Maybe he hasn't found this one yet. Look at this. He has not actually even located one hand. He's still he's already at 280 gold from those hands. So he's actually gonna go for it right now. He has like a wolf. He has like 7 deer. Right. He's gonna be like at almost 400, I think, bonus right now. 400 bounty.
Very, very good early bounty hunt here from Beastyqt. Something that again we probably should have imagined from Beastyqt. One of these players is very good with things like this. TheMista here, would you say he's kind of lacking behind here in tempo?
Yeah, severely. Like if you let the Rus get to 250, that's good. I mean, that's kind of normal. He let him to get like all the way to freaking 360, and he's gonna get the Rus is gonna be 385. And then the sheep. It's gonna be crazy good game for Beastie if he just kind of at least the start of it looks really, really strong for him. Hello, the Shepherd, by the way. Nice to see you back, man. Nice to see you back. Very glad that you're here again. Now, you can see that this is essentially how this game is gonna go from here, I guess, right? I mean, hopefully for Beastie anyway, less hopefully for Mista. But Beastie is just gonna discover a lot of those kind of relics as well. He locates this one because I think he just went there intentionally. He knew the relic would be there. So he probably knows about every single one of them, right? Except for the one in the kind of northern corner of the map. So he has this mapped out. Like, the English should do something right now. I think I'd wager, like, the English cannot just kind of go quietly into the night, or they cannot go quietly into the middle game here against the French, against the Rus, kind of applying some pressure. You can see he's actually going very slowly up to feel it. There's a good reason for this. Like, you have 3 villages here, meaning the rest of them are just kind of harvesting resources, which means you can just kind of produce a lot of those archers now. Because you have accumulated a lot of kind of bank with those villas.
I really do want to see that was fucking rap god from you there, Eminem Mike Field. What we really do want to see here from TheMista is rage against the dying of the light here. We want to see perhaps some early longbowmen pushing into this kind of aggressive skirmishing range here. Because Beastyqt, if you let him do what he wants to do, we've seen before, in 50 minutes, you'll die.
Yeah.
It's kind of as simple as that. So for TheMista, really, you want to kind of find a meaningful way to engage in his tempo of the game, really.
Oh no.
Him.
I think this is most funny kind of coincidental thing in the world, because he's gonna go for the same strategy. I kind of pulled the video. Do you remember this game where Jordan was playing against 3DB, and 3DB started building stone walls around his base? We cast it together. Anyway, I just kind of pulled it up when I was on the break. And he's just gonna do the same strategy. He mined 120 stone. He's just gonna go for stone walls and stone towers around the base of the roofs. I think this is gonna be the exact same game actually from TheMista. There's gonna be the same strategy anyway. And I'm not really sure if Beasty knows about this. Like, I'm not sure if Beasty knows that the English are very good. Like, they're very apt stonewall rushes. I'm not really sure if he's gonna do exactly that, but because we see not a stonewall dropping here, but actually a normal outpost being built. Roos, of course, doing what Roos does best, so getting those professional scouts, of course, and just kind of trying to survive the feudal age. But this looks like it's going to be a stonewall coming up. Like, once he secures this position, because it's kind of easy to deny it, right? I think once he secures this position, we'll see like a stonewall going up elsewhere. And this is obviously going to mean that
aggressive play here from them. It's not so much aggressive; it's almost defensive when you're playing against someone like Beastyqt, building up like this. I mean, really, Beastyqt, you can see him building this stone. He's doing something nefarious, right? He's doing something a little bit nefarious to TheMista.
Because I don't think he's gonna go for it. Like, I'm not sure if he would. He's gonna use that stone to construct the TC. That's gonna be definitely a defensive tower rush. I think I might be wrong actually. He's not gonna go for the stone towers. He's just gonna use those to construct the arrows to upgrade, which obviously means that those towers shoot on their own volition. You don't need to garrison anyone inside. I'm not really sure how much of containment operation is it though, because I do think that's like just building those towers, just kind of letting them stay there is okay. You have to deny multiple kind of nodes of resources from your opponent, then it's gonna work. Like, so you have to kind of go here, make sure that he can get wood from here as well. You have to go maybe, I don't know, where is his gold? Like, he has gold and stuff here. He doesn't need those because he's playing the Roos, of course. But you know what I mean? Like, he cannot just kind of have that tower here and just be happy about it. He needs to contest more area, more kind of openings. He has to deny more from Beasty than he's denying right now, because he's not even harassing with those archers at this point. He's just kind of idling them. This is not good play for now.
I think realistically here for TheMista, you want to kind of put on some sort of aggression, right? You really need your longbowmen to be pushing and harassing villagers, doing something worthwhile. Because we've seen before with Beastyqt, this isn't so much about the kind of civilization matchup. It's more about who Beastyqt is and what he can do. You really want to kind of keep him at arm's length. You know, you want to push his head back every time you can, poke your fingers in his eyes just to make him a little bit confused every now and again.
Yeah, that's true.
He's just going to do things like build walls inside your base.
Yeah. And so what's happening here right now is actually Beasty's trying to get a wall off. I'm not really sure why he's going to be allowed to do this. And maybe it was not seen at all by TheMista. No, TheMista maybe has not seen this. So the wall off is going to go up. So this is just the only opening to the Beastie's bases over here. But those archers, you have 12 Strelbora over here. Who are just going to one-shot villagers if they want to. And we're going to say TheMista has not been actually finding much damage. Like 2 villagers dead, sure, is kind of good, right? But he had so many more openings in this game to actually find something. He's just going to be relatively passive overall. There are like actually 4 knights, and there are no spearmen on the field for TheMista yet, so yes, this tower goes up, sure, but those are going to clean up the archers if they're allowed to do so. Look at this, there are 2 knights, 3 knights, 4 knights actually in here, in the mix. And there are 14 archers. I don't think they stand a chance until some spears arrive.
I think the mist here is perhaps going to just be losing troops, and you can see here that Beastyqt is trying to surround them, trying to encircle them as they run away. They're just losing tick by tick players.
Yeah, and you know, there are 2 spears here in the mix, right? So they're going to be quite annoying for Beasty. If he just kind of focus them down, it's actually quite okay. You can see those knights actually are doing nice damage here. As long as the English are just kind of stopped in their tracks, I think there's just kind of a nice trade for Beasty. Beasty is actually not my... I think I would have preferred him to back off. Like with 3 knights alive, He has not achieved much. He's just kind of ran away from the single spear and those archers.
Seeing an early disengagement that you can see from Beastyqt's side that perhaps this isn't really meant to be a militaristic victory. Like, you don't really care if you get that tactical victory. Like, the entire point of that is more just to push the enemy back to kind of prolong the engagement.
Yeah.
I think in that fashion, you could almost consider that a victory.
So he does buy time anyway. That's kind of important to notice, as you've just said, right? He's just trying to. He needs to get to Castle Age. Like, Castle Age is the kind of the pinnacle of Rus' power. If you can get there, you're just going to be able to repel any attack. But honestly, he's kind of far away from this. He has a single ticket. He needs 500 more goals. It's going to be a few minutes more before he's able to afford this. He's going to need like at least 3 minutes, I think, to get there. If he's not producing knights at all anymore, and he, I think, is. So the English have actually forced BC to this more defensive playstyle right now. But those knights are actually, I think they're just going to pick up reinforcements at this point, right? He's looking for those. You can see there's a single longbow right now. Longbow that's gonna die. There's another one I think coming his way. So this one is just kind of completely dead to rise. But yeah, it's actually nice denying the possibilities, right, from his opponent. I do like this quite a bit. Now those villagers might have to go and mine gold, or oh, that's actually your full relocation of this wood line.
They're trying to build a lumber camp quite a long way to the east, no?
And it's not optimal of a forest, right? It's kind of the normal kind of. You know, stealth forest. So those are not like that's not a lot of potential wood here. He just wants to have any wood at all, I think, just at this point. And it's actually good. I don't think his opponent is gonna think that there's gonna be villages like in this kind of narrow kind of corner of the map. I don't think that this is gonna be where Mista searches for them, and especially that Mista has the scout with his army. He's actually just kind of looking around for now, and those knights actually are kind of spread around the map. I hope he doesn't lose them, because obviously they cost lots of money, but if he just kind of keeps them around the map just like this and just intercepts any reinforcements, obviously going to be great. I think he loses this knight for nothing. That's really bad. Oh no, it's 100 gold.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't like this. So like, he's not paying attention well enough anyway. He shouldn't be losing any units at this point, because he needs to kind of be conservatively defensive. And he needs to kind of make sure that his units survive, because that's, for now, if he does actually go up at some point, that's all that he's gonna get.
You do have to wonder whether or not Beastyqt here is kind of planning another 40-minute victory, or he's just kind of put under the pressure, Mike, you know?
Yeah.
It's interesting to see whether or not the Mystic, we've always considered a very top-tier player here, is able to actually put the pressure on Beastyqt that we've, you know, not really think we've seen before. We've often seen Beastyqt put under giant pressure, but then boom, 20-25 minutes in, he turns the entire game around.
Yeah, I think this might be the part of the Beastyqt miracle almost again. He has been able to get lots of food back to the base, so he's actually harvesting lots of those deer. He's getting a nice food income. He's dropping that. It is 13 minutes into the game, but you have to consider he has been forced to build a lot of military. Now, what he needs to do is break out of this. That's kind of his first step here. He needs to get some rams, so it's kind of going to be a multi-step process right now, because he's almost fully contained by those towers. By the way, oh, that's terrible. Losing those villagers hurts as hell. So he's actually discovered here, so the scout just goes around, he actually finds those villages, and BC loses like 7 or 8 of those. I have not been paying attention, he just actually loses a large portion of his economy here. Which is really bad, because Rus doesn't want to lose anything, of course. Like, nobody wants to lose villages. And Mista has like 45 villages, I think BC's down to 30. 35. It's not like the end of the world, it's just very bad though. Like, this is not something you want to kind of endure. Losing this much is just not acceptable. You see, he massacred every single village. This is a very risky move from Beasty. And he's scouted and just killed off. Now, he could have probably been more patient. I'm really not sure how, but he could have maybe just tried to go for, you know, those trees over here. Like, I'm not really sure how else you can handle the situation, but obviously losing 9 villagers, 8 villagers at this point is not the right way to play the game. Now, he probably knows this. He's not too happy about this, because that's just kind of something that the English do very well. They just kind of punish the mistakes or greed if you are greedy indeed. And greedy Beastyqt was.
Beastyqt is kind of often this sort of greedy in a fashion that's almost defensive, you know, he's like being greedily defensive, and against someone like TheMista that might not be as unpunishable as it was in the prior game.
Yeah.
So I think really Beastyqt here, we can see him pushing against these towers, trying to really defend against this walling in and walling off. But whether or not he'll be able to leverage this into a real aggressive push is something that I think really only time will tell.
It's also worth emphasizing that, you know, TheMista is indeed in Castle Age too. So it's not like Mista is technologically behind. He's just going to kind of be dealing with this kind of power spike of Beastie. That's important to notice. Oh no, this is... Okay, so he kills the villager, he doesn't kill the warrior man, because like, Beastie does want to get those relics back on. This kind of one of the saving graces for him right now. Getting that extra free income with those relics that is going to maybe propel him towards a better time. Because right now he's actually going to go up to Siege Rage, which is absolutely amazing for him, because he of course is going to need something to deal with the Spearman Archer mass. Those Knights alone are not good enough, I think. He's also finding nice fights where he's like, for instance, over here he's going to kill off a few archers for nothing. Probably going to get away with the Knights themselves. He loses to Scouts here, that's not terrible. Horsemen, right? Not too bad at all. And the problem is though, the Mista is actually building up a Knight force here. So Mista is going to have some normal, powerful English Knights who are obviously no strangers to those Knight-on-Knight fights, and obviously the Rus Knights do get some extra tech benefits, but I don't think Beastie can afford those. So right now we have like Beastie who is sitting on a massive amount of food and wood, by the way. He has no gold to his name. He's stuck in his base. He lost all his forces almost, right? He has like those few very head cavalry units back in the base. He has no way of actually just effectively dealing with this tower, which has, by the way, actually attacked his village over here. So he's essentially just stuck, confined to his base. He's not really been able to find a way out of this now. The only fortunate part is, of course, that he has been able to get down those towers that were on this kind of eastern edge of his base, which means he can actually just start establishing control in this forest, for instance, so he can actually start getting some lumber. But he loses the warrior monk here for sure. I don't think this is kind of yeah, he cannot escape. So he loses another like kind of important expensive unit he needs to use to get those gold, get this gold flowing. He's 2 relics, that's not the end of the world, and he needs 1 more though to actually just kind of cap this building. Maybe even getting 4 or 5 would be actually quite beneficial, because he cannot afford he has to kind of make up for the losses, right? He has to make up for this kind of deficit he has been put at, and he can only do this by actually getting rid of those towers and just finding a new way of gaining control of the map. It's not going to be easy to do at all, because I think in terms of military and economy he's behind. I think supply is like 20 difference almost. It's 40, it's even worse. I think Beastie's just dead, man. I think Beastie's just dead. Because he has not been building villagers effectively for the past few minutes.
I don't disagree with you. I think either the Mista is kind of put on this semi-oppressive. It's the map control in this. If we would look at this game in terms of like map control and military projection, it would be very, very interesting and kind of difficult to really quantify, because the map control has been so dynamic. People going everywhere. We've seen Beastie build these walls here, but they're again building him off into this kind of 5%.
Oh no. Like, look, if the Mista had been paying attention here, he would have actually just killed this villager immediately, but now he's gonna have his knights actually trapped here inside the confines of the base. I think this is actually a very good fight for Beastyqt over here. In the east, he's gonna kill all of those knights off eventually, I think, which is absolutely amazing for him, because he just wants to do this. He just wants to find some extra, like, opportunities. Okay, so I was wrong. 2 knights do go down, though, so it's actually 2 knights for free. And yeah, it's just a matter of kind of getting rid of those towers for BC, of course. He's not entirely dead, that's not what I meant to say, but he's at a significant deficit, you have to say that. That is, so much supply of difference is not easy to make up for, in any way or form. Especially that, you know, Mista is actually sitting on double TC, because the second landmark is indeed just effectively a normal TC for the English. So using this to just produce villagers means that he's gonna get further and further ahead. Meaning that essentially, I think Beastyqt does actually need to get another TC to just essentially kind of keep consistently, to stay consistently behind his opponent even. That's the painful part. It's not about just kind of getting ahead anymore, it's just kind of about staying behind at the level at which he is. I think his position is similar to DauT's from last game. He's not essentially just dead, but he's a dead man walking for a while. Oh, that's a very cute play. So he's actually going to use the relic to force those knights to back away from killing those villagers, because conversion would have obviously kicked in, so they have to just back away and just leave this part of the base of Beastyqt alone. He's going to go back and resume hunting, apparently. So that's not a bad situation, like not a terrible situation for Beastie, especially that he has lots of artillery, right? So he's going to be able to hold on until at least the Springles come, right? I think you need to have some Springles here to actually just put on some sort of offensive maneuvers onto this base. You can see, by the way, how eager Beastyqt is to actually wall things off. That's another kind of feature of his playstyle, I think. That he's actually just going to be walling off quite a bit more than a regular player of Age of Empires 4.
Beastyqt here is... It's just very, very interesting. We're almost seeing that TheMista, we can consider TheMista this kind of like macro lord, almost a tiny bit like Marine Lord if we were to make that equivalency.
Like solid macro meta player indeed.
Exactly. To see them face off against each other like this is... So Beastyqt we consider kind of in a weaker position right now, but he's not necessarily out of the game yet.
No,
and
but
this
he
is
needs...
the position that we did see in the last game as well, right?
Yeah. But he needs to find some nice openings here right now. I don't think he can just kind of stay in this game like this. Just, you know, let it play out without doing much of anything special. He needs to actually make some miracles happen here. He needs to find some nice engagements. Obviously he made miracles happen in the previous game against DauT, right? So I think he needs more of that. He obviously cannot allow to bleed any more units, so he cannot lose those villages. He cannot afford to lose even 1 or 2 here. He just managed to back away losing 1. I think that's still manageable, but I think he needs a lot of things to kind of go right for him. One of those things, by the way, should be the second TC. I cannot fathom a scenario in which he doesn't get a second TC soon, because yeah, he just needs to have some sort of ticket to the late game. He has 38 villages, man, to like, I think 70 of Mista right now. 85! Oh, he's like less than half of the village of his opponent. Yes, he has 3 relics here, which is gonna be about like 7 villages in terms of income itself. But it's just not going to be enough. Like, Mista can go to Imperial soon, I think. Because he has so much control in this game. Like, he has so many villages, really significant forces. Yes, Beasty manages to steal another relic, which is cute. But I don't think this is gonna be kind of making up for the difference in power that we are just kind of experiencing right now. And this is a lot of knights. Oh, that's actually a very nice play. I do like it very much. Medic Peanuts, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Guys, if you're watching, please consider following, subscribing. And if you obviously enjoy yourself, I am also a YouTuber, so you have the link to my YouTube channel below. We have lots of wonderful casts of me and Sis and my brother posted there. And if there are more tournaments, of course, we'll be casting as many as we can. So if you enjoy the content, please consider also subbing on YouTube. That does help me a lot. You have no idea how much actually every single sub counts to yeah, just growth. Oh, let's actually look at this. He's trying to convert all those villagers. Can you imagine?
How close was that, brother? If he pushed in maybe a tiny bit, he would have taken it. That would have been incredible.
That would have been almost like, not a GG scenario, but it would have been just so much damage done to the economy of your opponent. Like, I've actually seen this work. You know what you can do, Sid? I think I told you about this trick. So, if you have 2 monks with relics, you can basically just start a conversion somewhere else on the map, just kind of a fake conversion, like, during a fake skirmish, like even in your own base. And then your opponent hears it, it's also notified on the minimap. And then you start converting somewhere else, like here. And then you can actually get it off. I think this was realistically possible for him to do this. Where's the monk? Is he still alive?
Potentially, brother, but as we can see TheMista without knife.
No. Okay, there's a relic here, so it's...
Tiny relic over there.
So it's actually dropped. The monk died, but he died of... Oh no, poor monk.
Oh dear.
So, it's looking like a lengthy game actually. I think it might be onto something, but Mista is gonna go imp. That's the problem, right? It's exactly it's actually worse, because I think when we were watching the previous game, like, Beastyqt had equal economy. He was actually slightly behind in tech. In this situation, he has worse economy. He has double TC now, which is very, very late. He has essentially, like, no units on the map, like, compared to his opponent. He has, like, some artillery. Against, like, 20 knights, it's not looking too hot. Like, he has significantly less. Like, essentially, he's, like, sitting at half the supply of his opponent right now. Which you might not realize, but once he sees that he is up against someone who is actually an Imperial, there's going to be an entirely different story. Now, I have to say that I don't like this Berkshire Palace placement, because if you just move it like towards your opponent, of course it's risky to build it there, because it is the Imperial landmark. You can get a lot of pressure out of it. It's the most powerful keep in the game. It's like 150% range, I think, of the regular one, and has double the number of arrows, so it's gonna just massacre anything that comes close. And to kill this thing is actually, it's gonna take a lot of effort. So yes, Mista is gonna play a safe game. He's just gonna fortify his position in his base. He's just gonna play a extended economic game, I think. But this is just again gonna put, I think, Beastyqt in the shoes of DauT from the previous game, where he still can find a nice opening if he does actually just play correctly and just manages to sneak some nice things out. Like this relic, this is not supposed to go into his hands. Like this is just kind of ridiculous. He's managed to get all 5 relics of the map. Because you have to say,
what an odd game. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Beastyqt's games always seem to be these kind of giant all-off attritional matches, and quite frankly, I think Beastyqt is the one who's broke the curse right now.
Yeah, the problem is he has lots of exposed villagers. He really needs to just move them away because he knows those knights are coming. He knows they broke through. Oh, that's gonna be painful. 8 villagers going down is not what you want to see as Beastyqt, and they're just probably all dead to rights. Oh, jeez, like you're so far behind. Losing 2 or 3 villages is gonna be painful. Losing 5, I think he's gonna lose 5 here. Is just gonna be another kind of level of bad. Maybe 6 even. Look at this. It's just a massacre. Yeah, it's just uncanny how much he's gonna lose. Now that's actually a good fight for if you can take this fight as Beasty and clean up. That's great because obviously you just want to clean this up. You kill like 3-4 knights though. I do not think this is sufficient at all. And of course your opponents here, those archers they're gonna get elite upgrades soon. You have like lots of technological disadvantages. Mista is actually not getting that. Mista is gonna get those extra range upgrades for those springles. So now this means that you can outrange any other siege unit in the game with those springles of the roofs. If you can get both of those so important upgrades from the... Oh, no, he's playing the English, I'm stupid. No, he can't get double upgrade for the range. He can get like 1. And that's enough, I think, against Mangonels, especially the Castle Age Mangonels that we see on the side of Beastyqt here. And Beasty is actually kind of nicely setting up. You have to say this, he is nearing the age up himself, so it's not as bad because he can get to Imperial at some point. It's actually a nice fight over here as well in the bottom. Those are still normal knights, by the way, because Mista has not decided to upgrade them anyhow, but it's actually kind of going to be... They are going to get trapped eventually, can be cleaned up, I guess, but the problem is this force over here. So you see lots of spears, lots of springles, there's also a tower being built, and there's the network of citadels being researched. So the network of castles is going to essentially provide the English special attack speed bonus to all the units in the range of your infrastructure. Networks of citadels is going to provide the extra 50% attack speed, which is ridiculously high. So now every single unit in the range of this tower spots an enemy is going to get so much extra efficiency.
Beastyqt has been put in a position that we really say, man. I keep saying this, but this pressurized position, I think the Mista is fully compromising him right now. We see this quite sizable force from he's pushing these knights, indeed pushing back the Mista's cavalry force here. We see some, I believe, Springles, maybe even Mangonels down to the south pushing in. But realistically, it's based on the fact that the Mista controls so much of the map, even if the pendulum swings backwards right now, we still have maybe a 10-minute window for the Mista to take control of this game. So for Beastyqt here, we need to see some kind of greater macro strategic play whilst mirrored with incredible micro play, and that's something we very rarely see from anyone.
Yeah, I mean, he's at half supply. He also has, because I think he wanted to go up to Imperial, but he was stopped in his tracks. So this was denied from him. He had to make units to not die at all in this game, which means like he's not completely dead, but he's like basically just waiting for death to come, because he has half the supply. He's like super behind in tech, and the English are just kind of putting lots of pressure. You have actually seen a lot of English play today, haven't we? That's actually, I think we have seen like a lot of those English being picked in those games, like, and they were very effective most of the time too. So it's actually
the English players kind of push this aggression, as we said before, because the longbowmen really allow for, I suppose, in ordinate skirmishing value. Really, they allow you to kind of attack people out of range. They give you this propensity for I suppose, incursion into the enemy base, and this is something that Beastyqt perhaps isn't the best at doing right now. He's very good at kind of this front against his base. He's good at kind of pushing a middle ground, pushing that forward attritionally, but when his base, you can see it being ransacked by 7 or so man-at-arms at one side. I don't really know right now. You can see he's got a giant siege force here, but is it really doing much?
No. I mean,
he seems to be pushing back this force, but I think the Mista for this isn't like a suicidal attack right now. This is somewhat of a kind of an incursion, if you will. It's not really a particularly expensive attack.
The problem is that he actually lost a lot of his units somehow. Now, Beastyqt's economy is in shambles. You have to say that, like, those are the only units that Beasty is gonna get for a while. Because he probably does desperately want to get to Imperial. But you can see there are also elite men-at-arms in this woodline, for instance. There is an insane number of just sheer pressure just being put on him. So the thing about TheMista now, he's in a position, I believe, that he can just kind of keep trading. That's what I think was the alternative way for Beastyqt to win the game against DauT. Like, just kind of consistently trading, just forcing this fight, just attacking, maybe wasting units, sure, but also putting pressure on the economy of your opponent. Because look at how many villagers are gonna die here. And those are, you know, they're very hard to kill because those are Imperial 8 men at arms with all the upgrades. They're like Giga Chads. Like, they're not gonna die to cavalry even at this point. Look at this. Like, they have been alive on like a sliver of health, but this is actually, the sliver is like 50-60 health still. So they're gonna get cleaned up eventually, but you can see how much damage those English Giga Chads have been able to do.
Remarkable push into the villages. I mean, Beastyqt is kind of putting up these aggressional skirmishing forces directly into the Misty space, not too dissimilar to what was happening previously. Oh. Yeah,
that's GG. I think he realizes how far behind he is. Like, he must have realized this a while ago. He was just looking for a nice opening, I guess, to proceed. But yeah, there was no way for him to win. It was just...
agree with that entirely, to be honest. I mean, if you look at the total score, the TheMista basically doubled him.
Yeah.
Look at the military force, you know, 3,000 to 2,000. It's insurmountable odds.
Nah, no way you can kind of keep going with this. By the way, Hadoblado, thank you for subscribing to YouTube. Welcome to our humble abode here. And all of you guys as well, welcome, welcome, welcome. I do suggest that you follow in the tracks of Hadoblado, following, subscribing, yada, yada, yada. Now, back to the analysis though. You can see how far economically he was. It's like almost twice the food difference, almost twice the wood difference, twice the gold difference. And this is with the relics. So that's just impossible, I think. This is just an impossible game for Beasty. He took too much damage early. He was tower rushed, which he probably had not anticipated, and he was just not able to continue playing.
Really pushed off tempo, right? You can see here these graphs do kind of dictate exactly what happened. He was consistently pushed off tempo, denied what he wanted to do, and that indeed led them to gain such a ridiculous advantage here, especially going from that age 3 into age 4 here, completely to control the game.
And the English grows so fast. If you can just get to castle fast, like you get double TC for free with all the pressure you've been able to apply. So if you can just kind of go there, you can see how he skyrockets in village numbers. He gets to 120 almost, I think, which is just essentially, you know, the opposite of Beastyqt, because as he was growing, BC was just kind of stuck in place. Like, he was stuck at 30 something villages. It's just not possible to win from there. I don't think it's just kind of feasible to get a win like this anyhow. So he was just, I think he just kind of allowed his opponent to tower rush him. He had no good response. He lost a lot of villages. I think that kind of wood line that he risked, this could have been like a nice steady growth, I think, but losing that wood line was really important. Like, you know, there's kind of 6 or 8 villages on the side that were in this kind of dark forest trying to mine, to cut some wood, right? It was just not feasible to recover from that loss, I think. That was just too much. That was just the final nail to the coffin.
Could not agree with you more there, brother. I think Beastyqt we've seen, I think it would be particularly interesting if he does kind of go a little bit further, maybe in a next tournament, to see exactly how he can play under this kind of pressure, you know? It was interesting to see in the last game, he kind of had free reign of whatever he wanted to do, but against someone like TheMista, you know, we can consider TheMista just a very good player overall, but not someone who is going to win the tournament, you know? Not someone who we necessarily will think will win the tournament. Maybe that does kind of say to Beastyqt, stop being so crazy, almost.
Yeah, I also think I think it just kind of boils down to a large macro mistake, or a few macro mistakes actually from Beasty right there. So he was a bit crazy, but also he kind of should have realized what was coming his way. He needed to have some sort of preparation there. Like, you can't just kind of allow, you know, 8 to 9 Strelbora waltz into your base and just massacre you, or just kind of apply enough pressure to, you know, just deny you any sort of harvesting, right? That was exactly what happened. Like, Beasty were just kind of stranded in his base. No access to food, no access to wood. It was just kind of brutal to watch, essentially. So if you play against the English as the Rus, you need to kind of have this kind of anti-containment measure almost in place, right? You need to kind of have some plan, you know, going into that feudal age. Just how exactly am I going to deal with the Strelbora? And he had no plan. The Strelbora just threw the arrows, massacred him, and that's all she wrote. in this case anyway. It was a very, very nicely executed kind of aggression from Mista, I think. That's exactly what we saw here.
Could not agree with you more, bro. Hera in game right now. Is this a tournament game Hera is in?
What are you hearing?
Hera.
Oh shit, Hera. Oh yeah. I thought you said like hearing game. Yeah. So all of them are in tournament games. Yeah, I think Hera. You say Hera in British English, right? It's Hera, not Hera. There's ear in the pronunciation. Just kind of just phonetics. Sorry, just phonetics. Yeah. Hera is playing Lucifer right now. Vortex is playing the guy called Noob, who actually managed to make it through all the way through Matisse, through Miomaika, through FTW Cheese. It might be an interesting match to watch as well, but this is not the end of Beastyqt though, right? He still has a single possibility, right? We are just at 0-0 at this point. And they're actually in the game right now. We're gonna go into game 2 now, I believe. So we just have to wait. So if you guys are wondering why I can't start observing immediately, this is because the guys need to load into game themselves. So if they take a long time to load, this means that I also take a long time to kind of get the observe button, essentially. So we're just going to get the observe button right now. And it's going to be the Chinese versus the French of all things. What do you make of this?
Oh, a very interesting match, and especially if we're on water. We haven't really seen any water maps today, have we?
They think it's a water map. How do you know?
I don't know. I'm saying that we haven't seen anything. We've seen kind of that one map with the one in the middle and the 12.
Nagari. Yeah, it was a Nagari game. Yeah, true. One Nagari of all kind of. We have watched like 20 games today. I think maybe that's an exaggeration. Like 10, 12. So
I really wouldn't mind seeing a kind of water-heavy French versus Chinese map. I think that'd be quite interesting. But simply based on the games we've already seen, perhaps we will be seeing a dry Arabia, something like that, Mike.
No, Arabia is gone. I think we've seen Arabia before. Wasn't it Arabia in the previous match? I think every first game of the series is going to be Arabia. It's kind of the tournament rule. So we are going to have maybe some ground map here. But of course, Chinese versus French are a very cool matchup on the water. So I'm kind of curious to see what it is. Okay, I don't know. Just seeing this, I have no idea what map it is. It's Danube River. So it is a water, like a combo water map. And that's actually cool, because seeing those two civilizations interact on the water is going to be interesting. I don't think I've seen this matchup before on the water map.
This is probably one of the most interesting water matchups as well, though, because not only do we get the fact that you can kind of wall off sections of it, we've got the fact that you can use exploding ships, fire ships, kind of really get exorbitant value and not necessarily should have done. And it's things like that that, especially I think here for Beastyqt, could kind of win in the game, because you really aren't as scared of the French, I suppose, Hulk push middle game as you would usually. It's based on the fact that this is more of a... How would you even describe the water on this map? It's more for map control than for kind of sheer aggression.
Yeah, it is. It's like, it's economy because there's lots of fish. It's just shoreline fish, so they don't harvest so fast, but if you can get full control of the water, of course you get full control over the game. That's kind of a given, right? So you just essentially need to find a possibility to keep your docks alive, just make sure that you can keep fishing, and essentially just you might want to transition to water play later on down the line. So both those cities are actually very good at playing water, by the way. So both the French and the Chinese, of course, they are kind of good on those water maps, though it does take some extra skill to play the Chinese well. So of course, adding some micro to what expectation requirements, right, the Chinese have already on the player is going to just mean that there is a lot of pressure on Mista here, sorry, on Beastyqt here, because he needs to execute a lot of things at once. Just having the water means that you have like additional layer of macro and micro to remember about. So of course it's going to put some extra weight on your shoulders.
I think this extra weight on the shoulders here, though, specifically the Beastyqt and TheMista, is we're almost seeing a kind of rising in power levels between the two in terms of APM and micromanagement. Both players who we think are very good micro, also very good macro. Perhaps TheMista has somewhat of a macro advantage here, but we are seeing Beastyqt with this couple of scouts there trying to kind of dock down that dock, get it all destroyed. Not entirely sure how well that will play out for him, but
I mean, he's 30% done.
Yeah, even this early aggression is it's kind of meaningful, you know. It doesn't cost him anything.
it's just annoying, which is great. Like, to annoy your opponent in an RTS game is like a huge advantage. If you can just kind of get someone to be furious and just, you know, just force them to do things they don't want to be doing, that's just already a huge win for you. Obviously, it's not like I don't think you can get this dog killed, right? You can just definitely just be annoying, though. You can just force some micro, can force away some APM. He's actually going to join the Fed scout to the phrase. Actually, it might be a slightly committed attack, in fact. You can see that 3 scouts, of course, beats 2. So he might force another scout, actually 2 scouts from TheMista here. And this is actually a 50% HP dog, so I'm not too happy about this if I'm TheMista anymore, because that's a significant amount of pressure being put on me.
It's looking like this dog is about to be destroyed right now. And Beastyqt is, when you're doing this kind of macro, especially when it's aggressive like that, you would like to see something defensively being built up, really. Because if you're being aggressive, you don't have to pay so much attention to what's going on your base. You can kind of set things up to queue. So here, this is like a very kind of it kind of grows on itself. It's exponential in a way, because not only are you being attacked, you are necessarily losing APM where you would be able to do things otherwise.
Yeah. Now there are 4 scouts for TheMista, so it's actually a nice net positive gain for Beastie, I believe, because like you spent resources to buy 3 scouts and you forced 4 out of your opponent. I think that's enough of an advantage already at its own right. So it also kind of forces your opponent to go for professional scouts, because he has already made 4 and you only have 3 scouts. You don't have any pressure on you, actually. There's nothing that you can actually just lose from this place, unless of course you lose the dock yourself, which is kind of unlikely, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that he's in a position right now where he's going to this. Like, I think even his opponent there, that early attack, that kind of annoying attack, as we said, it's probably been repelled. So I think realistically here we're going to see somewhat of a later game focus with these scouts, as we see it, maybe harassing now Beastyqt's fleet, just to try and kind of reverse the APM, you know, say not me, you now.
Yeah, and there are actually 4 scouts, so he forces additional scouts from Beastie, as Beastie is going to go up to 5. I think it's kind of going to, it gives me an inkling that we'll see another kind of large commitment here to professional scouts. I don't think they have another choice right now, even, because they spend so much money on those scouts that you need to put them to some use at this point, I guess. So pro scouts would be a good solution, though, of course. Both of them are going to be working with an absolute abundance of food. Now you see, TheMista is actually floating. He's been actually ready to go up to feudal for quite a while, but only now does he drop the School of Cavalry, kind of busy microing against those scouts. So you can see that even those players do get APM taxed in a way. Now Beastie needs a little bit more time to go up, but he's fine because China built faster, so you can actually just kind of catch up in terms of construction of your landmarks by just having using that bonus, right? He's also going to take a lot of villagers here. He's going to wall off the entrance to this side of the map, so he's actually going to say, okay, this is my water, okay? So you're not going to be able to build anything here. You can try to threaten me with a tower, perhaps, that's the best you can do, but you're not going to be able to cross this river because there's a Barbican, and there's also this kind of wonky defensive wall, so there's no way for units to pass across the river here. So, I mean, for water units to pass, so there's no way that Hulks can be actually on the aggressive side here. Actually, there's a nice micro battle in the meantime, so Beastie is actually putting on some pressure, and he's trying to actually capitalize on this docks. He might actually take it down at some point.
I believe he might take that down. I think for Beastie right now to be kind of projecting so much map control, to be walling off places, especially against the French, and kind of pushing towards the middle game, maybe the 6 to 17 minute mark where you can start building hulks. This is particularly effective. If he does indeed get that dock down, I'd say we're maybe 1 or 2 steps away from a surrender, maybe, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's just at least forcing his opponent to do something defensively, right? So TheMista is going to go up to a knight now. So this means that Beastie has a limited amount of time now to actually contest this dock, right? So that's kind of the thing. I think he's just TheMista is going to be walking those scouts up just to kind of prevent any extra damage from coming down. I'd really like to see some villagers pulled, actually, because villagers are relatively sturdy, you know, they take only 4 damage per attack, but it's actually this dog is going to die. It's actually Beastie who takes the micro battle home. He's going to be able to take the dog.
For Beastie to take that dock, I think, is both indicative of his skill in terms of kind of innovation and just doing things that you might not necessarily like. You see these walls he's building up while he's done that. These walls are almost redundant now because those docks are down. Yeah. So I think, what do you want to see here from B? Do you want to see Beastie try and push right now, or do you think he's going to leverage this into a much later game advantage?
I think this is if you play StarCraft 2, this is like kind of your normal early game for both players actually, both Mista and Beastyqt. This is kind of a small trade-off eventually. Like they traded a lot of resources, but they gained relatively little. Like it's of course like a small gain for Beasty. Essentially, it just boils down to 150 wood, right, and some stop production on the fishing boats. So it's not too terrible. It's like not the end of the world. Like it's not like it's gonna trigger the end of the game. But what it does trigger, however, of course, is that it pushes your opponent at a back foot to some extent. Right? You have an advantage.
Like this ego as well. You agree? It's somewhat a kind of BM nearly.
Yeah, absolutely. That does actually just do some mental damage, if you would like to call it that. I think that's kind of the nice way to describe this. And of course, this also means that Beastyqt has no pressure on himself right now, because he has been able to just kind of keep the French contained, and no French units aren't. So what the French are going to do is they're just going to build some extra towers here just to threaten those fishing boats, but Beastyqt can actually just shift the dock over here even, or just essentially even build a wall of over here. And just get a dock here as well that is going to just negate anything that has been done on this side.
I really wouldn't mind seeing Beastyqt try and actually push these towers here, trying to kind of gain this middle ground in between the, I suppose, the water legs we could call them.
Yeah.
Try and kind of control the middle ground here, and from there he could really leverage his position to actually push against his opponent's kind of, the core of his base, his heart, really.
Yeah. So BC goes up to Song Dynasty, which means he can actually produce villages at faster rate. He doesn't need the second TC to do this even, but his opponent is actually going to go up to 2 TC himself. So Mista is actually going to extend his control, I guess, or just kind of maybe just retain his control, just kind of play even at least, go up to even stage by oh no, this ship is dead. That's terrible actually. That's quite bad, because losing this ship is of course just going to mean that these boats are no longer safe.
I mean, TheMista was never a kind of naval power in this game to start off with, so to lose, I suppose, his only piece on the chessboard there was particularly punishing for him.
Yeah. So you can. That's what Beast actually is gonna do. Look at this. That's what I said. You can just wall off this section of the river, and once it is actually done, once it's kind of those walls go down, you can actually just build another dock here, which is gonna do, and he's just gonna transfer those boats over there, like via the bottom of this wall off. Which means that he can just lose this dock, he doesn't care, right? He can also just kind of keep recruiting units because they can just flow right down the river here. And this means that this huge investments in towers is essentially not going to, pay too much in terms of dividends. Because it's just, it's free towers, free upgrades. It's quite expensive to do this.
They're kind of not doing much other than this, like, tick, tick, tick. I mean, eventually it could kill the dock, but it won't kill the dock,
No, it's just kind of annoying, I think. So you can just, I think if you're BC, you're just kind of, as I said, delete these walls, just kind of get those boats across, just start fishing at a location that isn't frustrating to use. At the same time, there are also some scouts you're probably just kind of checking out on the base of TheMista, and honestly don't see anything too intriguing or scary, right? It's just 2 TCs.
I really wouldn't mind seeing Beastyqt try and actually control this middle ground again. I mean, we've described it as annoying before, but it would be a particularly useful place to kind of stage the attack into the enemy base. Right, you've got all of these walls set up around, which means that your opponent can't project a naval force into you at least.
I mean, BC's gonna go up to castle, and I think Mista's gonna go up to 3 TC. He has lots of stone, man. He has lots of stone.
That is a lot.
But no wood, actually, no wood. So I'm not really sure what he's gonna do that stone. Maybe he forgot about those villages or something. There's lots of things happening, so maybe he just gonna decide, okay, that's just not gonna be great for me. So I have no idea actually what his plan is right now for the game, but the fact of the matter is Beasty's gonna go up to castle, and he's gonna have this nice eco advantage going forward right now, because he can probably just get some safety, and he has obviously some siege available from this clockwork tower, which acts as like a it's essentially like a siege workshop on steroids. Produces like super healthy siege units, which can obviously just take over equal number of fights. Because they're as expensive as normal siege, but they're just way stronger. You can see also there is a single arrow ship, and it does repel the attack, so it's impossible for Mista to construct additional towers here. Of course, like for the English, that's also a somewhat a long-term investment, I think, because this means that you kind of, if you have so many towers, you assume control of the river, so it's kind of the mental play as well. Your opponent knows that he's confined to his own base and his base alone, so it's going to be this kind of additional value not tangible value that you get from those, from the towers.
It's quite interesting that Beastyqt here playing into the Chinese he spent quite a lot of his early game effort in walling off the French here, but TheMista. But in doing that, he's almost created a redundancy for himself. He needs to then destroy these orcs to get through.
Yeah.
And for a player like Beastyqt, he's someone who has spent all of this effort walling off. He's someone of a wall king, you know? He likes to wall off everything. It perhaps would have behooved him more to be slightly aggressive rather than this incredibly defensive way, because he had particular control over the naval aspects of this map, and he almost threw it away simply because of a couple of towers in the middle and his own. We can see he's got a considerable navy here. He could utilize that into some sort of an offensive push if he was to need to, but I believe he's maybe doing what he, I suppose, does best, really, depending on what we've seen him do before. And this is one of his much later games, right? He's building stone. I think he's going to maybe try and push this into a even 45-minute victory.
Yeah, I think we're in for something epic, man. I'm very happy to be here. This is going to be another really cool game. So he's getting stones. He's going to go up to 2 TC now. I think he might even go up to 3 at this point. I guess that's a possibility. He doesn't have the wood though, so he might just kind of have to get some extra wood before he goes up to that TC. Or he might just go... You know what? He might be going for a keep. I might be wrong here. Because he's going up to 800, I think.
He might be right, to be honest. I think he might be trying to push a kind of aggressive keep strategy now.
Mista is on triple TC.
How often do we see a triple TC?
No, not at all. Like, this is crazy. It's actually one of the weirdest games, because I think they're playing off script. Like, games are generally kind of...
both of you say to each other, okay, should we just build our base and then 35 minutes in we attack? Yeah, let's go.
Sim City, baby, right? Anno 1800. Let's go. Triple TC again for the Chinese as well. There's going to be a crazy game. It's going to be a lengthy one as well. Because the scary part for you, if you're actually the attacker here, is obviously what you have already mentioned, those expo boats, right? So those explosive ships, they can obliterate your entire army. Like, within like a split second, you just kind of don't pay attention. You try to cross this river, you're dead. So the only safe path obviously leads around this river, right? This kind of fork or whatever you call it, right? So you have to just take the long path around in order to be able to accomplish anything at all here. So this means that unless you are obviously feeling like a gambler, then you can try to sneak through this shallow, but if you have any slow unit, that's gonna just drag you down most of the time. So not good stuff at all.
I think Beastyqt is somewhat of a gambler, but he's very, very... We've seen the risk-reward be kind of very off-balance lately. But I think when Beastyqt plays, his risk-reward is very, very on point. I think that's why he takes so long to eke out a victory, no?
Yeah, in many cases, especially if he loses now, he's out of the tournament. And I think he wants to win the tournament, so obviously not the greatest thing in the world. I also am not sure how much benefit you get from the triple TC as the French, because they're producing villages so fast that I don't think he needs the third one. Unless he kind of anticipates he's going to go late, and he's going to start losing villages later down the line. Then it's obviously going to make sense, because, you know, recuperating from those villages goes way faster with triple TC than with double. That's kind of a given, I guess. Stone walls! Oh, shit.
It was almost a... If you do it, I'll do it too. I think he maybe scouted the triple TC from his opponent and went, well, if we're pushing into this kind of late game, I should probably also build the TC, you know?
Yeah. Man, that's crazy. So we're going to have the map being stripped of relics as well, so it's going to be... I'm not really sure how the count is, because I have not really noticed that, but both players very close to going up to Imperial, by the way, so both of them are actually just... on the verge of aging up. Mista can click up right now. Beastyqt needs additional few seconds, honestly. And he's also going to be able to do that. Beast is actually good with the relics, I think.
Back though, exactly. Yeah, I think Beastyqt here, he's in a position wherein if he kind of gains some leverage on the field, he's already got this naval advantage, but right now he's being walled in quite heavily.
Yeah.
We've seen an awful lot of TheMista's walls, and TheMista is a player that we've seen him on the aggressive stance an awful lot, and that means he's often winning. So you really need to kind of counter that tempo, and even now we see some of TheMista's boats directly sailing into Beastyqt's territory.
Yeah, because Mista has built a dock here. He has built a dock. He's using demolition ships to actually just kill off some additional fishing ships. You can see that is actually quite effective, but again the question is like, I don't think this matters too much at this point, because fishing with those, like, on those regular shoreline fish is just as fast as just normal regular fishing. So, yes, it's effective because you can produce from dock, which is cheaper than the TC. But I think at this point Chinese don't care. I honestly think the Chinese don't care because they just have a lot of, villages on the ground. Like you can see 91 villages for BC is just gonna go up to 120 in a matter of seconds. Though TheMista is already there. That's the problem, right? TheMista is like slightly better economy, so for a while at least in this game he's going to have more. You can see why TheMista is walling in Beastyqt here.
We've kept talking about TheMista's walls here, which is something that we've often seen Beastyqt kind of leverage to great effect, especially on the water early on in this map. But when we're talking about Beastyqt, we're looking at 120 villagers, 18 minutes into the game. Do you indeed think that maybe we could start turning some of those plows into pitchforks, into indeed swords?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna take a while now to... I think the China will ramp up for a while, so... Especially in this kind of macro style that has been chosen by Beasty here. So it's gonna be a slightly delayed thing. By the way, he hasn't taken this relic kit, which is in his base, which is kind of weird, honestly. I'm kind of surprised he's not... You know, he's not actually taken it yet.
19 minutes in, you would have thought he would have taken that, no?
Yeah, so that's kind of strange. But this being said, outside of this, it's looking like, you know, university being dropped. It's still kind of the tech up stage, honestly. I think it's just going to be the tech up stage for now. And it really depends on TheMista, actually, because TheMista, I think, is in the driver's seat right now. He needs kind of to turn a few knobs, though, to actually get something done. And that's actually quite nice. So he builds those bow chants. And those are not the best ships on the water. Like, they're not really good against any other ships. But what Bauchans do very well is actually attacking the ground. You can see how they obliterate units. Those are massive, massive cannonballs. And yes, the English can get a keep here. They can just secure this position. But fighting in several Bauchans is going to be relatively challenging, I think. So I think Beasty is going to be able to reclaim this position. The problem for him, though, is that there's actually a sacred site being contested. So we might see a timer. It's actually a good idea to note down when this actually is going to be captured, because he's gonna...
We've seen TheMista almost colonize the middle ground between the two war flags as if it were his own base.
Yeah.
And this in and of itself acts as a kind of giant wall between him and Beastyqt, let alone the literal walls that both Beastyqt and TheMista have built here. Which is something... Have we ever seen this kind of dynamic use of walls before? I don't think we have, Mike.
No, I'm not really sure. I think Beasty and Mista kind of evolved the meta of the walling itself, so I'm not really sure. This wall is not finished, by the way, so this is not a kind of successful container. I think this is something that Mista wanted to do, but he never succeeded. Like, he must have lost the villagers. But what we are seeing, actually, is that there is a sacred site taken here. There's also an arrow being contested here, so at some point, I think we'll see Beasty forced to move out. He will have 10 minutes to do this, so he has 10 minutes to decap this, but if he doesn't, he just loses the game straight up. So you see the amount being produced over here, by the way. This is actually a problem because it was capped. So once this goes down, I think we're just going to note down the time specifically, because that time is going to be very, very pivotal. Because if that timer just kind of is not resolved, Beastyqt just naturally loses the game. So...
I agree with you there, Mike.
It is going to be 10 minutes from what seems to be like 21, I think. We're going to get this at 21:00. Oh, this poor, look at this. She got exploded there. Genocide it is. It's gonna be perfectly 21. Look at this. It's at 31 minutes the game ends if Beastyqt doesn't make the push work here. He's actually doing a lot of work.
Almost, I don't want to say kind of reluctant to push here, but we've seen him have many opportunities wherein he could have capitalized on his position, really pushed forward, but he was, I suppose, thinking too late game oriented. He was trying to build his own position as his base rather than push forward. But realistically, if you allow your opponent to gain such a foothold, when you come into this kind of territory, this is the position you're in. You push so far back with these 3 bow chants trying to essentially win the game with 3 big ships. And when your own walls are working against you, that's not something that effective for you.
Yeah, there's also some fleet on the other side, so it's not like you can just kind of waltz in with those bow chants and take over this middle section of the map. Not yet, anyway. We need to win the water first. To do this, of course, it's actually very cool infrastructure. You can see, like, this looks like almost an organic city right now. You can see the fishing boats, the docks, you know, the towers, the walls. It's kind of cool to see this kind of infrastructure being present in the pro game. It does feel like SimCity a bit, but the reality is 9 minutes left for Beasty. And he doesn't have enough forces to contest anything at this point, but he's actually getting cannons. He's getting this elite palace guards. He's getting veteran spearmen. he's going to be ready to push at some point, right? Not yet, perhaps, but he's going to be ready quite soon. He's actually capped, so I think the push is going to come, and this has been also dismantled, so there is no way for a rogue explosive ship to just kind of pop up without Beastyqt knowing about it. So it's not like you are actually not safe to pass this. It's actually kind of fine for you to go through this particular shallow over here. Beasty can just do this by walking his units through, and there's no threat of those explosive ships just kind of taking his win away from him. If he, of course, just manages to win this fight, which is also not going to be easy because there are like 4 Culverins here, which are super good against Siege, of course.
It is so fun to watch Beastyqt and TheMista, because TheMista we can always consider like a proxy for the kind of the meta player, the fantastic guy who knows exactly what to do and when to do against someone who's almost slightly more innovative, if we'd like to say that word. And to see them engage in such warfare where Beastyqt, I apologise for this, is somewhat reluctant to pull the trigger really in these attacks here.
Yeah.
And we've seen TheMista gain advantages where I don't think he could have got them against someone who was slightly more aggressive, you know? He kind of got free advantages where he shouldn't really have got them.
And now it's actually some pressure being put on by the way by Beastyqt, so he's going to actually just break this wall, just kind of go through the water. I think it'd be a nice idea to wall this off. If you're Beasty right now, you can just wall this kind of section of the map off completely, and then you're kind of safe. There are actually 2 explosive ships, 3 explosive ships being used here. No, there's actually 1 fishing ship as well. So they don't get through. There's a single fishing boat, suicidal apparently, just kind of walking past. And Beastyqt is also going to dispose of that. This means that there's a keep being built, by the way, by TheMista once again here, which is not going to be easy to defend, I think. It's not kind of an easy position to retain if you're against the siege boats by Beasty. So Beasty I think Beasty should start fighting. Because, yes, you can win the fight and lose the game if this is still not decapped. So if your opponent's kind of persistent enough, even if you win a fight, like a single fight, you're still gonna lose. I think if you're Beasty, you just want to start trading. Like, units.
I think if you're Beasty, you definitely would start trading right now.
Oh, never mind, so he's gonna go rogue. That's
Beasty's doing a giant attack here on this Seigu side and this keep here. Do you think he's gonna take it?
Yeah, of course, like this is something that is not anticipated. So that's where Mista has put all the eggs in this bucket over here. He said, okay, like come at me, bitch. And Beastyqt came at him, but from another angle. You see, that this is the thing, like, this guy has, like, so many new ideas as to how the game is supposed to be played. By the way, this is actually quite annoying, I think, for Beasty, because those cannons, this is too narrow for them to pass, so that's not easy at all to kind of manage. Sorry, I have to ban a bot on YouTube, so give me a second. But it's not as easy to do as it seems, for that reason, right? So he has to just go around all the way to actually reach that place now, so it's obviously not the greatest. Supposed to be played. That's not the greatest thing in the world. Sorry, I just have to ban this freaking bot, guys.
I think right now the Beastyqt is starting to initiate his kind of, we say almost a mid to late game, but realistically with the kind of tempo of games we've seen, 25 minutes in, it's very much very late game here.
Yeah.
And to see Beastyqt consider this his kind of axiomatic push time is very indicative of him as a player. We've seen it before with his giant wall-off strategies. He's a guy that doesn't mind just waiting, really waiting for 25 minutes to be even the beginning of his game, you know? He doesn't consider the game started until he's got cannons on board.
Yeah. And you can see actually that, yeah, this game has been just kind of resolved for now. It's not like the game is over in any way, because still, you know, Beasty is not really going to reclaim the control of the middle for a while. So that is the scary part for Beasty, right? He's not like out of the woods yet. He still has to deal with this force. The problem is that there's actually very few cannons here, so it's gonna be difficult to fight. I'm not sure what those guys are doing, but I think Beasty's going on the offensive here. Actually, he's just gonna get a keep as a backup. He's just gonna move those villagers, because you have to remember, by the way, there is a limited amount of resources on the map, so actually contesting any sort of gold sources on this map is going to be absolutely huge for both players.
We talk about the zero-sum game concept quite a lot, because traditionally in mirror matches, but in a game like this where every resource on the map will be used, this kind of zero-sum game context really comes into play.
You know, this game might...
opponent.
I just wanted to say, this game might end sooner than we think. Because
I agree with you, actually.
Because there is a cannon push coming here. If you lose all your landmarks, you lose the game. And I'm not sure how exactly Beasty is gonna stop this at this point, because there are so many Culverins here, and then it's gonna be hard to stop these actually.
Beasty has a giant attacking force, but again, it's an attacking force.
Oh no!
I think Beastyqt is trying to do this kind of backdoor push while TheMista is also pushing.
Yeah. So the problem is that actually there is a hole, so Mista walled this off, but there is, once villagers chop down the trees, of course this becomes passable terrain. Then this is going to be a complete massacre, and this is actually just really, really nasty stuff for TheMista. He's going to lose a lot of those villages. Of course you can make them back, like, recreating villages right now is not a big issue, I think. But obviously losing any sort of kind of focusing economy to deal with this attack, especially that you don't expect it in the first place, is going to just, you know, absorb some resources from you. So Beasty is going to take over the sacred side, by the way, which is absolutely amazing for the Chinese, because then you match your opponent in this kind of passive gold income, and you have also taken over them on most of the relics on the map, which is obviously just kind of good for you as well. We see there are no actual incendiary arrows upgraded yet though, and there's actually huge Chinese force attacking. You can see there's a massive number of elite guards. Those are the Chinese men-at-arms, slightly slower than your regular men-at-arms can be, but they're also slightly weaker in terms of HP and damage, but they're also actually super strong in terms of speed. So they have lots of HP, but they do not have that much armor. So defensively speaking, they're not as good as the men-at-arms. Of course, they make short work of spearmen. So you need to create men-at-arms to deal with this, and they should be elite men-at-arms at all if you want to actually win those fights. And those are, you can see how fast they're moving. They actually find another nice engagement here. With those palace guards, actually you can find a lot of possibilities to kind of look for engagements, because they're so fast they can actually get on top of artillery like no other infantry unit in the game.
Unbelievable footage, Mike. Mom, get the camera over here. We're pushing deep into 30 minutes. We're seeing cannon battles, the likes of which we've never seen. Exactly, here we go. We're about to see a surrender here, I think, perhaps.
No, it's me. I'm just messing with you, mate. I was just trying to take a screenshot for a thumbnail later.
These pushes by these cannonry, I think, really are likely to take out, I think, all of the landmarks, Mike, right? We've seen Beastyqt put up such an incredible push here. But realistically, it's kind of one concentrated, middle-of-the-line push through this landlocked area here. In between this water, I kept saying he really needs to try and take control over, has leveraged TheMista in a position where he can attack essentially whenever he wants to. He can just walk directly over.
The problem for Beasty is those Culverins, they're like the old Springles, so they have a lot of base damage. The old Springles were basically like almost one shot. Oh my god! No! This is, oh shit, this is complete turnaround. So this is the game-saving play for Beasty. Oh! No, Mista just gives up!
Yeah.
He lost all those cannons. I'm not really sure if this was GG, but he just gave up. Oh, come on!
When do you remember we have seen in a game...
What the hell?
Beastyqt is almost the spiritual successor of Kasva, just due to the victories we've seen. And Kasva has made a play like that before.
Oh my god.
Get into these kind of games. One simple push can make your opponent go, oh, for fuck's sake, I am done, Mike. You know what I mean? And I think in a situation like this, losing that push, really, especially when you're under pressure on kind of the eastern wing when you didn't think you would be, I think that might have pushed him over the edge, Mike.
This is so crushing defeat. Because look at the drop in military numbers. Like, he had so much supply. I think it was like, he lost like, I don't know, like 50 supply here, almost 40 supply from a single Explo ship. And that's all she wrote. That's crazy. This is just absolutely insane, guys. This is insanity. In terms of resources, by the way, Beasty was fairly ahead. He had like 33k food.
Score. Can you believe that? I mean, Beastyqt, it's on the back foot the entirety of that game. That suicide that was almost, it appeared as if it were nearly a disconnect, you know? So kind of random and out of the blue, but really this is what can happen when you are pushed into such a position in such long game and you think, that's it, this is my push. If I don't get this, I'm done. And then you're just done, Mike. Yeah,
you're just done indeed. So It's ridiculous, actually. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Man, that was such a nice game. I really loved it. But the ending was kind of unexpected. You have to say that the ending was like, I know that Beastyqt was kind of slowly eking out there, and he killed lots of villagers before, like, with this kind of rogue attack with those palace guards, right? And he actually was kind of repelling the offensive, but the problem was that those Calverins, right, they were very strong, so if he had just been able to keep them alive, he was probably going to be able to keep pushing, because there's no unit in the game that can stop them effectively. That's the problem for him. So Beastyqt just kind of found the perfect solution, of course, like Beastie does. He disposed of those units, and yeah, he won the game. Crazy stuff. Guys, just going to be an annoying person right now, very, very briefly though. If you do enjoy yourselves here, if you're actually enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing on YouTube, which is free, and following on Twitch, which is also free. If you're really, really enjoying yourselves, by the way, I do highly encourage you to become members on the channel. It costs you $1. It is like a Twitch subscription. It costs you $3 actually per month, and it is going to give you some unique emotes. It's going to give you some privileges, of course, and it's going to give you my eternal gratitude, of course, as well. So, you know, I do recommend that you do actually, you know, drop me a sub or a follow or a member. That is all going to be really, really appreciated. This being said, guys, we're just going to wait for those guys to get started once again, because this is, I believe this is going to be the last series that is going to be played overall on the day. So we just have to wait for Beastyqt and his opponent, TheMista, to get ready for the final game of the series, I believe, which is going to come really, really soon.
Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. So did Christ say on the cross, brother. As indeed Beastyqt says now. I think realistically we have perhaps one of the most interesting finals of a tournament we've ever had so far, no?
Yeah, definitely. And I think Mista just relocked quickly, so they're getting started right now. We're going to see that final game of the day very, very, very soon, which is obviously very cool to see. I'm hoping you guys are enjoying yourselves, of course. Let me know in the chat how you're feeling about the games, of course. And yeah, I'm just kind of looking forward to the last game of the night. So, based on the stuff that we've seen so far, who do you think is going to take it?
That's such a difficult question. I mean, in terms of the bracket we are currently looking at, I would have said DauT nearly. But Beastyqt is almost a sort of slightly evolved DauT. And that's something that kind of has...
You mean Mista, right? You mean Mista?
No, I mean Beastyqt and DauT, because DauT is one of these kind of underdogs that played a little bit oddly. I think that Beastyqt's opponent in the prior game is kind of a bit like Marine Lord, in the terms of that they're kind of macro players who know do exactly what they do at the right times, but sometimes fall prey to just weird things, you know? We've seen a lot of kind of weird things push against Marine Lord, even though they've never particularly... you know, taken much effect. We have seen him kind of lose before. But I think the longer we get into the life of this game, the more space we have for innovation, the more space we have for people who do the things that perhaps Beastyqt does. You've mentioned before he has, you know, YouTube videos where he goes to Grandmaster or whatever it was.
Yeah.
With kind of unusual heroes, unusual
units,
builds, whatever you'd like to call them. And I think things like that right now maybe herald him, you know? Maybe this is the trumpet call for him as the hero. But realistically, you've got to say that the winners of these tournaments right now should be macro plays. Maybe it's going to be Marine Lord versus someone, I think, you know?
Yeah. I do think Beastie does stand a chance, actually. I think Beastie's going to go a long way here. Though, in this particular matchup, Mista versus Beastie, whom would you bet on? Like, seeing the picks... Oh, my game just died. Son of a bitch. That's annoying. The spectator bug is kind of frustrating, guys. So, it's just going to be like a minute, honestly. I just need to restart the Age of Empires, and we're going to be good.
I think the Mista against Beastyqt is a very, very fun game, because if Beastyqt can't beat the Mista, then I think kind of inherent in that is that he can't beat Marine Lord. Because Marine Lord and the Mista both operate in the same sort of strategical mindset, if you will. They both play in a sort of macro-focused way, with controlling everything the best they can, whereas Beastyqt is, as we've said, somewhat of a kind of DauT style play, somewhat a bit willing to to blur the lines between meta and kooky. You know, he's a very kooky player, but this propensity to be kooky is only buoyed by a very, very kind of deep knowledge of the game. So if he's against someone who can just out macro him, then he's put at an obvious disadvantage, and we've seen that in prior games.
It's gonna also be Rus versus Abbasid, so it's gonna be a very, I think it's kind of a shaky matchup, honestly. I'm not really sure how it's gonna be resolved itself, in itself. But this being said, guys, we're ready and set to start our final game of the night that we're casting. And in the south east, I guess, of the map, it is going to be Beastyqt playing the Abbasid. So his final game of the day, the final game of the bracket, perhaps even, might be on the Abbasid Dynasty. Would you like to do a second intro, sis?
In the red corner. Obviously, just kidding. TheMista as Russia, Beastyqt as the Abbasids. Something that we would love to see, obviously. Beastyqt as the Abbasids is, perhaps a kooky player on a kooky civilization. Something very, very fun to see. So to watch how TheMista here, maybe how he interacts with the hunt of TheMista, something like that. Just to try and disengage, disrupt the early game here. But it looks as if he's kind of doing his own thing here, no, Mike?
He's denying the wolves. It's like 50 gold walking after him. You have to remember that. So, 75 right now. He's going to find this wolf as well. I think he knows where they are, like, by heart. Which is, like, something that you acquire as you play lots of games on ladder. And he's also going to find this hand here. He's going to deny a lot of those resources that you have to say. So, it's not going to be an easy, nice opening that Beastyqt basically claimed, like, 3 hands and a half in his rules game that he lost, by the way. And now TheMista is actually going to work with probably slightly lower numbers. I think Beasty was up to 400. I'm not lying here. I think Beasty was up to 4. Oh, take this wolf, take this wolf. Oh, no, shit. He could have taken this wolf as well. But he's going to deny 100 gold from his opponent. Actually more, 125 now. So
that is one of the most remarkable meat trains we have perhaps ever seen. We've got, what, five sheep and 4 or 5 wolves as well. Very, very good early game here from Beastyqt, especially considering TheMista wants to hunt up,
Yeah. And you have to say, TheMista is not doing too hot on the hands. He has 105 only. And I do believe that Beasty would have had, like, probably like 300 at this point of what he has been doing. Look at this. He took. I think this is going to be a very brutal game very soon. Like, if TheMista doesn't kind of find a nice opening, he has a single hand over here that has not been taken yet, though. But he needs to actually just get something done because he's not really getting far with those kind of scout plays. And Beasty actually brings a second scout here, which means this entire hand is going to be denied as well because 2 scouts just one-shot a deer, so you cannot just deny this at all. He also has another wolf over here, so yeah, I think it's just going to be down to 2 deer hands and like whatever wolves you can scramble together if you are TheMista. So it's not gonna. He might not even hit a 250 mark by. Okay, this is 50. And he has, he's gonna be there. He's gonna be at 270, I think, if he takes this entire hunt as well. Kind of, maybe actually 270, but he's fine. He's just gonna be slightly short on gold, because if you're Beastyqt now, I think you have claimed more bounty. You could have claimed anyway more bounty than the Rus would have, right? So if Beasty had been Rus here in this matchup, he would have definitely dominated. Now he is just finding lots more hunts, and he's just able to, just make things happen for himself. Like, this is the best early game he could have imagined, I think.
Particularly good here, but this early game is something that we talk about having kind of exponential value, but in a game like Beastyqt versus TheMista, I think maybe this exponential value is considerably more potent for TheMista because the Beastyqt, again, as you said, likes to do things a little bit differently. Maybe doesn't do things that we think he should, but while he's not doing that, he's trying to kind of build an oppositional attack. So I think potentially maybe by about the 10-minute mark, Mike, do you think we'll be seeing some kind of opening skirmishes?
Maybe. I'm actually not sure. Because if you're the Abbasids here, I think you want to put the pressure earlier because you want to delay the fast castle for the Rus. Like, that's your major objective. It's kind of something you have to do. You might want to do anyway. I'm not really sure the plan is for Beasty. He's not going for stone, which is kind of another indicator. He's going for lots of wood, though. So he might go for stone later, actually. I have no idea what he's doing. I have to tell you, I have no clue what he's planning to do. He's getting a lot of wood, but this might be for, just infrastructure. He might just want to build, like, double barracks archery range or something, or double archery range barracks, and just go across the map. It's definitely on the cards. Now, the rules obviously have so many scouts that if you don't scout your opponent with these, the 7 scouts that you have, you're obviously just doing things wrong. So I'm not certain how it's gonna go. Mista obviously is going to go up to professional scouts immediately, but by the way, so he's gonna have a lot of this additional extra scouting information available to himself. And yeah, you'll see how exactly he's going to be able to see his opponent's plan. Now, Beastyqt is going to go up to barracks. He reaches Feudal, is going to drop the barracks. Probably double archery range is on the plan as well. Here, indeed it is. He has been kind of banking up all that wood. So we'll see some sort of offensive play here. Maybe Rams as well, kind of coming into interaction with the base of the Mista here, I think is going to be the general plan. I think there's also a scout coming. So the Mista does actually see... he does see the barracks. He does also see the archery range, at least one of those. So he's actually just kind of ready to... experience the Abbasid push. He's gonna brace for attack here. He's gonna get some archery ranges of his own. Maybe drop.
I really would not be surprised here to see Beastyqt initiate some sort of aggressive push at least. We've seen Beastyqt does not like to be on the defensive. He's a big fan of being on the offensive now. He's not building any walls, which is something that we've also kind of termed indicative to him as a player. So the fact that he's not doing that should really let us on to the fact that he wants to be slightly more aggressive in this game. And I think that's something that from the last game especially he's learned, that if he's on the offensive, he definitely is at a giant disadvantage. And it's a disadvantage that last game he wasn't able to overcome here. And I think he really doesn't want to be put in that position again.
So he's going to pull 3 villagers, by the way, all the way to the front. I mean, you have to say, Rus on the back foot is not a good civilization, right? So they're good if they're actually just attacking you with their, horse archer mass or... what have you, right? Anyway, they are very strong if they're actually just attacking. They're allowed to go to full castle age, just not lose too many villages. Yeah, you get the drill anyway. So actually just putting them on the back foot immediately is something that you probably want to do. The question is like how exactly can be aggressive with the Abbasids, right? Of course they get like free siege engineering, so you can actually get a lot of this kind of RAM infrastructure going. So you can get like maybe double, triple RAM. I think that's kind of a good plan by the way. If you can just get those villagers all the way around here, just build a tower and just put pressure on those 2 archery ranges, because these are, if you lose those as Mista, you essentially just lose the control, the possibilities in this game to just build units, right? Losing the possibility to build archers against someone who has like double archery range safe in their own base is obviously not too great. Now, this is gonna get scouted and found out about very, very quickly. So this is going to be a small archer skirmish going on right here. Of course, I think BC is going to have an upper hand here because he started building archers first. So he's actually going to be able to fight those archers of his opponent.
You love to see these villagers pushing back and forth and back and forth into this outpost, kind of harangued by those scouts. They're pushing out now. They weren't able to build that scouts a little bit too early.
It's actually a very, very nice defense from Mista.
I do really, really like that. Not only do I like the position of that outpost, but I do love the defensive push now. And we see the Mista actually pushing back against Beastyqt, but Beastyqt does have a small force hidden here. I think he's able to leverage that. Maybe he can actually kind of push against that.
So
he does push them in here, so.
I think this strategy just kind of assumes your opponent doesn't have a head on their neck, right? In a way. And in this case, like obviously Mista does know what's up. He recognizes, I think he must have seen those villagers coming as well. So he just recognized what's up. He stops kind of, using those scouts for professional scouts. He also kind of, I think he recognizes he has like a nice opportunity here because he has a lot of wood. He doesn't have anything good to do with that. He just decides to build some hunting cabins. They generate the gold based on how many trees they have around themselves, right? So Misty's gonna just place some extra hunting cabins in those woods. You see how this one is gonna generate 50 per minute, in fact, which is quite a good thing. So every 24 seconds you can generate the maximum of 250 gold, I think, which is quite a lot. You need to have lots of those hunting cabins. Actually, not sure if this restriction is per minute or per cabin. Or per 24 per cycle actually. So I'm not really certain as to how exactly that's gonna go. But the Mista is gonna get lots of those kind of nice, juicy cabins over here in those woods. And he's going to actually play this kind of non-standard Rus style. He's just gonna rely on the passive gold generation from the cabins, which we haven't really seen before. We have seen most of those kind of players rely on the relics, rely on fast castle age. I think Mista is just going to play a different style, something that Beasty has not seen before.
Maybe this is the Mista here actually trying to, in a way, counter Beasty. He knows that Beasty is in himself kind of an irregular player. By doing this, building into the late game with these cabins that are, you could say they actually impose his will upon the game map as well. They're kind of points of control on the game map. Yeah. When you do that against Beastyqt, it kind of necessitates him to push back against you. You can see here an aggressive attack here by Beastyqt, right? trying to push into the Master, but the Master here has, the Mr. rather, has some kind of backup ready to push in. I think that...
Oh no!
Yeah,
oh shit!
He's got it here. That tower is
12 HP. That's heartbreaking. He also loses villagers for this. It's not like he is kind of a let's cancel this and let's cancel it and just kind of do something else elsewhere on the map. He just loses 3 villagers for nothing. And he doesn't have double TC, so it's not like those are free, right? Those are really important units that he has actually not been gathering with at all for this game, because he's been just walking around the map just trying to find a nice point of contention, and now he just kind of loses that point. I'm not really sure if he's going to continue attacking. He actually has a villager now, so I guess he's just going to continue to push somehow. Mist is going to go up to castle though. It's not the bad timing, honestly. Like, this is like kind of a bad players like mine. I sometimes get this when I have like no contest at all on the map. I just kind of go up around 10-20. I mean, I'm castle there, but Mist is going to be like up to castle at around 11 minutes into the game, which is kind of good actually. That's kind of not a bad timing if you have been under pressure and you had to just kind of multitask like crazy. And especially
as you said, to this pressure, Beastyqt has these forces. He's slowly trying to aggress directly closer and closer into the Mister's base. But realistically, I would like to see more of these towers, these outposts being built up. If anything, just to kind of give you a fallback, like almost a trench, if you will, to fall back into when the Mister attacks back, which he necessarily will do. We're looking at the Mister biding his time to create a bigger push. So for Beastyqt, I think you really need to be ready for that wave. You need to kind of either preempt it or be ready to counter it. And I'm not totally sure if he is right now.
I mean, he wants to take a fight now because he knows like if he can thin out the numbers of his enemy, I think that's something that he's done so well before. If he can just kind of thin out those archers, even if he takes like a Pyrrhic victory once again, if he loses lots of his own units, if you just thin out your opponent, they cannot attack you anymore because they have nothing to attack you with. So if you can take those nice trades, of course, before they go up to castle and just kind of get the tier up tech, so there's still like some time for that to be done. You can obviously just kind of find some advantages, but as you see your opponent going up, you probably want to go up yourself, and I don't think Beastie has the resources, the tools to go up to castle in the nearest future, to say the least. He's actually gonna, that's kind of desperate move, isn't it? He's gonna send 4 villagers here, 5 actually, I'm not really sure what he's gonna do with these. It's actually, I don't like this at all, because like all those, it's super, I'm not really sure those risky plays are worth it the final game of the series.
Beastyqt understands that if he plays a long kind of more control-oriented game as in the last one, I don't think he'll win against the Mister. I think he knows this. I think he's trying to set these towers up early as if anything a means of, I suppose, a rallying point. If you have these towers here, you can back up when you're skirmishing. He needs to keep this pressure up, and these towers act as a sort of anchor, a word we like to say. It acts as an anchor into his base, regardless of these villages here being just destroyed. 1, 2. Thankfully, being micro there back into the base.
Yeah, but there's still like lots of losses, right? So it's like if you're on the back foot, like obviously Beastie is right now, losing villages in this fashion is not something you want to experience for sure. And those are still early knights and they're still regular archers, but there probably are some extra upgrades. There is a knight upgrade, there's also probably relics being kind of gathered by those monks as well. So there's going to be lots of kind of pass. Oh, this monk is actually sniped. It's very, very nicely done by Beastie. He's gonna at least just kind of prolong his own suffering. But those 5 villages, that's terrible. You cannot be doing this. No, Beastie, you can't. Lord. You just can't allow this to happen.
The best here is he's punishing such an easy punish as well. For the Beastyqt, you obviously don't want to put your villagers in such a vulnerable position. Essentially, as your front line, they were pushing as 2 columns. You had archers and your villagers together. Now they're all gone. So the kind of tempo at which you can build towers, execute your game plan, is vastly reduced. And especially when you're against an opponent like the Mister, who probably is out microing you. We can agree on that. You need every single advantage you can get.
So you have lots of... the thing is, Mista is not taking a good fight here. He has 17 military to Beastie's like 30-something, right? 32 still on the field. The tower just finished, by the way. It's actually... like, that wasn't looking too hot for Beastie initially, but he's actually winning this fight quite handsomely. Those knights are kind of still pain in the neck, of course, because they're quite numerous and they're normal, like, castle-age knights.
Lost his archer backline now, though. He said to him, maybe villagers off onto the side, onto the western side to take down that tower. But really, if Beastyqt manages to set up a
incursion, you could say.
Yeah, this might be it, to be honest. He set up a realistic point of operations, a kind of front-facing rather, field base. And these towers, I think, don't require much backup. You can see him building some siege in the back now. These two lancers and knights here, maybe.
There's a problem. Because, like, he is down. He must have lost lots of those units. He was fighting there, but TheMista was actually harassing here. So, if you don't win very soon as Beastyqt, you're just out of the series. You're out of the tournament.
He's lost every single one of his villagers now. I think that was, we can maybe call that a micro mistake. He's lost 4 or 5 there.
I don't think it's just kind of map awareness mistake almost at this point. Like, he has lost so much. Both players actually are just kind of down to very, very little, but I think TheMista realizes he has a villager advantage. He can actually throw, even if these 12 villagers die, he's still gonna have more than his opponent.
Villagers in a pinch can be almost a militia, you know. We've seen them take out Pringles, we've seen them take out Rams before.
And they're taking down the tower.
Exactly. This is very indicative of TheMista's kind of game knowledge. He knows that if he can use them like this, he should use them like this. And I think really for Beastyqt, this is probably the death knell for his assault.
Yeah, this is the curtains, because he has a single tower as the outpost. He has lost every single thing on the map right now. Every single thing. He has no villages. If he had like a normal, stable economy here, like maybe he takes like that fight that he took and just extends the game, he's gonna be okay. But since he lost everything on the other side, like his base has just been cleaned up absolutely. Like he has 18 villages, but there's nothing left. And 17. Ouch. So this is the last stand of his. He has 5 archers left. There are like villagers who are just going to run him down essentially. Mista has crazy gold income actually. Like he's working 300 without any sort of resources with just 1 relic, I think. Not even 1 actually. Those hunting cameras are just going to bring you lots of money back, aren't they?
You can see Beastyqt almost swarm out of the map here now, completely clockwork penduluming all of Beastyqt's forces. And I think realistically, if he was to attack here, he wouldn't have much opposition. He doesn't have the greatest military force right now, we can both agree on that.
Yeah.
But Beastyqt's military backbone was essentially down these towers, right?
These guys, these 2 knights, I think they must have killed like 20, 30 villagers together. They are gonna die now. Oh no! Oh no, goodbye knight. So both of them die, but having done the duty well, I think. Beasty is working with nothing around. He has 17 economy, 11 military. I think the Rus has like basically triple the amount almost. Yeah, 45 economy, 19 military is just super comfy game now for Mista to close out, especially if he has the tech advantage too.
We just need to see the Mista push out military forces right now. We need to see the flipping of the tables. We need to see Mista apply this aggression that Beastyqt was applying before, no?
Yeah. How the turntables, right? He's just dead right now. Such a sad ending, actually, because I was really rooting for Beasty. It's kind of, don't you know? Like, haven't you noticed this actually? Like, if you go for a risky game, like for a risky play, the 3rd game of the series, it usually just backfires terribly. Like all those cheesy, crazy plays, people just kind of falter.
Very, very rarely working, and we've often determined it to like time. Maybe if he did it a minute or 2 before, it would have been okay. But I think for Beastyqt against someone like TheMista, maybe he should have actually just relied on his skills a bit more.
Yeah, Beasty gives up. He knows he's down. He has been dead for a while. But yeah, it was very cool series. I really loved Game 2. Game 1 was very interesting too. Game 3, of course, a huge disappointment from DC. But obviously, Mista just played it very well. He just defended that push. He was ready to kind of counteract what was being done as well. So overall, it was a very nice series. I think it was just very enjoyable to watch it. But obviously, the problem being that Beasty just kind of maybe overestimate his strengths a little bit. That's definitely the case.
To watch the progression from DauT to Beastyqt, especially in this game here, was particularly, I think, a unique experience for us. Because we saw Beastyqt against someone like TheMista, who we've kind of termed a, you know, an almost Marine Lord light in terms of his affinity for the macro. And I think that's somewhat of a derogatory term for him. Maybe we should be considering him a macro lord in his own right. But for Beastyqt, these risky plays he's made, these plays that we've often been confused at, really just did not pay off in this game. as opposed to the last game where they paid off in sometimes ridiculous and almost humorous amounts.
Yeah, and yeah, we see the drop here, of course. Like, BC had lots of units. He just kind of took that fight in castle. It was looking like it was going to go his way, but yeah, he just didn't have the economy to back it up. Look at this. Like, look at the drops of village. Those are 2 knights. Essentially, those are 2 knights in Beasty's base that did, like, I think, lethal damage, really. That was the end of the game in its essence, right? Because if BC had been able to actually even sustain the production, he would have maybe macroed up and gone, like, somewhat forward with that. But yeah,
I think we are looking at potentially Marine Lord versus TheMista for the finals. Do you think?
Maybe we should. Obviously, there are so many good players who advance. Like, we can just have a quick look at the bracket before we finish the stream now. So I think that would be also cool to see that. Let me just kind of switch the scenes. So. Let me say. So we have Hera advancing to the second day. We have Vortex. Kind of those are the regulars, right? Hera has not been. I don't think we've seen Hera in the round of 8 before.
I think we would put Hera maybe in a tier below the likes of Marine Lord and.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So Marine Lord advances, Mista advances, Hera advances, and Vortex advances. So those are actually, like, except for Hera, you have seen those guys in round of 4 before. Which is great. I think it was a great experience. I really enjoyed casting these. Those are like very, very cool. Those are very cool games. But essentially, it was. I really did enjoy casting today. But I do think that Beastyqt could have just played that final series very, very differently overall. I think that was just
agree. I think Beastyqt tried to be somewhat experimental, where it really necessarily wasn't. He shouldn't have done it.
No.
I think that really, if he just kind of played the way he played in the prior game with this more traditional wall-based strategy, I think maybe I'm not entirely sure. I think perhaps when he was disrupted, this kind of disruption led to an exhaust. Because we can see at this one point, about halfway through Age 4, wherein he kind of completely faltered and shattered. And this is something that we've often seen before, but in games of a much lower, I suppose, quality of players, where someone makes a reckless push, they lose, and the pendulum swings back against them. And to see this actually happen to Beastyqt is, I think you could agree, Mike, a bit shocking almost.
Yeah, I think so as well. So, I mean, it was kind of fair. I think he deserved to lose in a way, because, like, he was scouted and he did go for this kind of ballsy play that did not work out. Like, obviously, you do risk a lot by kind of going for those towers, moving those villages. I think essentially could have just gone up to castle and maybe just made a play of the back of that kind of approach, right? Just kind of going for this more macro-oriented style. You know, he had like lots of possibilities. He decided to go aggressive, and there's always a risk associated with this, especially if you do have like tournament anxiety, I think. And he definitely didn't make all the right calls. He was maybe overcommitted as well. Maybe if the first push doesn't work, you just kind of take a chill pill a little bit, just kind of, you know, try to go up the castle yourself, just extend the game, make sure that you just don't immediately lose, because, like, he went for a second push, it obviously, he built a tower in the middle of nowhere, it accomplished nothing at all, he just lost, and that was it, right? So
this is a thing that a lot of tournament players, and just players in general, they have a concretic end goal, which is something like, if I do this, then I will be able to win. And for Beastyqt here, maybe it was his tower, as you said, he built a tower in the middle of nowhere. But this is kind of in his plan. He thought, okay, so if I tower around him, then I'll be good. And even though this strategy has failed already, he's tried to implement it, and it has been just crushed by the enemy. We can agree that it did not work.
Yeah, no.
The second the 2 towers kind of built north of the Mister's base fell down, we both knew for Beastyqt that was the end of that strategy. He needed to pivot somehow. But I think Beastyqt himself was perhaps too deep in the forest to see the trees almost, Mike.
Yeah. Well, it was a cool day anyway. We had lots of great games, sis. So despite those kind of errors on Beastyqt's side in the end, I think we can both agree this was a very successful cast.
Very, very fun, brother.
Thank you so much, man. I think we have to finish because my girlfriend is getting angry, first of all. Second of all, I'm really tired, and I'm teaching tomorrow, so I have to just wake up and, you know, get going. So thank you once again for joining me. If you want to join me tomorrow for the finals, I think we'll be casting those as well. This being said, guys, this is it for today. We're gonna host somebody, so don't go anywhere yet. I'm gonna try to find someone who's still streaming Age of Empires 4 who's not that popular, because obviously hosting those very big streamers doesn't make too much sense. I'm just gonna try to find someone who is hostable. Let's go for now MW, guys. So I'm gonna just kind of provide you with the link to the stream as well on the chat. If you're on YouTube, you can just jump directly there. You can also just go to my Twitch, so twitch.tv/mikefield, and we're gonna host this lad over here. So I'm just going to open it up very quickly, just set up the raid, and we're just gonna be raiding from Twitch onto that. So give me a second now. Here's the link to my Twitch if you guys would like to join the raid from the Twitch level, by the way. Thank you so much, everybody, once again. It was a blast today. I hope you guys did enjoy yourselves, and I hope you guys stick around for future tournaments. Please remember to follow, subscribe, yada, 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 get the idea. I would very much appreciate that. This being said, we're just going to go into a raid right now.
As always, thank you, Mikefield. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you had fun. Very, very fun over 4 games today. Pushing into perhaps one of the most interesting finals we've ever seen in one of these ECG tournaments yet, Mike.
Yeah, game 2 was a blast, man. Like, we had lots of nice, lengthy games, by the way. So, I think it's going to be very cool to see how those kind of higher tier matches resolve as well. Because we'll see a lot of those kind of cool players tomorrow just competing against one another as well. So I'm very, very curious as to how those guys perform on the night. Okay, so see you, sis.